day of Halo, Garrett. Ain't that right?
Yeah, lots of great matches. Only 4 teams, the best 4, and well, it's best of 7s all day long. Starting with Faze and Space Station. Right after that, we're gonna have Sentinels and Optic Gaming going right at it.
Indeed, and without further ado, we don't want to keep you waiting any longer. We're gonna kick it to Mikowski and Eli because we're in game number 1. Mac, take it away.
All right, Eli, here we go. The 4 best teams in the world. $5,000 on the line. Winner take all in a best of 7 fest. As every series likely to go the distance. Strap in, buckle up. This one's going to be a marathon.
This has got to be the best way to get the highest tier of Halo while we don't have any current HCS events, while we wait for HCS Atlanta. Still 2 weeks away, but we're going to finally get to see these top teams go up against each other. Haven't seen this in a while, so I am so excited to get into it.
Huge thanks to Sentinels for putting this on, and we're already throwing down Faze versus SSG to start off your day as we hop on board here with Snakebite, looking across the map. Now looking down to the car side, has Stellar pushing up. Chase grenade goes out. Snakebite down to low shields, just looking to stay alive and maintain positioning at top mid.
And is it just me, or has Snakebite really stepped up in recent times? I feel like he is playing absolutely unreal, looking like the best player on the squad. Typically the one that's most overlooked for whatever reason. Everyone wants to talk about Frosty, Renegade, Royal 2. Everyone forgets about the man himself, Snakebite, who started off this game 4-0, was momentarily the only player with kills on his team. Now Renegade and Frosty join the party, and they get a cap on the board early.
A good run from SSG, gets to the courtyard, but FaZe Clan ultimately put it in for a 1-0 start, and it didn't take too long, just over a minute. Of course, a 1-0 lead for FaZe Clan. Eco now looking to regain control of the mid-map, has the high side of pink for now, looking across at Frosty. Now Snakebite in a 1v1, goes down to low HP. Snakebite going to maintain that top mid control. Eco going to get some help and re-push on pink.
New overshield coming up in 3 seconds here. Both teams kind of just fighting for control in the meantime. Love this play from Stellar, just playing in front of the OS. Opens up enough time and space for Bound to just grab it easily. Bound's going to check if the heat wave's up. It is not. Now he's going to wait for a couple teammates. Like this play, he's kind of timing his push. Knew that he lost a teammate in the process, and that many members of FaZe are still alive. Waits for a moment and then decides he has a small window of timing to get in here unseen. Rossi's ready for it though, but the perfect shots out of bound. Disgusting 5-shot reversal, and all of a sudden they might get another flag out here.
Bound looking to initiate some offense, but he goes back to the respawn screen instead. It's Legend now as the last Spartan standing of that firefight. It's a good job pushing up that line of scrimmage. He actually gets past a few members of FaZe. It spots Snakebite on the other side and says, well, he has no idea I'm here, so I'm going to reposition and take him down. Great positioning, great shots from Legend, and no one's been able to spot him because of Legend breaking through. It's now SSG who have control of FaZe's base, but Renegade gets a big slay onto Legend to stop what could have been a guaranteed pull.
Renegade has seemingly woke up. He is 8-4 already, 3 assists as well. When Renegade's playing well, this is a very scary FaZe roster. I feel like that was the difference at London, was Renegade just doing Renegade things and being that dude once again. Now he's pushing into the base of Space Station. Legend doesn't get this kill. This flag could go further. Okay, now no, it's Bound getting the flag pull. And if Legend can get another slay here, Bound should have an easier time getting back home. It looks like, though, FaZe is in good position to try to slow this down. Space Station going to elect to drop the flag and fight for now.
With Legend going down, it's an even 3v3, and you're right, SSG has to fight for a few more slays before feeling confident about moving that flag forward, but Frosty shuts it down with the double kill. Goes down shortly after to Bound, but you can see Snakebite here just making sure to protect that flag. And oh, Legend somehow sneaks in and keeps the reset alive. Eco's going to continue running it in, and now this one's looking dangerous and deadly. Roll 2 pushes into the base, gets the double kill, but 3 go down for SSG. Bound, the last player alive, but he goes down as well, securing a triple, but not that flag. Instead, it should get reset if not for Legend.
Wow.
Legend does get the slay on Renegade, but Renegade gets what matters most, the reset.
Unbelievable sequence there. These teams are throwing punches left and right. Absolutely insane stuff. Triple kill on one side, triple kill on the other side. So much mayhem already. Legend now, previously the last player alive, has teammates off spawn now, trying to open up the map. Stellar's already made it into FaZe's base. He's only been on the map for about 15 seconds. He's already picking fights in the base of FaZe. That constant pressure keeping Faze on their back foot. That's going to stop them from being able to pull a flag. But Space Station, they've got to win more of these fights if they're ultimately going to get on the board. They still trail by 1 flag cap.
Eco regaining those shields as positioning. Back of Faze's base, and he's got help. Just needs it to come through for him. He actually takes out Frosty all by his lonesome, but Frosty does enough damage to allow Renegade to clean up on it, and Space Station will have to reset off of that 3 down, Bound pushing up to the high side of Pink. Just gonna wait for those fridge spawns, and the rest of SSG push up with him.
What I've noticed time and time again from Space Station, the last player alive has not backed up. They've moved forward, which means they can pull some attention and resources away from the rest of the map while their teammates come off spawn, so they can have an easier time moving up. On top of that, if Faze does get the flag out, they're usually in a position to slow them down. It's just a very good recipe for success in Aquarius CTF. You have to be pressing forward and getting aggressive actions in the other team's base as much as possible.
Snakebite setting up here, sneaky, cheeky for the reset. Bound doesn't know he's here. Snakebite with a surprise element takes a couple of shots into the opposition, but now it's Renegade pushing through. Oh, but Bound cleans up on him instead. More often than not, Renegade's gotten the win in that scenario. And can SSG turn that flip in fortune into a score? Frosty now the last Spartan standing, and he goes down. It's a team wipe for FaZe Clan. All 4 go down. SSG have what looks like a 1-1 tie. Legend setting up for the protection here, but you can see nobody's pushing through on that side. He actually might have to look more towards the Pink side, as we do have members of FaZe Clan there, and we do have that eventual score. We're tied at 1 at the halfway mark.
Yeah, Legend's process there, he just understood that he had to take a position that he's not visible through the other team's window, and he wanted to take a sight line to potentially cut off any overextenders that might threaten his flag carrier. Ends up seeing nobody as soon as the flag goes in, takes a new stance, but great plays out of Space Station. Like I said, they've just been relentlessly aggressive. It's been a lot of failed pushes, but the thing is, if you continually push like that and don't let FaZe out of their base, one of these flags will ultimately work out. That's exactly what happened why SSG gets on the board.
SSG are starting to shut down Renegade. Not only does it have the most slays in this lobby, but Legend might just match him after the triple kill. Just 1 off of Renegade's high side of 16, and it was the slay onto Renegade that not only had the volume, but the impact and value for SSG. It feels like for now, shutting down Renegade could open up more opportunities for SSG as they do just that once again. Renegade back to the respawn screen in back-to-back scenarios, and now SSG have momentum mounting.
It was Snakebite, last player in the base of SSG. Not sure where he's lurking now, but SSG continuing to slay out. Cannot comfortably move the flag just yet. Snakebite's still in SSG's base. This is part of the reason why SSG have not been in a hurry to move this flag. They have to secure the map. Looks like Snakebite's play is going to pay off as he then leaves the base, gets the reset, gets the double kill as the OS is respawning. Make it a triple. It's 4 dead with an OS grab for FaZe. He's going for the over. Unable to get it, but probably doesn't care. This looks like a potential flag run opportunity.
It's a Jeff Steitzer bonanza here in the early goings of this SENCITY Throwdown, where we've seen multiple triple kills, multi kills. Now Snakebite looking to start back up another streak, but it's Frosty. The finishing shots potentially on the Pink side of the map, but no, he's not able to finish anybody. And 3 go down for FaZe Clan. This should reset for SSG. SSG on the move.
Renegade now kind of defending his own base. It's gonna get taken down immediately. 3 different targets from different parts of the map shoot at Renegade to shut him down in a hurry. Bound unable to clean up the kill onto Frosty. Legend gonna do so though, and now it's 3 dead for Space Station. It feels like at all times there's 3 dead for one of these teams. The time to kill between these 2 teams is absolutely unreal right now.
Yeah, this feels almost like a Slayer in the sense that we've seen so many of them. 1-1 here, and we're officially in the end game. Less than 3 minutes left. Legend re-shields, repositions towards the top side of Pink. Bound helps out, helping Legend earn the assist. An important opening break slay here for SSG with control of the 50-yard line. Oh, but Renegade's gotten behind him. Now the process being played has to go backwards a little bit. You got to take down Renegade because he's going to take down Stellar and maybe even some more. Frosty cleans up on another one. Legend finally gets back to Renegade, but not before Frosty uses that bait to take down another with the heat wave. SSG go 3 down in FaZe Clan after Renegade's push through to the yellow side of the map. Regain control.
This is some incredible Halo we're witnessing, Hunter. I mean, usually the first game of the day, at least one or two players in the lobby aren't warmed up yet or something, but does it not feel like all 8 of these players have been warming up for 2 hours straight? These guys are ready to play.
Yes.
Everyone's on fire. Everyone's hitting their shots. Every fight is won by a matter of inches, and we're now 2-1 with 2 minutes left on the clock. New overshield in the suit of Royal 2. Space Station with their backs against the wall. They only have 1:45 to get another cap on the board.
Oh, from bad to worse for SSG. FaZe Clan score to take a 1-score lead. Less than 2 to go, and Royal 2 has double the shields. Now pushing on through with it.
Oh.
Watch out for that ninja. Instead, it's the reversal onto bound. Flag out here for FaZe once again. And 3-4 go down for SSG.
Uh-oh.
That's SSG with the flag out. Royal 2 and FaZe Clan get the reset. 2-1 lead, and it looks like they're content here to play for map control and positioning as opposed to pulling another flag. As Royal 2, you can see, setting up for that defensive effort. Another flag out, and it'll go through. Royal 2 gets the sticky, gets the double, and FaZe look like they've all but secured a Game 1 victory here with 1 minute left. Royal 2 says, I don't need another triple. I'll take another slay and maybe another score, though.
Oh my God, that stick from Royal 2 was so calculated. You saw him just consciously decide, you know what, I'm just gonna sit in this corner. They're not gonna check this. They're gonna try to OE to stop the flag runner. I'm just gonna jump up and stick him. There's only so much room in this hallway for him to be in. I mean, it was all so calculated, and then he just casually goes to their base, finds another kill, gets another player to one shot before finally getting taken down. And at this point, it's too late. Space Station have been 4 dead 3 times in a row at this point.
And it was just 1-1 at about the 1.5 minute mark. And now with just 20 seconds left, FaZe have a convincing 3-1 lead, make it 4-1 as this one is done and dusted. Royal 2 just adding more stats to the sheet. He finds another double.
I feel like they just turned on the Jets. I mean, it was 1-1 around the 2.5 minute mark.
Right.
And
just a minute ago.
4-1. Like, FaZe just turned it up and capitalized on every opportunity when they had 4 dead. It felt like an all-out brawl leading up to that moment. Like I said, everyone looking so warmed up, but FaZe will take Game 1 of the tournament. By the way, guys, every series in this tournament, best of 7, so much Halo for you guys to watch today between the best players in the world. This is going to be an exciting day.
Yeah, we heard you like Grand Finals, so we put a Grand Finals in your Grand Finals so you can have a Grand Finals in the winter semifinals. Essentially, is every match, like you said, Eli, is a best of 7. And my win condition that match for FaZe was keeping Renegade on that hot streak. When SSG scored and had what looked like their best control of the map, it was when Renegade had gone down 3-4 times in a row. He's 16-12 here. He gets, I think, to 16-15. And then after this, goes on a 7-1 spree. 7-1 was Renegade during that 3-0 run from 1-1. So here you can see 17-14, and he ends up getting, I think, 24. So Renegade went on a tear. Snakebite went on a tear too. Everybody for FaZe really firing on all cylinders. But again, it just felt like when SSG was able to shut down Renegade, they opened up opportunities, and they had no more as Renegade started to slay in the final 2 minutes.
Exactly right. I mean, once FaZe just got into this spawn trap situation where they're just doing whatever they want. Yeah, if this was the stick for Royal 2, I mean, where else can Legend go? He's already committed to the route. He's got to try to stop the flag runner. Royal 2 just waiting for him to show up. Royal 2, he took his brain coffee this morning or something. I don't know. This guy's thinking on another level right now. It's like, brother, it's 11 in the morning. Where he lives, it's probably, I think, what, 10:30 or 9:30? I think he's like West Coast, super northern Canada. So, I mean, this guy must have woke up early, ready to play.
Man, unbelievable start for FaZe Clan. And like you mentioned during that match, Eli, you brought up a great point, and I was thinking the exact same thing. Usually in a round 1, the tournament just started. We're still in the AM, especially for those on the Pacific Coast. And these guys look like it's 11 p.m. It looks like they've been playing all day. Nobody missing shots. How many perfects did we hear from Jeff Steitzer? How many perfects did we see on our screen? It felt like more than we usually do as we set our sights on a street slayer for game number 2.
This one is going to be just as fast-paced. We're starting with the 2 smallest maps, Aquarius and Street. So A lot of fast-paced action going to be had here. Also, shout out to the observer. This was throwing me off. I kept seeing Faze in blue. My brain was not computing, so thank you for putting Faze in red. Now we got Space Station in a blue. Shout out W Production in chat. And finally, first slay of the match, 20 seconds in. Usually don't see that, so both teams kind of playing their process here.
All right, ready to rock and roll with Faze in red, Space Station in yellow, and a close one here off the start as SSG and Bound have the lead. Also have the Stalker in their hand, using it in close proximity. Takes Roll 2 down. 1 HP, cleans him up shortly after, and Bound with 44% left in this Stalker. Eco with 30 seconds left in the camo. SSG up 4. This is looking like a great start for them.
I think Eco just rocked the camo, so he should still have about 25 seconds here. And he's got the shotgun with 4 shots to work with. Knows that Faze must be lurking somewhere here at the A side. Royal 2 gets ripped off the map first, but an immediate shutdown of the camo player, that's a big deal for Faze. Really don't want to let that camo player roam with the shotgun for any longer than that.
Bound down to his final shot with the Stalker. Pulls out the Bandit instead because of it. 1v1 with his rival Renegade, and Renegade wins that 1v1. The first 1v1 we've seen between two of the deadliest rivals in HCS as Renegade gets the better of it for now, but it's SSG up 2.
Here we go. Stellar knows Royal 2 is trapped in the PD. Tries to get a couple grenades in here, but Royal 2 using this pillar wisely. Wow, Stellar checks the wrong corner. Went in to try to get him, but wow, and he turns that into 2. Royal 2 with an insane double kill in a position where I feel like almost any player in the world would have just died there.
Renegade and Stellar, the only 2 players on the map momentarily as 6 players respawn and get into the mix. Renegade timing a little off on that camo in the sense that he's not able to take advantage of all those players being down. Camo going to be recontested, and Eco is even going to have to think twice about this. Royal 2 making him think twice that shots go through, but not good enough as Eco and SSG secure 2 for 2 on the camo.
Yeah, Eco both so far. Looks like he does elect to go to this cafe side, maybe checking to see if the shotgun has respawned. We saw ammo get depleted. He does ultimately trade out, so once again, Faze able to neutralize camo after the camo only gets 1 kill. Eco just got a trade out of that. And right now, score very close. You have to think if Faze allows Space Station to roam any longer with that camo, Space Station would have a greater lead.
Eco down to low HP, so too is Stellar. As Faze have the numbers advantage, despite everybody being alive on the map, Faze have the numbers advantage in the sense that they have more damage dealt. They're starting to roll on it. Stellar goes down. Snakebite pushes on through the trash can. Frosty goes down though, mitigating some of that damage that Faze was able to earn. As SSG hanging from the wall, Renegade hanging out, and he's got a full Stalker.
Man, why did that scene just remind me of the Sixth Sense, man? Flashbacks. Anyways.
That was a horror scene.
It was a horror scene for sure. Funny effects with the physics in this game sometimes, but Renegade with the Stalker, not a funny thing for SSG. They're going to want to shut this guy down. This guy is incredibly deadly with this gun. Many of his colleagues say that he is the best in the world with the Stalker. I've seen Dead Zone say that himself. But he does get shut down. I mean, Stellar's going to be the one to have it now, and he can be just as deadly.
24, now 25, 22 as Faze have held on to this lead all throughout game number 2. Looking to tie things up here in this series as Stellar has that next Stalker rifle. SSG had the previous camos. They had the shotgun camo combination. It's been all sandbox control for SSG, and that's why they're in the lead, up by a full team wipe now, 27-23. Oh, but Faze with a quick double from Snakebite and Frosty, bring it back to 2.
I was curious to see how SSG chose to play around this next camo. They're not going to just run straight at it. Oftentimes can be bait on this map especially, but it's going to be Faze the ones that finally get the camo. They've also got the shotty. That's the last shot. They've also got the timing on when the next shotty will come up. That should come up at about 6 minutes, 40 seconds. And guarantee that Chris Royal 1 in the comms is taking note of that on his pen and paper. He's not allowed to use his phone anymore. But he's going to make sure they get that next shotty when it comes up, and that could be the catalyst that Faze needs to get back into this one.
Stopwatch activated, so too is the comeback, it looks like, for Faze as they've brought this back to a tied scenario. Space Station, though, takes the lead by 1, now 2, heading into the 30s as Legend Protective positioning here on the pillar side has Bound pushing through, but Frosty and Royal 2 split on PD and A for a potential 1v2, and Bound pushes on through by himself. Royal 2 takes him down, but Eco cleans up on it. Now Legend making his way, but Renegade has him lined up instead. Renegade goes down to low HP. You can sense the communication from SSG looking to spot him and take him down, and they do.
Wow, 3 dead, and we're still tied at 33-33. I've looked at the score maybe 7 times throughout this game. Every time it's been tied. This has been so close. It's going to come down to the wire. Can someone find any level of separation here? By the way, look at the scoreboard too. Stellar 12-7, Frosty 12-7. Could these teams be any closer matched? This is unbelievable.
If this is how the day is going to go, we are in for a great day of Halo as SSG take another one of those narrow leads, 35-34. But can it stick? Heading into the 40s as Stellar pushes up through the cafe. As the 2v1 should win this because of the numbers, and he does, but he gets cleaned up shortly after, and Faze Clan turned that into a positive net outcome for them instead as 2, now 3 go down. Now all 4 for SSG. Faze Clan with a team wipe to re-secure the lead deep into the 30s and deep into this game number 2.
Not only that, but they've also secured the camo and that shoddy. Not sure if someone had picked it up just yet. They might pass it off to the camo player. No, it looks like for now, Royal 2 going to use the camo for intel. So guys, it's not just used to find kills, but also to sneakily gather information for your squad. He's a spy on a recon mission, just looking for players. He's the one that gets spotted out though. The camo eye is too strong. Stellar's been eating his carrots. Oh my goodness, he just got deleted off the map, and no one had even fired a bullet yet.
That is insane. All it takes is a little squiggle to spot the camo, it feels like, in modern era Halo, as SSG spot out Royal 2 and eye things up. Partially because of it is now Bound, finds another slay onto Frosty. On 1 HP though, they're looking to clean him up. Renegade cross shots, not good enough. Might need to send somebody from the shotgun side for Bound, but that would be an overextension for my estimation, as FaZe Clan are going to hold the line and hold a 1-kill lead to the 40s.
I think they've intentionally trapped Space Station on this red room side. You saw they've got members in C and at tires, but SSG play out of it perfectly. They flood through the C side, up the driveway. They've now rotated all the way to purple, and they out of nowhere have a 2-kill lead. This is an unbelievable push out of Space Station, and oh man, you got to be careful with those spiker grenades. If you hit one on the wall next to you, that's going to deplete a majority of your health.
46, 43 as SSG have reclaimed that 3-kill lead that they had in the opening break. And at last, can it stick? Stellar C positioning for SSG, A positioning for FaZe. It looks like we'll have a momentary delay in the action. All it takes is one shot from that bandit to kick things off once again. As Stellar takes one down, but a grenade takes down 2 for SSG on the cafe side. Legend goes down as well. Royal 2 stays alive, and that keeps FaZe Clan in it. 48-46, now 48-47. It's tied 48-all. Royal 2 cross shots through to the tire side, takes Legend down to 1 HP, and Snakebite with a grenade. Geometrical, 49-48, FaZe in the lead, as Renegade has one more win for the win, but now Legend takes it instead. 49-all, and oh my god, who just won it? It's FaZe! 50-49, incredible game 2, and a 2-0 lead for FaZe. Wow!
Are you kidding me? Was that 2 different members of SSG that ran out of ammo while looking at Royal 2? I think Royal 2 had a force field around him. How could they not kill him? How did he live through that whole engagement? He's dodging grenades. The players that he's fighting need one more shot to kill him, but they have to reload in both instances. That was absolutely insane.
Oh man, there are just moments while casting Halo, you have no words, to just laughter and just pure euphoria, because that was awesome. End game sequence here, Eli, break it down so eloquently, because it was hard to do in real time.
A little bit before this. Before this was when it was before this 1v1 fight. This is when it ended, but I think production is going to try to sort it out if he can. But there was I think two different players of SSG that had to reload while trying to kill Royal 2 at Cafe here. Yes, it was during this push. So right here, Stellar and Eco are pushing up. Stellar's only got 13 shots in his bandit, so he shot it twice without reloading here. Uses this ammo to kill Snakebite. He's got 9 shots left. Actually, in this case, Royal 2 gets the grenade kill onto him, and then Legend pushes up, but the last bullet in the clip isn't enough. Throws a grenade. Royal 2 dodges the grenade, knows that Eco is hiding here, jumps out as his shield is regenning to kill Eco. And he's just got 3 kills in a row with somehow a force field around him to not die. That was incredible.
48-49 here, and this is where Renegade versus Legend, a 1v1 for the win. Almost, as Renegade does go down here, but Faze do end up taking the match, and this was so close. Peek and pop around the corner. I'd say Renegade had the advantage having that pillar in front of him, but Legend takes him down, but it wasn't enough as Faze secure the final slay. Renegade able to do enough damage
Hunter, are you still there?
Keep Legend weak and at bay, and that was the difference maker.
Oh, no,
Renegade's so good, Eli, he doesn't even need to win the piv to win the match and to win the fight. And it just goes to show how damn good Faze is. Up 2-0 now in this series. All right, we may have lost Eli in the Discord, but we're hanging out solo for now. Chat, what have you guys thought of this incredible series so far? I go back to what Eli said in game number 1. This looks like we're in the winter semis. There's only 4 teams here, but it feels like a winter semis in the sense of how on point all of the shots are, all of the positioning is, everything that we're seeing here tells me that we're deep into tournament, but it's only game 2.
My God, that was so insane. My Discord completely crashed. The energy, the energy is too powerful here. But I'm back. We're back. What is going on? We're going into Solitude now. Hopefully, I mean, it's almost like are we watching a DBZ episode? There's just like giant orbs of energy like bursting everywhere.
We both think we lost each other, but we somehow take a sensu bean and revive. We're back, both of us. The deadly duo combining for a deadly series here. 2-0 lead for Faze Clan, but man, has it been close. We hop on board here with Bound on the C side of the map, looking to secure the first shock of the game and first hill as well, but Bound goes down. Renegade's gonna pick it up.
This is a big shock rifle early on. He's also got just control of the snipe side in general. This is such a unique hill. You know how I usually talk about the parts of the map that you want to control for each hill. There's parts of the map you want to spawn where you want your enemy to spawn. This hill's kind of unique. For the first half of it, you probably want to control this side of the map on snipe side. You don't want your enemy to spawn here. There's just better high ground advantage throughout this hill to protect it. But the thing is, the next hill is such a lockdown hill that you've got to start migrating over to that tram side before it's captured so that you can be more prepared for the final hill. So while this is the better positioning for the first half of the hill, I would say that, you know, during the latter 25 to 50% of it, you probably need to be on that tram side and play from there.
Frosty now, the feet in the hill. Faze with the first 45%, 10%. They have the advantage, but it's SSG flipping favor and flipping possession. It's Bound in there. Legend with the shock. 2 shots left, no more. He is able to take down 1 with the damage. Stellar cleans up on it, and now Space Station have tied up this match.
Bound is trying to survive in the hill, but it's so hard to do so in this one. Bottom center so exposed. Legend just trying to survive, but obviously Faze knows where he is. Just gonna throw 10 grenades at him, make sure he gets taken out of the equation. Faze probably gonna take that snipe side of the map, and both teams basically tied here in the first hill. Faze now taking a narrow lead. Stellar feeling the pressure, has to drop down, try to kill Frosty, but he's making himself a difficult target. And look at the team shot out of Snakebite, comes launching out to Frosty's rescue. Frosty also came walking back while no shields, just understanding that Stellar was unlikely to still be looking in his direction, and that level of awareness is going to end up earning Faze this first hill.
Bound smartly, wisely sets up for next. That next hill will go to the A yard. Bound setting up preemptively on the cafe side, looking to maybe find the backs of a couple opponents, and he's done just that. But with this angle, I'm not sure how much damage he's going to be able to accomplish as 2 go down for Space Station. Bounce now left a little bit out of the fight. Despite that heads-up rotation, he does clean up on Snakebite. But with 3 members going down for SSG, we probably see Faze regain control of the hill and this lead.
Yeah, Bound maybe moving a little bit too far into the cafe. I think it's still a good play to, you know, make sure you block that spawn. I think his plan was he expected members of Faze to be rotating through flowers, and he thought he could maybe get behind them, but Faze didn't even do that. They just went straight through top mid, cafe, and tram. So it kind of nullifies the efficacy of Bound's movement. So Faze, whether that was intentional or not, just kind of leaving Bounds to be in a not even helpful position at all, and all of a sudden they've got almost 70% of this hill already finished.
Yeah, Bound had the right idea. It's the execution that leaves something to be desired. Is now Eco looks for the double. Already has one. Shock rifle in the hands of SSG as well. So they have the sandbox in their hands to make this comeback on this particular hill. But you can see FaZe Clan are on the verge of scoring. SSG, though, get back in it with numbers advantage. 2 down for FaZe.
This is what Space Station needed. This is typically one of the harder hills to break into. Now with not that much time left, FaZe might elect to just sit back. They might say this is going to be too difficult. We don't want to expend too many resources trying to cap this when we could just better set up for next. But it looks like the push is still on. They've got a couple kills. They will not be giving up this hill any longer. And Renegade with the body shot. Legend's the last player alive that could potentially stop this. He's going to have no chance to do so. FaZe are going to go up 2-0 in the hill as well.
Uh-oh, this is looking really deadly. A 1-0 lead, advantageous in King of the Hill to make the other team chase. A 2-0 lead makes it twice as nice as World 2. Pushing up on the snipe side of the map. Legend lifting up, but likely heading back to the respawn screen if World 2 is able to clean him up. Oh, Legend with great movement here. Maybe anticipating World 2 going low on the flank. No, Legend eventually goes down. Snakebite takes him down. World 2 kind of like, where'd he go? And now looking for the remains of SSG to push on through. And look at him setting up here for the back smack.
The timing.
Oh my God, they have no idea he's here. And World 2 is going to secure 2. Unbelievable positioning all throughout. Started off with the slay in the fight on Legend. Cleans it up with a double kill, bound down to low HP. They'll get cleaned up too. FaZe Clan in full control.
Once a game, Royal 2 just outthinking his opponents and just putting himself in the perfect spot to secure double kills. Did he not do the exact same thing in the Aquarius CTF? Yep. I mean, this guy is just predicting his opponents, setting up win conditions left and right. This is looking like FaZe is just ready to play the metagame a little bit better right now. And Frosty, I like that Insta-Splode setup. Doesn't even need it. He's going to turn 2 on 2 weak opponents. FaZe are absolutely unreal right now.
This is chess versus checkers at this point, and FaZe are what's the guy's name? The Matthiasen or whatever of the Halo universe. My God, looking like a chess world champion, as they have just had better positioning, better strategy, better execution, and man, that play from World 2 really exemplifies the tier above that it feels like FaZe Clan have come into this tournament with. Is SSG looking at a 3-0 deficit in this game and quite possibly this series.
Impressive stuff here. At this point, if you're SSG, feels like the walls are closing in. This is not an undoable comeback. I mean, we still got 3 minutes on the clock. If SSG can start to slay out, this can be turned around, but a 3-0 deficit is always, it's probably the most difficult condition to come back in. Besides, I mean, maybe if the other team's, 95-0 in oddball, but with the clock playing so far against you in King of the Hill, it feels almost insurmountable. But right now, this is looking pretty good. They should at least get this hill. But the thing is, FaZe are totally fine with that. They said, yeah, you can get this one. We'll just go ahead and set up for the snipe hill and see what you do about it.
FaZe have been setting up for the C hill since the 50% mark for SSG. So SSG is going to feel better about themselves for getting one on the board, but that was FaZe Clan strategically setting up for next. And oh my God, Snakebite. The flank is there for Legend, but the fist is stronger for Snakebite, and he takes down Legend with it. Royal 2, we're hopping on board with 14, 6, and 4, Eli. He's only died 4 times in this King of the Hill. Unbelievable what we're witnessing from FaZe, specifically Royal 2, as he gets another one.
Snakebite with the binary.
Oh my God, how did he win that fight? Don't make it a triple on eco. Royal 2 is playing out of his mind.
This guy came to play today. Snakebite, by the way, the binary stat line, he was 10, 10, and 10. But he, man, I don't know if FaZe are going to drop a game this series. I mean, SSG are not even playing bad. It's just FaZe are playing one step ahead. They're just 1 or 2 moves ahead in the chess game every single time. And now FaZe with 4 dead on Space Station. This hill should be done and dusted. We're going to end up in a 3-0 situation. Keep in mind, best of 7 series not over yet, but wow, Space Station got to start waking up in this series.
2 out of 3 games that we've seen Space Station have no choice but to just put down the controller. And that is incredible. 2 out of 3 games, SSG haven't finished the final seconds or so because they have no chance. And the final seconds of any match between Space Station versus FaZe are usually the most exciting seconds of a match. You can see in that Game 2 Slayer 50-49, that was. But in the objective game modes, my God, is the objective efficiency way higher for FaZe as they take both of them 4-1.
Enemy team took the hill.
This was the beginning here. Renegade, like I said, favoring the snipe side of the map. Of course, the sniper's here. That's a bonus. Gets the nice headshot onto Eco. Eco, this is a couple of hills later. The huge play from Royal 2. He actually got in this corner, I think, with 1 second to spare. If he had got in the corner maybe 1 second later, Eco would have seen him, but he got there in the perfect timing to just bait the play. Knew that his teammates would draw attention across the map. And this play from Frosty, just pushing in, following up on damage, gets 2 extra credit shots onto Eco as well, just to make him an easier target for his teammates. And this was when they said, yeah, sure, you can have the driveway hill. We're just gonna set up for snipe.
Double kill.
Good luck getting in. Royal 2 just applying so much pressure on all parts of the map.
Unbelievable display of Halo here from FaZe Clan as they open up your SENCITY Throwdown. I quite literally throwing it down in SSG's face, but because of this format, we got best of 7s. It's not a 3-0 sweep for FaZe Clan, but it, like you said, Eli, sure does feel like they're going to secure the 4-0 just based on what we've seen so far. SSG have really got to turn things around, and it's not even to say that they need to turn things around, because it's not like SSG aren't playing well. FaZe has just reached another level, and in a battle between the 2 defending LAN champs, expected this one to be a lot closer.
It's just FaZe with the momentum right now. It feels like they figured something out in the meta, decided, you know what, some of these other teams are having some success hiding in corners. Let's start hiding in corners too. I feel like that was part of their conversation, to be completely honest with you.
Well, it's interesting because if SSG like to hold forward, like to rush through time and space, if you just sit on that time and space, is that what's setting up for FaZe Clan with these bait backsmacks that we've seen multiple members of FaZe Clan secure? Are we starting to see the dueling strategies? I don't know. What is it here that's allowed FaZe Clan to open up a 3-0 lead on SSG?
I mean, the meta is always changing, right? The new Bandit comes out, makes it so playing faster, more aggressive can be very powerful, as we've seen SSG. I feel like that's what they did at what was it, Arlington, when they just kind of ran everyone over. Shopify having some more success with a similar playstyle. So there's teams like Sentinels. I think Sentinels is a good example, who we're going to see in the next series today. They're like, well, okay, they can play like that, but let's just start setting traps. They're going to hold forward. So if we just sit in 2 spots and wait for them to come through this doorway, like, we're just going to delete them off the map instantaneously because the Bandit has such a fast time to kill. So I think these players are just too smart, man. They're starting to figure things out. They're going to predict what their opponents are going for. They're going to pick counter strategies, and it's going to continue to evolve.
I almost wonder what the communication sounds like at this point, even from a coaching standpoint. Elamite had to see Legend go down and Royal 2 on the snipe side of the map. Somebody had to know, whether it was Legend or the coach, had to know that Royal 2 was sneaking behind at that snipe 2 location. I don't know if he didn't get called out or did. They just didn't expect him to be hiding in that corner. But man, I go back to that double kill again from Royal 2. That's when it felt like we were seeing just another level of gameplay on display from FaZe Clan. SSG, try as they might, have not been able to break through, and they have another objective here, an oddball on live fire, which again sets up for that reverse sweep trampoline, but I don't know how much higher SSG could jump at this rate. FaZe are just on top of the roof, if you will.
Yeah, FaZe showing up to play in the first series of the day. SSG, typically the team that we see kind of get better over the course of a tournament. They usually, I mean, how many times have we seen them drop into the lower bracket from winners quarters or winners semis, only to go on an insane lower bracket run and look like the best team in the world in the lower bracket? I mean, that's what we saw them in the last tournament that featured all the major teams. That's how they came back and won the entire thing. So is it just a matter of time for Space Station to wake up? Do they only wake up after they've been beat? I'm not sure. It kind of feels that way sometimes.
All right, here we go. One more defeat, and that'll secure a sweep. Oh, but it's Legend securing the snipe off the start, a no-scope.
That was disrespectful.
Sets up, disrespectful no-scope, a jump shot at that. And maybe that's what SSG needs, a little bit of juju to get themselves going here in game number 4.
Can almost imagine Royal 2's reaction to that, just laughing. Okay, buddy. You know, lads are getting no-scoped in the face. I don't know, I'm going to see him on stream saying something like that, but Legend now with the camo to add to the kit. This is pretty big. Bound has the ball in an interesting spot at the pillars. Legend patiently waiting for that jiggle peeking player to slow down so he can land the shot, but they're not getting any ball time out of this. Bound was shut down. Legend gonna have to secure a couple of kills and also be ready for the next wave of spawners.
Eggbite does a great job to take down a Legend who was ready to streak. Had 4 slays, just 1 away from that killing spree. He gets shut down, Camo goes down, Snipe goes down, and at 4-7, you're right, SSG weren't able to take advantage, it feels like, of that great start from Legend.
It's always a bad feeling when it feels like you had the tools to get an early string of objective time, whether that's oddball, hill, strongholds, but it's just not capitalized on, and it's not something we're used to seeing. By the way, SSG kind of getting their spawn staggered here. Faze in great positions to force these spawns over to that turbine side, and finally SSG feeling like they can play out of their spawn. But by now, Faze is already set up at the tower side, so they've got to get more than just this kill from Legend, and Legend wants to stay alive. He cannot. Should lead to some more ball time, but no, they do force the ball off the map. This one's going to go super fast pace, Hunter. I can already tell.
420 here. Faze in the lead, up by 16, and I'm noticing, Eli, Faze is cleaning up on the damage at a way higher rate than SSG is. Sometimes we'll see players down to low HP, find a way to reshield, reposition. But for Space Station, example of that would have been Legend previously, just 20 seconds ago or so, going down after earning a slay, as Renegade now pushes up along the bottom mid of the map. Gonna exit through pillars or dummy. Chooses the dummy side, and looks like Faze will choose a rotation here. I think they're setting it for a push to A. What's going on here?
Yeah, they see the push coming from B towards the nest, and or from A to B, so they decide to rotate the ball towards the tower. Just heads up awareness, just rotate the ball away from the pressure. You saw Frosty kind of sitting there waiting on sandbags. Gonna try to deny anyone to wrap around the opposite side. Ultimately, it's gonna work out. 3 dead for Space Station. Frosty's got the ball. Now he's just deciding where to take it. Probably gonna base that off of where the next enemy shows up.
Bound could determine where this oddball goes. For now, looking to stop that rotation. Gets 2. And now SSG are set up for a little tower hold after 3 go down for Faze. SSG, this was huge. 4 go down for Faze. At a moment where it felt like at 52-5, Faze was going to run away with it. SSG have a little bit of life.
Bound saw Frosty. I think Frosty saw Bound as well. Probably saw the glint of the zoomed in sniper player here. So Frosty, look at the patience. Seems like he was fighting a player sandbags, but all the while being conscientious of the angle that he was visible from tower. Faze do get 2 kills though on other parts of the map. That's going to open Frosty to push through. That sniper's going to trade hands. Eco now going to try to slow them down, but he gets sniped in the body after being weakened enough to be taken down. And Faze all of a sudden looking very strong with this sniper, but also make it difficult. Oh, wow, he actually hits that.
What?
Double kill.
Frosty freakishly finds a way to earn 2, almost 3 through the middle of the map onto Eco. What did Frosty have for breakfast? Holy.
That was disgusting. How many pixels of visibility? You saw him just robotically lining up the quickscope onto Bound. That's a difficult target too. Bound was barely exposed. And then the second snipe onto Legend, like there was maybe a sliver of visibility through top center for that second snipe. That was insane.
There were negative pixels available, not even 0.1. It was somehow negative.
Double kill.
As Legend finds a way to get SSG somewhat back in this fight after that insane double kill from Frosty. Legend answers with one of his own, but he goes down shortly after. Roll 2 now. The top side is Snipe. Faze with a triple up lead on SSG, content to play for these next round of slays. And oh my god, wait. Oh, he didn't go off.
No, there's a lot of landing space down there.
All right, wow, the repulsor after the network update, not quite as strong as it once was. I've seen moments where that did send a player off the map, but Bound has a second lease on life. Can he take down Roll 2 with it? Goes down to low HP. Roll 2 content to play patient. Let Bound to come to him. And again, more masterful Halo being played here from Royal 2 and Faze Clan as they go into the finishing stretch of round 1.
Enemy team nearing.
Wardley shows up in chat, says, "Is this Grand Finals?" No, sir. This is winners round 1. This is. Keep in mind, it's only a 4-team tournament for the best teams in the world. We got the big 3 and Sentinels, who could be 4, could be 5. Depending on who you ask, but regardless, it's going to be some insane Halo today. All best of 7s. We're in game number 4 right now of Faze versus SSG.
50-second or so lead here for Faze Clan, and with 70 seconds total left. They'll be content to just play that regulation clock at this point. They might stretch for the final 16 seconds that they need, but they're not going to overextend for it, as they'll wait and bide their time. Every second ticking away makes it more unlikely that SSG come back in this one as they head back to the respawn screen. 3 of them do.
Row 2's got a full snipe to work with. Looks like SSG know it. They want to kill him. Legend putting max pressure on him. Row 2 positioning himself behind the dice boxes here. Has a teammate to cover him on the other side, maybe 2. And this is very interesting. Faze playing the situation very patiently. They don't want to rush anything. They know that Space Station's a good enough team. They could come back into this if they make just 1 or 2 mistakes. I'd love to see the patience, but they've got to execute the kills. Eco does go down. Bound previously the ball holder. I think he was taken down on the A side, but both teams just kind of opting to fight for map space before they pick that oddball back up.
SSG have cut this lead in half, but FaZe Clan have cut that clock in regulation down to 15 seconds. Could be the final fight here as Royal 2 pushes through. Legend cleans him up, but gets cleaned up shortly after. 3 down momentarily for FaZe Clan, so SSG gonna have a chance, unless Frosty has something else to say about it with that snipe. He goes down. Down still up, but as you can see, they're just going to dwindle that clock all the way down. SSG had the numbers, but FaZe set up a perimeter around that oddball and milked the clock all the way down the final 70 seconds. And, oh, baby, here we go once again. That nasty no-scope double kill from Frosty, setting the tone for the day.
Man, we got to watch that back in slow-mo later on. I mean, I would love to just count the frames that each player was visible on his screen, like during the time he was firing those shots, because that was unbelievable stuff. Legends starting off strong with the sniper again. His opening strat from the other side was also to grab the sniper. Remember, we started off last round with a no-scope headshot from Legend onto Royal 2, and he seems to be that dude to get the first sniper, but the problem is they need to get the next couple because FaZe was ripping faces with the other snipers.
Yeah, that's 2 instances, Eli, where Legend fries off the opening break with the snipe, and Space Station only able to turn it into a collective 9 seconds now. 4 in the first round, 7 in the second, and now they're starting to roll. So they are getting a little bit more value out of these slays that Legend's able to earn in the opening break, but not as much as you might think.
Yeah, looks like Eco ended up trying to get the ball across bottom center. I'm not sure, maybe he had a spawner spawn on the other side. That's typically how these guys are choosing their oddball rotations, is based on their last spawner spawn point. Right now, FaZe Clan kind of have options. They had both the tower control and the A window. Gonna elect to take it to the tower, just a better position to hold the ball. Legend just trying to catch up to him, but the ball just keeps rotating away from him, and the other members of FaZe are just denying him access, as you shall not pass, and it's now 3 dead for Space Station. Eco, last player alive, gonna try to pick up the pieces here. If he can just get a trade, which he does, that's gonna be big for Space Station to come off spawn.
Legend doing everything he can to bring SSG back, but try as they might, or I should say try as he might, it's another lead for FaZe Clan, despite what looks like a great opening break in the opening rounds 1 and 2 from Legend. 12 to 20 instead is this one, and Legend in a frustrating fight with Snakebite eventually takes him down, and with a numbers advantage here, +1, SSG are set up to win the reset.
Man, FaZe just looks so suffocating to play against. They make every single, you have to earn every single kill you get on these guys. I mean, they are not overexposing themselves in any situation. They are not leaving each other out to dry. It just feels like you have to do so much to get a single kill. It's no wonder they were able to win HCS London, our current LAN champions. They keep playing like this, I could see them having similar success at Atlanta. This has been unbelievable today.
Renegade now pushing through bottom mid. Legend has the camo, escapes away with his life narrowly. And Renegade is specifically looking to find and spot Legend, take him down, as SSG has their first good lead of the game, up by 15 and rolling. And line, maybe SSG have something else. Everybody feels like, I get the feeling that SSG are cooked, but they're up by double now and have the best hold they've had of this match. Can they keep it going though? Legend with the camo finds the flank, finds 2, and now SSG seem to have been set up for more time. Down, setting up for a protective effort here onto Frosty, sets up with that no scope. Able to land it though, and you might have to reset this one if you're SSG.
I like the process there from Bound. He's like, okay, Frosty's going to be annoying. I don't want to try to hit this awkward shot. I expect another player to be pushing through Nest. Tries to get the shot onto Renegade, but just can't land it. And that's bad news because this sniper rifle is now in the hands of Frosty, who has been on fire with it already. He's found another kill. He hit that body shot as well.
He did.
Stellar goes down. I mean, I think he's quoted as saying that his name is engraved on the sniper rifle, and I think we're starting to see why.
Frosty, one of the coldest snipers in the game, showing us why in this live fire oddball, a montage moment previously. Check LVT Halo on Twitter for that highlight. Frosty has the snipe in his hand once again. 2 shots left. If it's anything like that double earlier, he's going to earn another 2.
At this point, SSG do have the lead. They've also got the ball in the hands of Stellar. No member of Faze close to him, but Stellar also with no teammates next to him either. Gonna just leave the ball near the big door, wait for reinforcements to arrive. Legend with a somewhat fortunate spawn there at the mud side takes advantage of it as well. Cuts down Frosty. I think there's 1 bullet left in the sniper. Looks like it's glitched though. He's unable to pick it up.
There's no.
Well,
there actually is no more shots left. Frosty only had 2 left, took the 2, so that's bait there for Legend. That sniper does not exist in the Halo universe. I guess it does on his screen though.
Yeah, there's a bug right now with some of the power weapons. I've seen it happen with the rockets on Empyrean more than anything else, where there's a rocket on the ground but you can't pick it up. Don't spend half the game looking at it and shooting it and leaving your teammates out to dry. I've lost a few games of Empyrean with a teammate that's just can't comprehend that, you know, the game might not work sometimes. Yeah, just like meleeing the rocket launcher, not helping his team. But these guys, they just look at it once. Oh, it's glitched. They move on. And Space Station maintain the lead for now in this round.
Yeah, you can't get, I mean, it's a little tilting, sure, but you can't get too tilted in the sense that you're not getting cheated off of any ammo. That sniper or rocket doesn't have any ammo left in it. It just shows up on the map still as Snakebite still on top snipe, claiming that space with the camo as well. And SSG still up by 20 seconds, having themselves a bounce back round number 2 here. 1 minute, 18 seconds left in regulation. We're in the end game.
Faze are starting to get some control though. Space Station have played this one a lot more mixy. They've been able to kind of catch Faze off guard for what feels like the first time in the whole series. Just kind of outplaying them. They're playing the chess game now. And for now, have been outplaying Faze in this round. Just a minute left on the clock too, by the way, so this one very likely to go to time with the way these guys have been so aggressive, shutting down the oddball player in every situation. Eco gets a nice body shot no scope before being taken down, but that's another situation where that sniper and where it ends up could be highly consequential. A trade happened top center. Looks like Frosty's going to be the one to grab the sniper, or sorry, Snakebite the one that has it. And it's Faze fighting for the oddball control, keeping in mind that Renegade just spawned in A. They're going to try to rotate it in that direction, but this fight is far but over.
Flawless positioning here from Bound, really playing for bait on the oddball, calling in Faze to try and pull it. They take them down as SSG is set up for a round 2 victory. And who knows, man, maybe that reverse sweep all starts with a round 2 victory for SSG, but they got to win one more, of course. It's Frosty, final seconds of this one, 35 seconds left, but wow, Frosty goes down, thought he had the back smack, but he got back smacked instead from Bound.
Okay, I was confused for a moment. I didn't even see Bound on his screen at all. I thought that Bound was the one with the sniper, but instead, no. Stellar has the sniper. Royal 2 trying to push in, and look at this. He's not even shooting at Stellar, shooting at his teammate instead, while Stellar can't land the shot. Ultimately, he goes down, as does Royal 2.
Talk about prioritization of opponents there, huh?
Yeah, Royal 2, I think, just sees fights differently than other players. Man, he's like, okay, I need to fight this guy first. I'll waste this guy's ammo. My teammate will kill him. Like, I think he's just calculating the situation a bit differently than most players would.
All right, here we go. SSG got a little fight left in him. Got a round 2 victory to tie up this game number 4 at 1. As we kick things off once again, Legend has been the MVP of the opening break in this particular game. Does he have another great start here? I got to feel like that's going to be a catalyst for a round 3 victory for SSG.
Has to be. Stellar the one that has it instead. Maybe Legend taking a different route. These guys do often change their starting strats between rounds 1 and 3. They don't want to just do the same thing they showed at the first round. So ultimately, Frosty going to be the one with the sniper here, and let's see if he can find some of the same magic we saw in round 1.
Well, If it's just like it was in round 1, okay, it's not going to get anywhere close to that, and that bodes very well for SSG. Don't even give the casters a chance to glaze Frosty. As SSG take him down, but go down shortly after, 2v2. As Eco just looking to milk a little bit of time. Renegade pushing up with the camo, and oh, he's got a full snipe to work with too. Watch out, Renegade could go on a tear here.
Oh, finds that one. Camo, sniper, so deadly. Probably the deadliest combination, I think.
Enemy has the ball.
And look at this, Renegade always playing for spawners. He's camo, so
Ball dropped.
he's predicting that someone would spawn in A. He does find Stellar. He didn't see the first 2 spawners, but it looks like he's aware of them anyways. Look at the patience on that. I was thinking to myself, like, he should know that they've already spawned up, right? But he's like, no, there's still one more to spawn. I'll get him. And it gets Eco as well. Absolutely disgusting stuff out of Renegade.
You get a no scope. You get a no scope. No scopes abound here. They're not 4bound or SSG. It's FaZe Clan who have been the better team with the snipe, but it's SSG edging out FaZe here in the early goings of this one. 9-6. Renegade pushing up on the backside of Mud. Oddball gets reset back to its initial point. And this is a crucial situation here. Numbers dwindling for FaZe Clan, but Renegade brings it back. Base Station bringing that oddball back to A, it looks like. Now on the cut side, the potential to rotate it either direction, and 3 go down for SSG. Renegade on a freaking tear. 35, 13, and 25. He's got the most oddball for FaZe Clan. Renegade having himself a hell of a game 4.
Did you see that communication right there as well? Snakebite immediately locates an enemy on Nest off spawn, pings him. So Renegade's like, okay, let me just chill dummies. Snakebite says he's dead. Renegade then goes straight to the tower. These guys are communicating so flawlessly with one another that they can make perfect decisions. And man, I wish we had a listen in or something. We might have something like that later today. We'll see. But for now, we're just gonna have to watch and infer what these FaZe guys are saying to each other.
And Snakebite probably says, get shit on, noob. As 2 go down.
He's more
Fairly
respectful
easily.
than that.
Yeah, I don't know
He's
about
the
that.
most professional on their team, I think.
That's true, actually. PJ probably is the nicest guy. But he might even have said that after that. It's been FaZe Clan dominating round number 1. SSG do get back on the board with their first little micro victory of the series, winning round number 2. But off the start here, we're past the opening break. And FaZe Clan have tripled up onto SSG as Snakebite simply positioning and just holding the line here at cuts.
Seemed like the reason SSG had more success in that second round was just by making every play a bit more mixy, just adding more variables that FaZe can't manage. Just kind of playing fast and aggressive, taking lots of different unorthodox routes at the same time, keeping FaZe on a staggered spawn cycle. But as soon as FaZe get into their comfort zone, they are so difficult to beat because they always have great positioning to help each other out. See another scene out of the Sixth Sense as the player hanging from the ceiling down there, but Royal 2 is the one with the sniper. Can he find the same magic of his teammates?
Wow!
Double kill.
Are we witnessing? FaZe Clan made a name for themselves as an organization 10 plus years ago with this sniper, and my God, modern day sniping for FaZe Clan might be even better than it was when they were trick shotting off the map in Call of Duty. Royal 2 now in Halo, frying the competition. Frosty frying the competition as Royal 2 finally goes down, but not before earning another montage moment for FaZe Clan.
Now all we need is Snakebite to pick up the snipe and hit an insane double kill. Every single other member of FaZe so far has done something incredible with the sniper in this one game alone. And Snakebite's just like, man, you guys are a bunch of freaks, man. What'd you guys eat this morning?
I have to collect myself. How does SSG feel? They're in the game. I mean, they don't have time to gawk at these incredible shots from FaZe Clan, but we do. And Snakebite rotates along the backside of Mud. 3 more go back to the Mud, back to the respawn screen. FaZe Clan absolutely putting on a clinic and a show for free.
I mean, these guys are already obviously top 3 right now, number 1 currently with the seeding after their land victory. But it's like when they're all playing their best, is it even possible to beat these guys right now? I think like the times that they've lost was when like 1 or 2 of them are having, you know, they're playing their B game instead of their A game. But man, when they're all on fire like this, they got to be so difficult to beat.
Enemy has the ball.
Quick math, FaZe are absolutely destroying SSG. It's actually a miraculous feat for SSG to have just simply won a round in this series Our Phaser, I think, plus 30 at this point. World 241 and 25. Renegade 36 and 31. But with 100 seconds of oddball time, I mean, that is a ridiculous stat line all across the board for FaZe Clan. Unbelievable numbers, but SSG are coming back. They're only down by 10.
Some great grenades come in from Snakebite, though. He's going to grab the oddball. Last player of Space Station might be able to kill him. No, he does get around this corner safely. So Legend going to try to get some more damage in and back out of this fight. Ultimately, good for him to survive with his life. If he goes down here, he's going to be no longer a factor for SSG to finish their push. But as he's repositioning, 2 of his teammates die, and now he's left alone again. It just feels like Legend is doing a lot. Look at Legend, by the way, 38 and 34 while his team is losing. So he's been having a crazy game himself, but it just doesn't matter. It seems like his teammates are constantly dying all around him.
It's definitely that what else do I need to do moment for Legend. He's probably thinking that to himself. He's not going to say that out loud, but probably thinking that at the very least, if we could surmise what his internal monologue sounds like at this rate and at this point in the series. SSG down 3-0 and taking more L's as Renegade has more snipes to work with, 3 to be exact, and this could be the finishing touch of this series. FaZe at the 87 mark. Space Station, one final chance to push through and stop the series sweep.
Yeah, I mean, this is just reminding me of, who was it that said it? Mick, he said, it's hard to do objective when you're dead. Like, yeah, SSG looked to be a bit more objective efficient considering how hard they're being outslayed to still win a round, but it's hard to do objective when you're dead, man.
A lot of 10-second sprints towards the respawn screen for SSG in that series as FaZe Clan will ultimately take it. Our first round, our first series of the day, and FaZe look like they're in grand finals form, taking the series, dare I say, rather easily, 4-0 over SSG. Wow.
I mean, easily with the 50-49. Yeah, the 50-49 was really the only close game. Every other game, the Aquarius game was close until the last 2 minutes, and then FaZe just got 3 caps straight. King never really looked like Space Station had a chance, to be honest. I mean, FaZe went up 3-0 to start. It wasn't until the 4th hill that SSG got on the board. This game, SSG showed some signs of life with that round victory, but it just felt like montage moments were happening for the side of FaZe. They had, I think, at least 75% of the snipers this game, and they were putting them to work at a higher frequency. Legend with a nice no-scope here, but that was one of the few snipe highlights that we even saw out of SSG. So just had to get a little bit more value out of these sniper rifles, the few that they picked up, but it was when FaZe got it, they just made the most out of it.
And maybe that was one of the most objectively efficient we had seen FaZe in this oddball was in the opening breaks where Legend was frying with the snipes in rounds 1 and 2, but it was FaZe who got the early leads in this one and rode that all the way to a 2-1 win in that game for oddball. Ultimately a 4-0 series sweep, and here we go. This will be a clip that gets played over and over and over again. How the hell did Frosty sneak in that second shot? And I'm a little biased for montage moments. Wish he hit that third, but I'm pretty happy with that double, Eli. What do you, how did you feel about that insane moment?
Each of those snipes individually had like 9 out of 10 difficulty ratings, maybe 10 out of 10 difficulty, and he hit them both back to back. Like, that's just ridiculous.
Worst case scenario for Frosty, Eli, is that he hit a body shot with the S7. Like, he was literally not missing. Even this, he got that, spoiler alert, seconds after that moment, he slides out and hits Stellar on the camo. And now Renegade, he has it in his hand, and he's hitting no scopes too. Like you said, 3 out of the 4 members had a montage clip in this very game. Across the series, multiple members had their highlight moments. It was all FaZe Clan in this one, despite that 50-49 game too. Here's Renegade with a few more no-scopes just to prove my point.
Yeah, I want to see the Royal 2 double kill that he got. That one was very sick as well. Jumping, quick-scope headshot. We'll get to that one here shortly. Renegade, just doing Renegade things from the time the game started. Right here too, kind of just juked out Eco. I don't think Eco expected him to push out around the outside there. Snakebite on fire too, by the way. Perfect shots. Just not with the sniper rifle because his teammates are hogging it. Poor Snakebite, not allowed to pick up the fun weapons.
Yeah.
Here
Someone's got to play the objective or score some assists. God.
Headshot on him.
This is more devastating than what I remembered in real time, Eli. Watching these highlights back, I'm surprised SSG was able to even get a second, much less a round victory. Oh my god!
The quick
Oh my
scope
God!
and the turns around the no scope.
What the hell?
It was just non-stop, man. Someone's got to go back and count how many snipe headshots did these guys hit. Unbelievable.
Actually a montage in game 4 for Faze and even in other moments throughout the series. I mean, unbelievable. And then what was that? Renegade misses? What the hell?
Drop him from
The only
team.
miss we might have seen from
Drop him
Faze
from
Clan
the
in that
roster.
entire series.
This guy misses shots? No, get him out of here.
That's chat starts saying, you gotta drop Renegade, you gotta drop him. As we'll drop out of this one, Eli. We're gonna send it back to the desk for their thoughts on that dominating series from Faze.
Damn, Tools. I don't really have words. That was quick and it seemed pretty easy for Faze. What do you think?
Montage worthy, right? I mean, that game 4 was exactly what we needed. Every sniper shot seemed to be landing. Frosty, Royal 2 doing their thing, and Faze, I mean, hey, there's a reason why they won London, and now going into their home event, they look dominant, but two very good teams gonna have to face to figure out who will compete against them in the winners final.
Indeed, and if you're late to this stream, this format for this tournament, the SENCITY Throwdown, it's a $5,000 winner take all event, all best of sevens, and it's double elimination, Tools. So we got 2 more teams ready to go, Optic and Sentinels, excuse me. And so we can take a look at the bracket. What we just witnessed was game number 1, series number 1, I should say. And next we have the other side of things here in the upper bracket, Optic versus Sentinels. Garrett, what are your thoughts going into this next match?
I think this one has like game 7 written all over it. Remember when these two teams played in the in pool play at London and went to game 5, very close series. Sentinels ran out of gas towards the end of that tournament, lost 3-0 in the elimination bracket, but both these teams should be primed and ready. Sentinels is going to be a tough matchup for them, but you know, home tournament, home crowd, I'm for it. I think these guys can push it the distance.
I'm sure they do not want to disappoint. Ladies and gents, I do want to thank everybody for joining us. Shout out to Sentinels for putting this down. $5,000 winner take all. It's ballsy, especially when you're Sentinels and you're in this pool of teams, right? I mean, listen, it's not going to be easy for Sentinels to get out of this on top. But Garrett, do you think that it's possible?
Oh, for sure. I think it's definitely possible that Sentinels wins this entire thing and comes home with those $5,000. Like each one of these teams are good enough that it's any given day. The problem that Sentinels has had is consistency. If they can break through that and be more consistent, then I think we'll see them start having some of these top 3 finishes on land.
Indeed. Well, there will be an elimination bracket, so Space Station is going to go ahead and move down there. The quick predictions, Tools. I mean, at the end of the day here, how many teams do you think are standing? Not how many teams. Who do you think standing at the end of the day here?
I think we see a close game 7 here that goes Optic's way. We get the old Classico for the winners final, and then I'd say Faze just looks so deadly. I think they are the team to beat this tournament.
They may indeed be the team. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break, get our ads out the way. I don't know if anybody's noticed, but we're running far less during this tournament. We wanted all hype, pure gas. Ladies and gents, we'll be right back. Enjoy this ad break. All right, everybody, the break is over. The wait is over, Garrett. We got Optic versus Sentinels starting off right now. Really quickly, what do you think we're going to see?
Hey, game 7, I'm all for it. I think this one's going to go the distance. I really like the Sentinel squad, but Optic's going to be a strong challenger to them.
Indeed, they will. Well, we're loading into game number 1, so we're going to kick it to our new set of casters. One of them returning. We got Eli still on the mic, but we will be rotating throughout the day. It's going to be a long day. We got Active on the mic, so Active, go ahead and give yourself a little introduction, and let's get into game number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a tournament we have on our hands. $5,000 winner takes all. Eli, there's a lot on the line right now, and let me tell you, the matches have become hot. They're starting out strong here today.
Man, that first series was insane. I'm sure you were watching it with us. Faze just absolutely popping off. I expect to see this series bring a lot of fire as well. So many talented players across the board. Sentinels seemingly hitting a new high. Optic also looking better than ever, but you can say that about just about everyone in Halo right now. These guys are insane.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this matchup. We hear some talks about it going to a potential Game 7, and I wouldn't doubt it. In London, these two played against each other in Pool B, and it was a game that went, or series that went to a Game 5. So I'm excited to see how this pans out and how these two teams have prepared for Atlanta as Optic gets the first cap already.
Huge early cap out of Optic. This one could go extremely fast paced, and you're exactly right. These guys have a lot of history playing against each other. I tell you what, though, I saw their most recent scrim result. Sentinels actually took it 9-5 over Optic. Wow. So Optic did win on LAN in both pools and bracket play. I think they also 3-0'd Sentinels in the lower bracket to eliminate them from the tournament. But I mean, like I said, Sentinels kind of catching their form, and they've looked very good in scrims against all the top teams as of late, and they might have Optic's number if that scrim has any indication.
Oh, the player to watch for me is this guy on your screen right here. It's Precision, a little double there with a perfect, trying to push up on the side of Optic Gaming, but it's gonna have some spawners that are preventing that from happening. Look how quickly they take him out. That's gonna free up the space on the car side, and now Booba's gonna try to prevent Lucid from pushing here on P, but he's gonna be down to no shields as well.
Lethal does take out Lucid though, and Boo-Boo's aware of that, and you can see the prioritization of the power-ups from Boo-Boo. I swear, every time we're on this man's screen, I mean, in some series it feels like he gets every single power-up throughout the series, and you're seeing why. He's starting to, 20-30 seconds in advance, wanted to start clearing space over here. Ultimately was the reason that their team got the overshield. It's now been depleted. Falcated though with a very nice, perfect reversal on your screen, and now Sentinels might have a chance to push in, but they got to deal with the first wave of spawners.
Yeah, sometimes value from that OS comes from just getting that space on the map, and that's exactly what Falcated does here. Sitting inside the fridge, the pressure is on to Optic to remove him from that side, and he quickly gets taken out, but that's going to be 2 down for Optic, so not a lot of pressure coming out of Optic. Sentinels find themselves 3 dead, and Lucid finds himself sneaking into the utility of Sentinels.
So important to take advantage of the time that your opponents are on their death screen. As Lucid gets all the way up here, he's also got teammates raining down fire from top mid and P2. It has another teammate, Formal, pushing into the base with him. That's going to be 4 dead for Sentinels. This should almost certainly be another flag cap on the board for Optic.
Yeah, Boo-Boo off a spawn, just trying to do as much damage as he can to the flag runner and Formal. Formal still pulling that flag on through. Boo-Boo's gonna make his way through, but you see he does get shot there, so information is given. This flag's gonna be a little bit difficult to put in potentially, but no one really has an angle. It was only Precision at the top center of the map. He's not gonna be able to get that kill, so it'll be 2-0 for Optic Gaming.
Sentinels got to be careful if they overextend and desperate for any more flag runs. They're just giving Optic a little bit more space to work with going into the next engagement, and Boo-Boo thought maybe he could have had timing to cut off the flag runner, but Optic's too smart for that. You saw Trippy kind of waiting for him to extend on that side, and they're still being punished for that decision. They go 4 dead once again, and this time it's with the overshield coming up, so they're losing even more resources as a result.
Yeah, 2 seconds for that OS like you talked about, and that first kill into lethal makes that overshield a bit easier to pick up. Precision goes down, Boo-Boo goes down as well. Another flag run goes past the 50% portion of the map, and Trippy with a full overshield to work with, gonna look for the spawns on the fridge. This is exactly the perfect scenario for the side of Optic Gaming as they continue to pressure the map and they get their 3rd cap punched in.
Wow, that could have led to a fourth as well had Formal stayed alive in their base, but Lucid goes ahead and reinforces the position that Formal left behind, but Lucid gets jumped by 3 members of Sentinels. They're not going to let that happen. And now Sentinels looking in the best state they have had in a while to just play out of their base.
Yeah, Lucid a bit aggressive there. That's going to force Trippy to backpedal a bit towards his base. Wants to make sure to wait for the spawn on Lucid before he pushes up, and you see it slowed down just a bit. 7 minutes remaining here. Sentinels need an answer, and they need one quick. It's going to be Boo Boo by himself on that card 2 side, immediately taken out. 3 dead once again for Sentinels. Falcon, the last player alive, he'll potentially fall as well as the spawns come out on the fridge.
So far, Optic are just playing around each other better. They've kept Sentinels on the respawn screen for a vast majority of this game. It's almost a 2-to-1 slay disparity in favor of Optic, and that's why they're able to just continually run these flags. The 4th one's in. Formal wins a huge fight on Boo Boo Doo Boo, and you got to start to wonder, is it even possible for Sentinels to come back at this point?
Yeah, it's tough when you're getting flag caps that easily and you're still able to stay alive and get those big pibs like we saw Formal just do. It's a 4-0 lead here for Optic Gaming in game number 1, and begs the question, not if, Sentinels will come back in this game, as I think that'll be very difficult for them with the way Optic's playing, but how is this series gonna pan out here? Finally, a couple kills go in for Boo Boo. He's the last player alive on the side of Sentinels. Immediately taken out, though. Not gonna be a lot of value from him, and Lethal, he'll fall with the trade as well, so Sentinels once again find themselves down in that numbers situation.
Optic just looking more warmed up and ready to play, frankly, at this point. I mean, you saw Boo Boo post on social media. He was up at 3 o'clock in the morning and ran 18 miles. His 18-mile run ended at 6 in the morning. Is he a little tired right now? I don't know, because it's a 5-0 in quick succession.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I could create a pool of water running 1 mile. So I don't understand how you run 18. That is incredible, and maybe that runner's high has fallen short of this tournament start because Sentinels, finding things a little bit tough. I don't count them out, though. I really do think that there is a chance that one game can turn this series around. That's just the first game. Obviously, it's a best of 7 that we get to witness here, and I think with one Slayer, maybe this series turns around just a bit. But Optic looking phenomenal here, and this is great, Eli, because we get to see these teams and what they've done to prep for Atlanta, right? And with the winner takes all, every single team going to be giving every ounce that they can into these games. So it's exciting to see what the prep has looked like and how that kind of formulates into what this tournament looks like for each one of these teams. And it looks like Optic have really worked hard, have been putting in that time, because they look solid against Sentinels.
To be honest, yeah, I brought up the scrim where Sentinels won 9-5. Now that was, I think, at least a week ago, maybe even longer. And since then, Optic have looked insane in their scrims. I mean, they split games with Faze. I saw they went 7-7 with Faze more recently. They've been putting up, mostly shutting out a lot of the teams underneath them. It looks like their most recent scrim, though, was against Incognito, and Incognito actually got 5 wins. So it's Optic 11-5 in that one. So I don't know. Optic been practicing quite a bit. Incognito, that's a strong showing for them, I would say.
Definitely.
And Optic just looking like they've just been practicing a lot, and I don't know if every team has been practicing as much as they have.
I mean, when you're Optic Gaming and you're the former world champs, two second place finishes is not what you're looking for. So I wouldn't doubt if like I said before, every ounce of energy goes into these scrims, goes into preparing for Atlanta. There's a lot of work that goes into all of these top teams, and exciting to see so far Optic Gaming's work kind of pay off. Obviously, I think Sentinels, like we talked about, gave them the run for their money in that pool side of London in Pool B, but bracket play was a little bit different. I think in pools, teams that I wouldn't say teams don't give their 100%, but you're playing for seeding in the bracket at that point, right? So it's like when the bracket play comes in, you see Optic stepping up in London, and that just makes sense. And I'm excited to see if in Atlanta, just kind of for storyline's sake, if Optic can break that second place, I guess you could say, curse. At least it's a curse for them, I would say, as they go into Atlanta. And this is kind of a showcase of that. This is cool, right? We get to see the top 4 teams in the game, all best of 7s. So I like the best of 7 situation because it has that competitive integrity where you have the time and all of the game types to really, for each team to fill each other out. So this is just a great scenario. This is awesome, actually. This is so cool.
Yeah, Sentinels don't look great in that game 1, but like you said, best of 7, that gives them so much time to adjust their pace, adjust their timing, fix their small talk, whatever the issues that they might have had in that first game. They've got the time to sort it out. I think Sentinels is the type of team that will feel it out. They will make those adjustments. We'll see if they can put up a better fight going into the rest of the series. Also, shout out real quick to Precision, who just got engaged yesterday. I saw the tweet. Congratulations to Ethan and Alyssa. Good friends with Alyssa as well. She's phenomenal in the scene. So cool to see those two come together, and congratulations on that engagement.
I love that. And I believe it was I think it was Tools that said Sentinels could win this whole thing. So I mean, I don't disagree with him. This team has so much potential. Precision is one of those players where I just think his ceiling is so high. Like, coming onto this team, I already thought he was one of the better players in the league, but I think with this squad around him, I just think he's going to grow. I think for any player out there who's trying to compete in Halo, being on a team that you can grow with is I think the fastest way to grow, and I think you would agree with me, Eli.
No, you're exactly right. I mean, this tournament is so stacked across the board. Obviously, it's the top 3 teams in the world, and then SEN, who's either 4 or 5. Shopify obviously has something to say about their position there, but I don't know. Sentinels probably going into this with the mindset of, we're going to play the best we can. Let's consider it practice for the most part. I mean, this is basically a free way to scrim all day on Sunday against all the best teams. Like, it's just a great practice day in a lot of respects. But with the added bonus of, hey, we're playing for money. If we can win this, we get a $5,000 bonus. So, you know they're going to be trying for it. But at the end of the day, I think this is a W for, all of these teams to get great practice, and also all of us to get to watch some of the most incredible Halo we've seen in some time.
Yeah, it's a great build up for Atlanta. And you saw in the winners bracket right there, it's Faze obviously in that winners finals preparing for the winner of this, of course. And Faze. Obviously just looking in form, looking phenomenal in preparation for Atlanta. I mean, we saw in London, Renegade was just absolutely disgusting. Probably one of his best tournaments that I've seen, and still looking really good. I think in that last game, he was 35 and 25 with the most ball time on his squad. So really cool to see Faze and Renegade and all of them playing at that level as well. But that's a great point, right? This is essentially a scrim, but I think like scrims and tournament mode, very different for these squads.
For sure.
Obviously, they're both online, obviously, but I think you're going to get the best out of these guys. Do you think that any of these teams, let's have a conversation about that. Do you think that any of these teams like hold back some type like strategies maybe? I know most of the strats are known and all of that, but maybe some mixy strategies. Do you think those are held for maybe Atlanta, or do you think, we're pretty much going to see what we're going to see here?
I think they're going to be trying to win in every game in any way they possibly can. I think so. They will probably withhold some starting strategies. I think that they might save some of their best starting strats, because the coaches are nerdy like I was and are taking notes on exactly what everybody's doing off the break. But if you show something totally different on LAN, you can maybe throw people off. So I think that it's probably different starting strats than we'll see at Atlanta, but overall, these guys just love to win. And we even asked that to a lot of our guests on the Tide the Leader podcast. When we talked to Frosty, we're like, you guys weren't really looking that great in scrims, but then you show up to London and you just run over everybody. Were you guys not trying in scrims? And he's like, no, we're trying to win every game. Online's just weird, and like it's hard to win every game online. And some of our players aren't, like Royal 2 is often literally the middle of nowhere. Is PC's plugged into his igloo wall somewhere trying to get his internet connection. So, I mean, like, they're just not exactly the same team online, but today, man, they've really showed up.
Yeah, I like you said, we both played Halo Infinite on LAN. Obviously, a very different game. It is a beautiful game on LAN. Obviously, online as well. It frustrates me online, but beautiful game on LAN, and I can definitely see why FaZe kind of flipped the switch when it comes to LAN. But here we go, guys. We're not talking about FaZe no more. It's Sentinels versus Optic Gaming. Optic Gaming taking game number 1 in convincing fashion here, but hopping into game number 2 with a little bit of a break in that momentum that Optic just gained. I think Sentinels have a chance to potentially tie this series up. They've got the players. I think they've got the firepower. Lethal's playing extremely well. Although if you ask him, he'll probably say, yeah, I'm playing like garbage. You know, that's just how Lethal is. But I think he's playing extremely well lately. We'll see how it pans out as we hop on board with Trippy.
I'm looking at Falcated to step up because he was not the Falcated we're used to seeing in that game 1. I typically call him one of the best players on Aquarius. He didn't look like it in that game 1, but he's definitely one of this team's major keys to victory, typically one of their primary damage dealers. I have to agree with you about Lethal though, by the way. I've been keeping an eye on their scrims. He's dealing the most damage in a lot of their scrims, which we did not see in season 1 from him, but he's absolutely been stepping his game up. Right now, tied early 5-5. The camo and shotgun, I think, were on the ground there. Not sure if the camo got burned out. No, a member of Optic will get away with it, and Trippy probably knows the shotgun's on the ground.
Yeah, that was great by Lethal right there, though, right? Taking out 2 before he goes down, getting as much value out of his life as possible. That's going to turn this to a tie game, 7-7 with Trippy. Like you said, having that camo in his hands, and the spawn's known on the side of Sentinels as well. First kill punches through. Assist comes in for the second, but I'd say that's a bit of a W here for the side of Optic Gaming. They're up in numbers.
Not only that, but Lucid's got the Stalker rifle. We know how deadly this man can be with it. Ormo's going to pick up the kill onto Boo Boo Doo. Momentarily 2 dead for Sentinels. Trippy gets a spawn on the Red Room side, so they actually kind of spawn in a perfect position to go ahead and pinch and then collapse on the members of Sentinels that are currently trapped in Ivy and C. Precision tries to get some space, but gets instantly deleted by the shots from Lucid. Looked like he had some team fire from Trippy as well. So right now, Optic look in firm control, and if they can keep this spawn trap up, Sentinels are going to be in trouble.
Yeah, spawn trap it is. All of Sentinels stuck inside that seaside. Lethal, the last player alive. He's going to be the staggered player here that needs to get taken out. And once again, before Lethal goes down, he gets a kill, evens up the numbers just a bit. You see the spawns happen on the purple side there. And Optic Gaming ready for it, but that camo coming up as well. So very interesting to see how this goes. It's going to be Precision, drops the shroud screen, gets the camo. That's going to be a camo here for the side of Sentinels, but they're 2 down.
Lucid assassinated Precision shortly after, so a bit of a sneak king medal coming out. And we're assuming, just based on the x-ray vision, that Precision was the one to get the camo. But if Lucid gets the sneak king immediately thereafter, Sentinels one chance to get themselves some momentum to get back into this game immediately cut short. Optic continue to roll. They're up by 9 at the moment.
Yeah, Sentinels just seem like they're on their back foot at all times here. Trapped inside to C. Boo Boo wins or trades a big fight, I should say there. So that's going to be Optic 3 down for a moment. But again, Lethal finds himself now in a 2v1 situation. Trades out his life once again. But Optic have run away 27-18 right now for Optic Gaming.
It's almost like Optic were listening to us talk about, oh yeah, Sentinels is looking better than ever. They could win this whole thing. Optic are like, are you kidding me? We've gotten second. We've never lost to these guys. We're not going to start losing to them today, as they look like they're winning. I mean, not only the team fights, but their individual battles as well. It seems like in these isolated fights, the Optic players are just coming out on top, and that's not always going to be the case. These guys on Sentinels are extremely strong. It's just Optic seem a little bit more prepared today.
You see the double push there on the B side, so Sentinels winning that B street control right now, but still, like you said, Optic in that loop. What? I've never seen this spot in my life. The repulse obviously gets him up there on that ledge, but like I said, learning new things every day for the game of Halo Infinite, and it's not gonna get him much, but still cool to see here as Sentinels are starting to catch up a bit. And as they are, it's Dead Zone who gets the kill to stop that momentum and picks up that Bulldog, which will be on the ground right now. Optic Gaming now fighting on their back foot just a bit.
Sentinels looking a lot better in this last little stretch here, and I'm just like you. I didn't know about that spot. I feel like every time I watch these guys, I'm like, okay, let me write that down. I need to add that to my gameplay. I'm seeing them do some cool new jumps that are super helpful, and this next camo up, Falcated's got the Stalker rifle on it, plenty of ammo to work with, and a repulsor as well, so has a defensive option in case he does get flanked. Looks like Trippy, though, gonna get a kill on Precision. That's a big kill for Trippy to get, but the perfect 3 shots out of Falcated, quickly rotating into tires. Lethal finds the double kill. Last player alive is Formal. And was he able to get the camo? I think last player on Optic. Yes, he does get the camo despite the rest of his team dying around him. Falcated gets taken down and he picks up the Stalker. This could be how Optic get that lead back that they started with.
No more. One more shot left here for Formal with that Stalker. That'll be now on the respawn and a little bit of camo left, but he finds himself in the middle of the map here. Not really able to get too much. A lot of damage being done, but Formal finds himself going down here, and now it's what was a 10 to 13 kill game, only 4.
Yeah, the Optic was up, what, 23 to 13 earlier, and now Sentinels have brought it all the way back, looking so much stronger. Lethal, the one that's been stepping up, 13 and 8. That double kill that he got earlier definitely was the catalyst for this comeback. Formal's going to try to stop the momentum. Gets 1 kill and then pushes Precision into back A, but Falcated's getting kills on the other side of the map, so even if Precision does go down here, Sentinel's still in good positions to clean up the fight.
Boo Boo, great kill there onto Formal with that Bulldog. Bulldog now, I believe, down, maybe out of ammo here, as you see Lucid doesn't end up picking it up, so ends up getting that kill though with Dead Zone's help there on the PD side. Lethal still doing massive amounts of damage. 41 to 39 now. Optic still lead, but Sentinels are doing everything they can. That kill on the Dead Zone is huge as that camo's coming up right now.
Lethal playing with confidence right now. That was a risky reach out, but just believed that he could be the one to finish the deal. And that's now 1 kill difference for Sentinels. Just 1 kill behind, previously down by 10. But this is where they've got to pull it together. They've got to stay strong, but 2 go down, and Lethal and Falcated, the last 2 players alive, they've got to work together in this situation. But no, Lucid's going to cut him down, and Optic look to close this game out with a W.
Yeah, that was beautiful. This is huge by Lucid. This camo changed the game entirely. A beautiful camo, beautiful plays by Lucid. Ends up getting another 2. That's 48 to 43, and what we thought was a very close game here, immediately snatched away from the side of Optic Gaming with that camo. Sentinels, though, not out of it just yet. 2 down for the side of Optic. You see Sentinels pushing forward on the map. It's all about this kill on the Formal. Formal somehow gets a kill, though. That's the 49th, and no shields is Lethal. Are they going to finish off the last kill? I'm not sure.
I don't think anyone's in position to clean up the 1-shot kills. They're all trapped on this B side. All of Sentinels now on the shoddy side had to get out of that window. Should now have a majority of their shields, but Optic can kind of start to swarm them. Looks like Sentinels are prepared for it. Oh my God, they brought it 49-49.
Oh my gosh, 3 of them on the purple side, the cafe side. Staying alive as long as possible. No one's going down. The slow play, Lethal with the Stalker. Massive amounts of damage goes in, but everyone plays their life perfectly. 1 kill is all that decides this game. And it seems Sentinels trying to find themselves a kill here.
They've somehow rotated to the C side and maintained their lives. I think they just were scared of getting pinched. Slowly, Boo Boo in a really precarious spot here. He's got to stay alive. Oh my. Trippy gets the kill.
Oh my gosh. 2 players down to no shields. Trippy cleans up the kill, and Optic find themselves 2-0 in the series. A massive showcase by Sentinels, bringing that game back, being behind the entire time, clawing their way forward, making it a 1-kill game. The camo changed everything there. We have to talk about it. Lucid grabbing that camo. It was Optic who, I believe, were down in numbers when he picked up that camo. I think there was 1 dead on the Optic Gaming side, but Lucid picks up the camo. All this information given right here on the B side. No kills, but lots of info. Stays alive, pushes forward. This was one of the best camo plays I've seen in a long time, and I think this was the catalyst that gave Optic Gaming this victory.
This gave them such a nice cushion to take into the end game. They also found these players trapped in PD. They're able to clean up all these kills. It looked like it was all but over, but Lethal starts popping off with the Stalker rifle here. He gets the first kill, has the repulse, goes up, finds his target. Trippy misses the melee. Boo Boo finds the grenade kill on the other side of the map. Now they're down by 3 at this moment. And this is where things get crazy. They start to push through. Formal gets this kill. After they get to 49, it feels like it's all but over, but they get 2 kills, continue to move forward. Dead Zone can't clean up the 1-shots here, and all members of Optic are on B. It's just a fight between the windows of shoddy side and tire window. And this just feels like Optic could maybe swarm around. Lethal somehow gets a kill onto Lucid back A. They're working together. Trippy goes down, 49-49. And then at this point, both teams retreat. So Sentinels go back to purple side and try to take some space on C. Ultimately, we saw the way that skirmish ended, but man, that feels bad if you're a Sentinels fan. It felt like that was a pretty mandatory win. You really don't want to start this series down 2-0. If you could keep it at 1-1 tie early, feels a lot more likely that you could go the distance, but Sentinel's going to have to be resilient here going into game 3.
Like you said, game 3, I gotta point out though, Lethal 20 kills in that Slayer game. I've seen a lot of things said about this man in the top 25 Halo players of all time, obviously number 2, and a lot of disrespectful things said about him, but he's showcasing he's still got it. He's one of the best players in the game. I mean, I love to see him drop 20 in a Slayer, but here we go. Sentinels 3 down. They find themselves 3 down here. And it's Optic Gaming once again with that shock rifle camo combination. We always talk about it. It's a deadly combo.
Absolutely, especially in the hands of this man. I feel like Trippy somehow overlooked on this roster. I think he's incredible, and one of the primary reasons for their success doesn't get talked about as much as his teammates, but he does go down not before getting 4 assists, so he's starting off strong, outputting lots of damage for the squad. And by the way, I saw Chig in chat here mention that Precision is playing from Hawaii, so that could be part of the reason we're not seeing the same Precision we're used to. I can't even imagine what his ping is right now.
Oh, he's 4-2 with that ping so far, so not too bad in this game 3, but yeah, that's gotta be tough for him.
Super tough.
And you see, it's Booba with a nice, beautiful double there. That's gonna get Sentinels a bit of control here in this hill, halfway through that hill. But you know what? We have a special thing. I want to do a listen in here with Sentinels. Let's see what the comms sound like for the squad.
Yeah, the truck got me. I mean, bottom mid. Foremost flowers, 1 shot. Getting a shield.
Camo. You might go top mid right here.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Top mid now. Weak. 1 shot.
Two there.
That one's weak. He dropped.
I got 1 shot top mid. 1 shot top mid for him.
It's on. Mark it up, Prius. 1 shot.
Yeah, I got Prius.
Blue truck killed me, blue truck.
Blue truck,
Camo.
weak. 1 shot, next round.
1 shot, U-turn formal.
Camo's 1 shot in this round.
1 shot, shoot.
Yeah, driveway, I think. Shooting me. Yeah, Marky killed me, last guy. Full shields.
Just dropped. Weak.
That's fine, I can look.
I shot him twice.
Yeah, he's blue truck side close to him.
Mark it.
Yeah, Marky.
Watching
Yeah,
you.
he's thrust too.
He's still down there.
I'm looking benches with you.
Yeah, loop formal.
Yeah, we can fight soon.
Top mid.
In top mid, yeah.
Watch out, U-turn. U-turn, 1 shot.
1 shot LR.
One shot. And what's up, y'all? Try to live in blue.
Yeah, look at blue.
Top yellow. I have shots. Dead zone. 1 shot, market. Yeah, bottom mid, lucid, 1 shot.
Soda as well.
Yeah, 1 shot close blue truck with thrust. Dead zone.
Got him.
Nice.
Top mid. 1
Top mid,
shot.
yep.
One's LR.
LR still.
What's up, bitches?
Not dying, dude.
Just a miss. 1 shot.
And
And
that's
one
fine,
bottom
that's
left. Open field. And top nest.
Top
1
nest,
shot.
formal. Yeah.
And
Yeah, we go for the guys and has a thrust blue truck.
Yeah, 1, 2.
1 shot, next.
1 shot.
Nice.
That zone is really hurt blue truck somewhere.
I got him.
Nice.
Do that.
And he'll blue truck with us. And
Could be 1 shot.
He's 1 shot on it.
Yeah. Dude, 1 shot hill. 1 bullet hill.
Mark it.
Even market.
Hey, I'll come.
Go Prius again.
Good job, Prius.
Dude, no, I got 2.
LR.
1, 2.
You might go top yellow, guys. He's gonna go top yellow.
Mark it. Driveway.
Driveway.
You mark it.
All dead. Nice.
Let's go. Yard.
Yeah, I'm here.
That's fine,
Jump into Bill.
Yeah, camo and 25, yes.
I think they're tram.
Yeah, it could be.
You're
I'm
up here,
putting-
maybe?
I think we split them blue.
Yo,
Yeah, it's blue.
Clear.
I have
Yeah, I'm here to see.
Wolf,
Last one, it should be, guys.
I got Trippy.
Get him, get him.
Flowers near, flowers.
I think L tunnel.
Yeah, it could be. 1 shot flowers as well.
Tunnel dead.
Alright, camo
1 shot
10.
in blue, 1 shot blue.
I can flank blue.
I hear that is.
Camo on 5 now.
I'm blocking tram. I'm just blocking tram right here.
Yeah, bench is already lucid.
I want to be blue.
Hit him once.
Yeah,
Camo's
bench is
up
big
now.
trippy.
Flowers, 1 shot. Flowers dead.
What's up, bench is
Dummy,
trippy?
top yellow.
Looking at camo.
They're gonna be on you, Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, glass.
Yeah, we
Keep it.
LR.
LR.
1 shot next trippy.
1 shot front loop.
Yes, 1 shot trippy. I have camo.
Yeah. Yo, bench is on you. Yep. And no one top snipe Trippy.
And then we're missing
One
One
shot.
shot of snipe. There's 2
I
there.
need thirst.
I got 1.
Nice. That one formal. Bench is probably.
I'm watching loop and shit.
Yeah, open field the hotel.
Bench is the posters. Yeah, get ready to shoot this guy maybe.
A blue truck.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Back
They
there,
might
back
be
there.
giving this up.
Yeah,
One blue
yeah.
truck.
Yeah, I'm gonna milk some time.
That's rank weak and 1's in blue.
Hill incoming.
Yo,
And blue kill me.
open field.
And blue with a repulse.
And that's
One shot
what
open field. 1 shot open field.
1's blue with a repulse. It's like he's
Soda shooting me, formal.
But
Nice, nice.
High window, high window. Weak,
Yeah,
weak,
and then
weak.
one's bottom mid trying to kill me. I'm one
One shot
shot.
blue. One shot dead too. One shot dead. One shot
I'm
blue.
watching anything, I'm watching. Yo, get
If
this
you
snipe,
have
get this
Morphe.
snipe. Yeah.
One shot blue again.
Hotel.
Hotel's really weak, hotel's really weak.
Bottomless, Mike.
Already.
blue,
Okay, I'm watching your weak.
Bottomless, one shot,
One shot hotel. One shot snipe lift as well.
One shot sniper.
One shot snipe lift in hotel.
I got
Watching
one
this
left,
one.
hotel. Maybe hotel.
Down here again.
I died.
Yeah, I'm living. Hotel nil.
Getting him out of the hill real quick.
Dip is weak on.
Challenge me. On me,
Yeah, bottom mid. We got
One
him.
is nest. One is nest.
He's on me.
Mike, I'm here.
Yeah, he killed me.
Shot snipe lift.
Down.
Good kill, two dead.
Yeah, top hill trying to kill me. He got me.
Cam on 30.
I have death cam blue truck. Yo, dip. Pushing you ramp.
Pushing, yeah, close.
In high window. Yeah, just take that one.
2-shot blue ramp. That's on.
Okay. Probably gonna spawn tonight.
20 seconds cam on. 20 seconds cam
I'm
on.
looking above you, Mike. Looking above you.
Yeah.
2 and 0.
Yeah, I'm pushing snipe, Mike. I'm here.
Weak dip,
Maybe a
yeah.
score or something. Watch
Yeah,
out.
he could have.
Yeah, nest ramp. Lucid. Back up.
Cam on
No,
10.
that's where lucid. He's going in that sword. In his sword.
Yeah.
That's right,
Maybe
that's
a
right.
score.
Jam on 5. I spawned bottom mid, guys. Flower door, one shot.
I'm looking
Hill.
at the
One shot hill too. One shot blue right. Nice.
Cam on up.
Yeah, lifted.
Flowers dead.
And then nest ramp. Lucid did die. Yep.
Absolute one bullet sniping. Benches, sitting benches.
I'm looking.
Yeah.
He's dead.
Nice.
Nice.
Four dead.
We're down right here.
Formal up.
There's burning
I
time.
spawned in flowers.
Burning clock.
Okay. I think I already got Marcus.
Mark it.
Yeah, priest, down
Yeah,
priest.
incoming, incoming,
Watch
yep.
out, priest. Dead.
Oh, you turn chasing.
Soda weak.
Drive.
Three.
You went yardage?
I'm
Go
looking
back
just
nest,
pushing behind
Mike.
him.
Go back
Yeah,
nest.
yeah.
I'm behind the yard guy.
I'm blocking blue.
Hey, top yellow. Out.
Yeah,
I spawned blue.
Hotel spawns and blue truck. And this is what's coming.
Hotel, TJ.
He's gonna be
Wait,
sniping us.
one shot lift. One shot lift.
And hotel.
What's all hurt? Not hurt.
There's 2-shot up front hotel.
Sniping us, looking at you. Lift.
The hill.
And Priest shooting me.
Lift is weak.
Yeah, one shot lift.
Mark it.
Mark is weak. And top yellow.
Yeah, one shot.
Triple kill.
I'm alright,
man. Driveway?
Yeah, just kill on top. Driveway, going tram. I'm gonna fight Soda with you.
And guard's weak.
Yeah.
Push me back, blue.
Yeah, here, Mike. I'm fighting this.
And
One shot flowers.
Yeah, two shot LR, two shot LR.
Dead.
Almost LR. Yeah,
Flowers still one. Dead. Top mid.
yeah, top mid or bottom.
I'm looking benches.
Drop T-turn, one shot. Dead.
Nice.
Defeat.
Again.
And as we come back from that uncensored listen in, it's going to be Sentinels putting their first on the series scoreboard. And you gotta love it, right? We see Lethal playing out of his mind. We see Valkated not missing a shot. But one thing I noticed from that listen in was Shig, right? You gotta give your flowers to the coach. There's a reason why Sentinels are one of the better teams at controlling those power-ups. You heard him in 10-second increments. The camo's coming up, 10 seconds. The camo's coming up, 5 seconds. Like, how do you miss a camo when someone's constantly in your ear telling you that camo's coming up? I absolutely love that. And we constantly talk about their power-up control, but Sentinels, I mean, you got to talk about it. Boo Boo, 4,200 damage. Falcated, 5,700 damage. My gosh.
I told you, man, when Falcated wakes up, this is a different roster. This guy is unbelievable, does not get talked about enough, but absolutely been one of the straightest shooters, highest damage output, main slayers that we've had in the league since this game came out. He's been doing it since the beginning, and even back to Halo 5 as well. See, Lethal in chat, by the way, said, precision in Hawaii, by the way. That's why I have to get kills today. So, he said, listen, my team's nerfed currently. I've got to buff myself a bit, and that's why we're seeing Lethal get a few more kills along the way. But you know what else I noticed that game is just how calm and collected they are. They're not phased by the fact that they started down 2-0.
Yep.
There's no like sadness in their tone, like, oh, we just lost to 50-49. I feel like some players get checked out, but just business as usual. They understand that this game can go either way, and I love to hear that calm confidence out of Sentinels.
Very important to have, and Lethal always very humble, but a character in the community. We love him. Performing really well today. He's on your screen right now, 2-0, starting off this game, and has that snipe to work with as well. Taking down on the bottom tower position, not really giving himself away, but they're gonna spot him out pretty quickly. That's gonna be Formal and Lucid with the double push here. Formal says, give me that snipe. as he has camo, and he'll take that top tower control.
Formal's absolutely frying right now as well. Despite losing game 3, he still had phenomenal numbers. In game 2, the Slayer, he topped the entire lobby in damage and had the least damage taken. So Formal doing formal things per usual. I don't know when he's not doing formal things, but here we go. Lines up the body shot onto Lethal. Nice grenade onto the dice as well, predicting where Lethal might decide to take cover, but Lethal drops down. And looks like Optic will continue to hold, but no kills yet. So this push is still going.
Now, great awareness by Formal, like you said. Understands there's still a player on the bottom of tower. It's Lethal. And a 1v1, that repulse will be good. And it'll be Lethal taking a bit of a bath here. But Precision, he's going to be taking that ball over to this tower side. Even with Lethal going down, they win the numbers on the tower side. Trippy now the last player alive, stuck on the key door, and all of Optic Gaming spawning on A.
Allocated, use the last bullet of the sniper with perfect precision, gets a headshot. That's going to open the door for some more ball time. Love this rotation as well, predicting what routes that Optic would be going for, and Falcated in the perfect spot to hit the flank. Perfect shots for the killing spree. Double kill onto Lucid, and that was either good communication or just a good prediction that Lucid would go for that skill jump.
He's only died one time. Like, this is absolutely nuts. 8-1 out of Falcated. Like you said, timing so important in Halo Infinite. Understands where that pressure is coming from Optic, and the way he's just moving around the map, the flow and the way he's predicting where Optic is, like you said, maybe based off of that communication, maybe timing, maybe a little bit of both, has really gave Sentinels just a lot of free space here, and just allowing them to get so much time. 80 points and counting here for Sen in round number 1.
This is what we were talking about. Yeah, they lost game 1 5-0. People are like, oh man, this is going to be a wash. Optic Gaming is just going to run them over, but Sentinel's always so good at just adjusting their pace as time goes on, recognizing what their flaws are in the moment and fixing them on the fly. They are that self-aware. I think most of the teams are, but I think Sentinels, more than most, just kind of embody that mentality.
This is just beautiful. On the side of Sen, Optic taking that ball back. We've got Falcated and Precision, it looks like, on that back B side, and the spawn from Boo Boo comes in as well. Optic have full information of all 3 spawners. Lethal going to be spawning as well. Might get a bit of a split spawn here. He does. He spawns on that tower side, so he's got pressure from that lane. But oh my gosh, Lucid watching every lane. The double the killing spree for Lucid, not missing a shot.
Look at that. He was predicting the next player would be cuts and set up a grenade in advance to try to get the triple, but doesn't have to. Look at these continuing to roll. Teammates are dying around him. He gets another double kill. Formal was the last player alive, but Falcated going to be the one to come out on top in that engagement. Next set of spawners are on the way, though, so he can't comfortably grab this ball. He's going to retreat into A, but man, Lucid popping off. That is a scary sight.
A little bit of a season 1 Lucid right there. You love to see it. Hasn't really missed a beat. Always has some really solid games that his performance really shines through, and that'll give Optic a bit of a comeback here, somewhat. 64 now to 81 in terms of points with 3 minutes remaining, and it's going to be, of course, Sentinels and Lethal on this C side, with the spawners coming on at the B. The pressure from Sentinels coming in, and my gosh, 2 players from Optic. Oh no, only 1 player goes down. Some great team shots here from Optic to try and stay alive, but they will get Lethal, and Boo Boo's gonna end up rotating back, and Sentinels is gonna end up getting round number 1.
Very important round 1 victory. This was that flank we talked about from Falcade. His sense of timing is what makes him such a good damage dealer. You've got to be in the right spot at the right time to land these shots, and if you want to look at timing and study it, Falcade is a guy to look at. The opening strat here from Sentinels on the other side. Gonna pressure on this turbine side. They do get the first 2 kills. Precision had gone down as well, but Boo Boo is gonna get the first oddball hold.
Yeah, that's a beautiful 3-man wipe here for the side of Sentinels. Boo Boo's also gonna get a snipe for his trouble as well, and again a rotation with that ball towards the tower side. Camo is coming up, though. You see it just gets popped here, and Optic are on that side of the map ready for it. It's gonna be Formal with that camo. Snipe in the hands, I believe, of Boo Boo, but he ends up falling. But look at the flank here. Look at the potential play here from Optic, all pushing on that C side. They've got tower control now, and they've got that ball.
They once again drop the sniper for Formal to do some work with camo, and work is what he does. Takes the face of Lethal. That should extend this oddball hold as the push from Sentinels has already been weakened. They're going to keep moving forward, but without a player on one side, it just makes it so much easier for Optic to defend on the other side. A good push usually has different players across the map, but you know what? Let's take a look at, or take a listen in, the uncensored listen in with Optic Gaming to hear how they're approaching this situation.
I can fight Nest. One shot pillars. One more pillar door after that. Pillar door.
Spawning over the screens, maybe?
Shields, white wall.
One shot, high flat.
One shot, flat. He's running cuts right now. He's still sandbag. 2 sandbag going top mid.
And then
White wall. White wall
in the white box.
I'm gonna punch top inside.
Yeah, I'm here, man.
I'm gonna go green.
Yo, Keydor and on screen.
I'm on screen, on screen.
You guys moving? They're gonna be
One
down.
Keydor.
I got a nice start.
Elbow one guy going dummy.
Bring the ball all liter at.
I'm out there.
Missing one guy, I guess.
I'm looking at it.
I'm behind the tree.
Watching it.
One shot, top mid.
Top mid. Two guys top mid. They're just waiting. They're really just waiting.
Go top mid. One shot on mid. No top mid, one shot.
Yo, sandbag, drop Keydor, one shot. Keydor one.
One shot, and screens on Tommy. I spawned up, guys. I spawned up.
One shot.
Three dice, go.
One shot on mid. Lethal up, running away.
Automated screen.
Skeeter.
Hey, they're both like Keydor said then.
White wall.
I also pillars.
Played, definitely could. I played ball.
Camo.
I'm on that guy,
Dummy speak, and on camo.
Elbow.
Kill dummies.
Two. On ball and missing one.
Kill's been cut.
Hear you.
Spawn green.
Still here.
Oh no, what's the camo?
Two guys, two one shots. He's camo. He's cuts with camo. Cuts with camo. Literally walking past.
Weak and tires. I'm working on it. Hey, plat as well.
Yeah, be careful of spawn.
Camo. And screens. Yep.
Yo, Keydor going cuts. Dummies. On your top tower right now.
Can't see him. Yeah. One shot, Tommy. One shot.
Yeah, I'm hitting big door.
You in the vent sniping, one's a pot. A pot's weak, prison. One shot, pot. Should an absolute pot. Come back in there. One's Keydor sniping half. I'll kill this guy.
On OB, weak.
He's on OB.
Okay,
You can bring ball green. Rat and A, I think.
Yeah, he's half shields.
Watch that, I'm already nice. Nice, Tommy. Two days.
Marty
was down on OB.
I'm gonna hold it.
Yeah. Could be top mid or screens already, maybe close.
Yeah, screens.
Looking, Matt. I'm looking.
Somebody screens with snipe.
Yo, kill screens with me, Tommy.
He's still just sitting screens. Still just sitting here with sniper.
Dead.
Jumped out, weak.
First, I don't see fire.
They put in time in.
Green, I'm gonna enjoy one.
Wow, two there.
Rack.
Chasing rat.
Oh, in A. Okay, one shot in lethal.
Watch me.
I spawned dummy. Tommy. You wanna go sniping back green, bro. Yeah, I see that.
I'm going to
He's white.
As we come back from the uncensored listen-in, we heard a little bit of frustration out of Trippy, but that frustration was quelled, and he's starting to play better. I think like having a really rough start to this game, starting to now catch his stride, and of course with Optic Gaming, that means that they're about to be at 70 points. That ball is played, but again, I love to see Trippy kind of regain.
It's a great point. You got to have teammates that you can trust and keep you level-headed. I think that Optic are exactly that team. They hold each other accountable, help each other out, pick each other up. Love to see that, but I love to see that play from Boo Boo, by the way. You saw him with the QT, had his portal set on the nest, but he was back B, goes to play the ball, instantly portals the nest. If he had gotten away with his life, that would have been huge, because then he was already going to be in a good position to contest the next ball using that QT. He did get cut down in that moment, and Optic looked very good in this second round to tie up the game.
Well, they've got that seaside control. There is a little bit of presence here on the Keydor as well, and this is all setting up for that camo. Precision, though, sneaks on through the lanes, gets the camo for the side of Sentinels. Now his objective is to stay alive as long as possible, and he will do that while getting a kill. They can't take him out. Precision's still alive. There's no way. Finally, he's taken down. But all the while, Optic Gaming only needs 6 points, and Precision getting that camo, staying alive, has really prevented them from closing out this round number 2.
Precision looking like he's having a flashback to his Gears of War days, just playing that wall perfectly, just pulling all of the attention from multiple members of Optic to open up time and space for the rest of Sentinels to push in. Huge plays, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Optic only needs 6 seconds. There's still 2 minutes on the clock. Boo Boo does get away with the ball, but how long is that going to last? Trade comes out, and all it's going to take is for Optic to get 1 set of slays and to grab this oddball for 6 seconds. I think we're going to ultimately get to a round 3, but Sentinels are not going to make it easy.
Oh yeah, they get that first kill on a dead zone, which makes things a bit more comfortable. And if they can kill Formal here, and they do, that's gonna get them that sniper, the kill from Precision, shooting bodies midair that are already dead. Precision, he had a family. My goodness gracious, 60 points here for Sentinels. It is not over yet.
Is trick-shotting body disrespect a thing? This guy is doing it on the fly. Hits another headshot. That's a huge kill on the dead zone as well. What is this man's ping right now as he sends Trippy off the map before being taken down? And I said this felt like an inevitable round 3, but all of a sudden, all the momentum in favor of Sentinels after that insane sequence from Precision.
That's it. I'm moving to Hawaii. I'm booking my flight today. I'm done being on the East Coast. Apparently, this is working out for Precision and the side of Sentinels, and it's that one play that turned everything around here for the side of Sentinels. It was Precision staying alive with that camo, just making it so difficult for Optic Gaming to get that ball. And if they were tilted before, my gosh, I don't want to hear the comms now. Sentinels, we're going to game 5, 2-2 in the series. Don't forget, this is a best of 7, but Sentinels bringing it back.
Unbelievable regain. What was it, 94 to 40-ish, I want to say? And Optic unable to get another second on the board because of clutch plays across the board, primarily from Precision, with some insane snipes and body disrespect along the way. So not only dealing physical damage on the map, but perhaps some mental damage as well.
Man, I'm gonna be honest. I love Trippy as a person, and hearing him in the comms earlier, I was like, oh, I think he was 4-14. He started to pick it up as the game went on, but that tilt was gone. But we've got to talk about this man. This man is the one who tilted everybody. Look at the timing. Everyone he shoots doesn't know he's there. The timing is just so beautiful. Falcated, not missing many shots whatsoever. And you've got Falcated, who doesn't miss shots. You got Precision, who has precision in his name. What is Lucy gonna do? He tries his best there with his snipe. Formal has a couple of good plays as well. But at the end of the day, it's that one play from Precision with that camo, staying alive on the turbine, just making it mixy for Optic Gaming, not allowing them to feel comfortable whatsoever. If he had gone down there, those 6 seconds were easy. That was an easy 6 seconds. They had that entire side of the map controlled, but no. Precision stays alive, even gets a kill, does damage as well. Like, my goodness gracious. If there's a series turning play, it was that one right there. But enough talk about that game number 4. Now we got to talk about game number 5, and that stick from Boo Boo starts off things strong.
This starts off strong, and when I see Sentinels on this map, I'm thinking back to when they beat Shopify Rebellion 50-24 in one of those online tournaments. I mean, you don't see a stat line like that very frequently. Granted, by the time it was like 40-20, it felt like Shopify were just trying to get the game over with, suppress jumping on grenades and the like. But Sentinels, though, very strong on this map, very comfortable on this map, usually because of Boo Boo Doo getting every camo, perhaps with help from Chig. And if they can secure the power-ups, they could potentially put Optic in the blender here.
And that's what they're good at. We've seen it so many times, securing those power-ups. See who ends up getting the 10-minute one here for either side, but Lucid is going to end up seeing his teammate Informal go down here. Has some spawns on the backside, though, so Precision's going to end up in a 2v1, and this is great by Optic Gaming. Great presence, great just patience, and great teamwork as well.
10-10, it feels like it's been tied since the game started. Almost every kill been traded out so far. Nothing really spawning on the map anytime soon. I mean, we got camo in 30 seconds, so let's see how Boo Boo plays this. I want to stay on Boo Boo's screen until this camo comes up. Assuming he stays alive, he does not. So usually you'd like to see just kind of the way that he moves around the map to give his team the best chance to get the camo. Falcated, last player alive on his team, going to take a sneaky position here. Kind of surprised he hasn't been spotted. This position is really not that sneaky. Does find a trade onto Trippy, and that's a big trade because Trippy was the best positioned to grab this camo, and now the rest of Optic have to move out of their positions to go for it.
Yeah, Optic have done a great job of, being available in that numbers advantage here. I'm not sure who ended up getting that camo, but formal, okay. We'll see what he's able to do with it. He still is alive, but stuck on this bottom center of the map. It's going to be a bit tough as Sentinels just keeps peppering him. My goodness, it's so hard to not be seen with this camo. It's almost like every player can spot this camo from miles away. But Formal doing his best and doing a great job of staying alive here. He's leading his team in slays and the least deaths as well. And 20-14, Optic lead.
Yeah, Formal got how many of the camos in that live fire game as well? It seems like he is on top of it today. And good time to be over here at the snipe tower. Oh, almost get some team damage, but look at all the members of Sentinels looking like ants, just fighting for their life in the ant hole. As Dead Zone gets the triple kill, and now 5 seconds away from the shock rifle coming up. Multiple members of Optic going to press forward. They want to apply pressure to these spawners, keep them trapped in the tramp side, let Formal go to work with the shock rifle. Optic look to take the lead in this series if they can keep up this pace.
Yeah, that was just beautiful, right? Sentinels know they're kind of trapped there on the bottom of lift. The spawns are known. When you're playing against Optic Gaming, you know they are aware of where they are in the map position and where those spawns are going to happen. And just ends up that Optic off of that takes a pretty massive lead. The stick from Lucid and the assist as well. Doing it all as Lucid. 29 kills for Optic.
Lucid doing Lucid things. He's also got the sticky repulse. Be on the lookout for that. Okay, he's not gonna combine the two resources together. Gonna just throw the sticky, save the repulse for another play. Kind of expected him to bait the corner there and go for a play like that, but maybe needed to give his teammates a bit more help. We're fighting from across the map. Precision gonna try to play this pillar and stay alive, but all of a sudden the Sentinels have not been able to play their game. They're not in positions to grab the power-ups like we're used to seeing. And Optic are one step ahead. They're playing the chess game in a way that does not allow Sentinels to get into their comfort zone.
Yeah, being one step ahead and having a lead like this is two things that you are absolutely happy with in terms of Slayer. Don't forget, this is a best of 7. We are in game 5, of course. I just wanted to update everybody. Every match today will be best of 7. So all these teams get to showcase their absolute best, get better as the tournament proceeds, as we see many teams do. Optic Gaming looking to get better, as 36 kills is what they'll acquire so far. And it just looks like all but impossible for the side of Sentinels. But if there's one team I wouldn't count out based on the way this series has gone so far, it's Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, they came back from a 10 kill deficit to make a 50-49 finish, ultimately coming up short, but I don't know, man. 15 kill deficit when your opponent's Optic Gaming and they only need 12 more. This one feels like it's over to me, but especially on this map, man. This map just does not play into comeback potential very frequently. It's very difficult to come back in this one, especially when you get trapped in the back of Tram, and Optic know how to keep you trapped in here.
And that's those heavy spawns. Back of Tram, bottom of Snipe, Blue. I mean, you set up yourself in a position to take advantage. Oh,
wow. That was the deepest late jump I think I've ever seen. He was like almost all the way off the entire ledge. That was insane.
Yeah, I think what I've heard is that you can go all the way to your chin or something if you do it perfectly, but which is insane. And it looked like that was definitely his chin. But my goodness gracious, Precision, all he can do, and it's not enough, unfortunately. 43-29. Sentinels have Optic trapped a little bit here, and they'll take advantage of that.
Okay.
And we've seen swings on this map, but like you said, it's gonna be real tough. 6 kills is all Optic needs.
Yeah, they need 6. Sentinels needs 18. Next camo and shock just came up. You have to think that's going to be one of the recipes for them to come back into this. They probably have to secure both. Lethal is unbelievable today, man. Also, what sensitivity does this guy play on? I feel like he's swinging around, just picking up kills that he has no business getting.
I've watched him for a little while. Obviously, we all watched Lethal for a little while. Did he up his sensitivity? Because that's a really good point. I feel like it was slow before. I feel like it's a bit faster and snappier now. I'm not sure what sensitivity he's at, but it's Optic Gaming find themselves trapped, but not really trapped, because Lucid's got the shock rifle in his hands, and there is 2 kills that go down, though, in the kill feed at the bottom left of the screen. And I believe maybe Lucid just wasting the shock rifle. He's going to end up falling. There's a bit of shock rifle left, but wasting that shock rifle, not definitely a smart situation, especially with Lethal having that camo.
Yeah, I think that's a very smart play out of Lucid because, I mean, he sees the writing on the wall. It is possible for Sentinels to come back, but depleting the shock rifle ammo, it just denies one of the resources they could use to create that comeback. So we'll have to see if that comes back lethal. Only having one bullet to work with means that he can't work with any more, but they brought this within 4. Every kill that trades out plays the Optic's favor, but this is insane. How is this a 3-kill game?
Was it 15 you said? Right? You said 15 kills. I think that's actually insane. I think Optic are going to close it out. Wait, okay, they get the trade 49 to 46. No way, right? Yeah, Falcon is going to fall here. There's a no. He doesn't fall. Wait,
he got away.
What?
Formal desperately trying to find the angle to take down Falcon. Precision gets a kill. Formal's one shot. How is this a close game?
What is going on? Wait, everyone move to Hawaii. Everybody move. This is nuts. What is happening? The 3-man push from Sentinels. Camel's coming up in 3 seconds. I wouldn't dare go for that if I'm either side. Boo Boo down to no shields. Dripping down to no shield. Gets taken out. Dead Zone trying to clean up a kill. He can't. Lethal stays alive. 49 to 48.
Wait.
Oh my word, you've got to be kidding me. Another 50 to 49 victory for Optic, but Sentinels were down 15 kills, ladies and gentlemen. 15.
All right, who wrote the script today? Someone send me the script. This is ridiculous. I mean, what was they were down by 10 in the Streets game and come back and bring it 50-49. This time they're down by 15 at one point. I want to say it was 23 to 38 when I said that. And then I think it was then 44 to 31. So at that point they were down 13. And then they bring it all the way back. I mean, this was all Optic at the beginning. They had all the sandbox. So, well, the very beginning was all traded back and forth, 10 to 10. But then Optic start to build that separation here, up by 7 at this point. It's going to increase even more after this play. 10 at this point. It just keeps going up. And then the resilience from Sentinels is incredible. You feel like, man, if they can keep each other alive like that, why don't they just play like that from the time the game starts? That's insane.
Well, there's 2 things that need to happen if you want to play like Sentinels. Obviously, they do lose that game by 1 kill, which is a bit tilting, especially with the series being tied. But either move to Hawaii or run, 18 miles or whatever the heck. Like, one of those 2 things should happen because absolutely nuts. I did not expect this whatsoever. There's 46 to 49 at one point. I've also got to talk about the other things. We got to give our flowers to Optic. At the very end, Formal having the ice to just sit there while 3 Sentinels players are in front. We're going to see it right here in a minute. But 3 Sentinels players in front of Formal. And he just, look at him. He just sits there. He's like, yeah, I'm taking this fight. Gets that last kill. And now Optic Gaming, 3 to 2 now in the series, find themselves in a position to close this one out. My goodness, what a series this has been. One of the most entertaining series I've probably ever watched. At least to my memory. I'm feeling it right now. There's a lot of adrenaline in my body right now because that was just nuts.
Yeah, can we talk about that play that Formal makes at the end there? Literally in what felt like a 1v3. I know he has another teammate somewhere dealing damage as well, but he just bet everything on himself. If he dies there, yeah, it's 50-49 in Sentinel's favor. But Formal just had that sense, that veteran mentality to understand, like, I have just enough time to get this kill before I die. And man, you got to have a lot of self-confidence to bet the entire game on that, especially when the series is tied going into the nail biter. Man, this is insane.
Icy. Like, I don't know if we can watch that back, but literally, I think he even target switched in that fight too, which is the crazy part, right? Like, I believe he just went for the weaker player. I'm not positive. Yeah. Regardless, though, it is insane. Yeah, it's just ice mentality. It's just crazy. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Optic 3 to 2 in the series. And now we go to game number 6. Sentinels, 2 games. 2 Slayer games go to 50-49, and Optic end up winning them. And again, we have to talk about it. Both games, Sentinels coming back in those games to make it a 50-49. It's got to be frustrating, Eli. That's got to be a hit to the heart.
A little bit frustrating for sure, but at the same time, you got to get some confidence from like, man, we actually almost won that. Like, I kind of feel like that's what I could hear Lethal saying right now. Like, they actually let us almost win that. Like, that's embarrassing. You know what I mean? Like, you can kind of you can kind of flip it into a positive, right?
Yeah.
I'm always one to find the silver lining. I feel like the guys on Sentinels are too, but this is going to be a very interesting, fast-paced game. We're going to see an early trip cap from Optic, who have camo shock in the hands of Formal once again. How many times has this guy had a camo sniper in this series?
Oh, he's gonna end up falling there. You saw Boo Boo Doo, right? Just holding down crouch while strafing to avoid that shot. That's gonna put the shock rifle down inside of the pipes, and I believe now it's in the hands of Dead Zone. We haven't seen much Dead Zone today. I'm excited to see how he kind of starts this game off. Gets the cleanup onto Lethal. Shock rifle in his hands. Falcon put down to no shields. The assist comes through. Some great communication here onto this squad. And you see, it's going to be Dead Zone taking space onto A while Sentinels get C.
Try to land the headshot. Not quite prepared for that player to walk out onto catwalk. Take some heavy grenade damage as well. Can already see Sentinels have plans to break into A, but Formal's here to kind of reinforce the position. Multiple members in the tower side, and with damage advantage, Optic pounce, but that's 2 dead on both sides. Can Sentinels take advantage of the situation and get into A?
I love this play by Dead Zone, right? He tries to double push there. Boo Boo shuts him down somehow. A massive kill is going to give Sentinels that A side control, and Boo Boo's aware of those spawns as well. What a beautiful play by Boo Boo.
I don't, it looked like a beautiful play, but it also looked a little bit like new network jank to me. I'm sure Dead Zone had something to say about where he ended after the melee. It looked like his melee pushed him through to the other side and also didn't connect at the same time. So I don't know. Weird looking fight there. Ultimately, Boo Boo going to take advantage of it. The thing is, yeah, you're going to get lucky in this game, but what do you do with the situation when you do get lucky? Do you get the most out of it? I feel like Boo Boo is that type of guy. He's going to make sure that he capitalizes on his good fortune.
With camo coming up, it's 3 down for the side of Sentinels, and you see Trippy with that camo already pushing down to that bottom tower side. It's Precision all by himself. They'll take him out pretty cleanly. Still a lot of camo to work with. Wait a minute though. It's gonna be Lethal, I believe. Trippy just running around. Save me, says Trippy, as Dead Zone comes in to be his helping hand, and he'll continue on here as Boo Boo is on the A side, and Optic are just 2-1ing everything from the side of Sentinels right now. It's always a 2v1 situation, and Optic, with that numbers advantage, really taking on these fights, and now have a triple cap locked in.
Exactly right. Precision was in a situation there, had Formal in front of him, Dead Zone behind him, ends up finding the trade, which is pretty good in a 2v1 situation, but it's not going to be enough. Still a trip cap on the side of Optic. Lucid's here to protect C and shuts down Boo Boo, the first spawner, and that feels like that kill right there should cement a much longer trip cap hold as Sentinels continue to be in the blender. Optic are present on every corner of this map, and they are not letting Sentinels breathe. They're also forcing Sentinels to spawn far away from one another, so they don't even have a chance to get out of it.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. I love that, right? There's a little bit of a split spawn on that pipe side, but regardless, they take that full control of CNA. They're still maintaining that control here. 150 points here for Optic Gaming. Finally, it's a little bit of life here out of Sentinels. As that camo's coming up in about 22 seconds, it's going to be important for that seaside control, and that big win from Lucid once again might guarantee this camo, but they have to deal with Boo Boo again as well.
That was a big win from Lucid. If Lethal wins that fight, it would look like Sentinels could have held on to scoring position for a bit longer, but as he goes down, it's familiar territory for Optic. Back in scoring position. This camo's up though. Sentinels look to be in prime position, sending 2 players down here. Boo Boo's going to be the one to put it in the suit. Precision going to aggressively push into A with Falcated. Lethal was there as well. So 2 members of Optic go down. Boo Boo 1 shot with the camo. He's going to get grenaded out. But can Falcated pick up the pieces in this fight, and ultimately Cat B, we'll have to see.
Yeah, he's trying to speed it up the pace to take care of those weak players. Shields do come up, but Falcated's still able to get that kill. And with shock rifle, he's gonna pick that up as well, and potentially going to get B. Trippy gonna take some damage from the platform, but he ends up staying alive for a moment, ends up going down, but regardless, that's shock rifle down as well. Falcated not able to utilize that, and Sentinel's still in scoring position.
Love the way Sentinels is playing this situation. They're totally content with holding AC. Don't feel the need to try to force a B grab at all. just let Optic spawn in pipes. If you spawn in pipes, you've got two options. You either go long haul or you go into A. Looks like Sentinel's able to defend against both sides. When Falcated goes down on the long haul, Lethal shows up to reinforce the position. And it's clear that Optic want to capture C before they do anything else. They look like they're going to do so, but can Sentinels flip B in the process?
Yeah, great pressure by Drippy right there to take out that player on the bottom of blue pipes. But like you said, that'll give Optic C. You see Sentinels, though, inching forward for it. It's Lucid, the only one in a defensive position to stop this push from the side of Sentinels. And he'll have some help here. As you see Optic Gaming pushing the tower side. They have A presence, they have tower side presence, and Lucid has been alive on the C side this entire time. Gets a trade, guarantees the triple cap.
So impressive from Optic. They just, I think they're predicting, you know, what Sentinels want to go for, and they're just shutting them down every time. They're in the perfect positions to make life difficult every step of the way. Now it's Sentinels the one spawning in gold and have to decide, do we want to go for A or do we want to go for C? Looks like A is going to be the first choice, but they take heavy damage. They've got to back up. As they get their shields back, this just means Optic scoring even further, but they're kind of pressured. They have to play out to go down, but with the clock dwindling down, Optic only needing a few more seconds, they have to make a play right here, right now.
Yeah, you saw Precision trying to play out, like you said, going towards that blue pipe side, but they read it immediately. And they also read the presence on the B as well. It'll be A, the last ditch effort here for Sentinels, but look at Formal already on the B, already shock rifle camo combination, the 4th, 5th, 6th time we've seen this in his hands.
This is unreal. It's almost like Formal said, you know what, the only reason these guys ever beat us is because this boo-boo guy gets the camo and the shock rifle every time. You know what, I'm gonna get the camo and the shock rifle every time because I'm tired of dying to him. And wow, 17 and 8 is the stat line from Formal, and we're seeing why.
Beautiful job by Optic Gaming. They will close out that series against Sentinels. And oh man, you've got to look at this series layout. It's two 50-49s. If you just joined us, the first one, Sentinels were down by 10 kills. The second one, they were down by, I think, 13, 14, whatever. And they come back and make it a 50-49. Like I said, yes, as a professional player, you've got to move on from these situations. But I'm going to be honest with you, not even the monks can move on from those two situations that happen. All right, they've got the best minds in the world, and I don't think they could have done it. That's just tough to lose two 50-49s that you worked so hard to come back from, and that will turn into a series win for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, these guys gotta feel like just one kill goes the difference, or if they just start out the game a little bit better and they're not in the position to come back by 10 or 15 kills in one of the Slayers, it could have easily at least forced a game 7 here, but instead they're gonna fall down to that lower bracket where they'll run into SSG. So that'll be that first lower bracket round. Winners finals now cemented between Faze and Optic. El Clasico, that's going to be a banger of a series as well. But man, we're just getting started here.
Yeah, I love it. I want to reiterate that having the best of 7s is beautiful. Obviously, we see them in the grand finals of every event, every land, but having just all these best of 7s to watch, really kind of raises that competitive integrity and just makes these series so much more competitive. Obviously, all of these teams have their strong and weak game types, so having that entire layout to see which team is best at the end of the day is beautiful. And you can see Optic showcase that they're best, at least today, online here. And this Sentinels $5,000 take-all tournament, I mean, this is beautiful. Shout out to Sentinels, shout out to LVT for putting this on. This is a beautiful invitational and a lot of hype so far.
Probably the best possible thing you could ask for if you're a top-tier Halo fan in this downtime between or before HCS Atlanta. I do want to shout out, I mean, this Sentinels roster, can you imagine if Precision was not playing on 150 ping, would this series look a little different? I don't know, but they still looked damn good regardless. So I cannot wait to see the rest of these games.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have more action for you. Let's take it to the desk and see what LVT and Tools think about this series.
Damn, Tools. Well fought by Sentinels. Optic come out on top. What are your thoughts after that series?
Got to clutch up the 50-49s, right? I mean, 2 of them in that series, both of them go Optic's way, and that's always a tough tough answer to swallow for Sentinels, right? It's like you just gotta clutch up those games, and I'll say there were two massive comebacks in both those games, especially that Solitude one. That could have been one of the best comebacks in Halo's history, point blank period, on a Slayer game. But Optic able to clutch up, ice it up in those final moments.
Indeed. So then we transition to the rest of the tournament. Faze taking down Space Station in our winner semis just a moment ago. Optic taking down Sentinels, so they will meet in the winner final. But we're going to transition down to the elimination semis. We got Space Station and Sentinels. Two teams probably fairly disappointed with the performance so far, but a whole new best of 7 tools to work it out.
Yeah, obviously Sentinels maybe having a little bit of a leg up as they were just playing a series. Space Station, been on a little bit of a break watching, but hey, they were able to have all that fresh information about how Sentinels has been playing. New best of 7, new slate for both these rosters, and Space Station always feels like whenever their back's against the wall, that's when they play their best, so wouldn't be surprised if we see them come out the gate hot.
I wouldn't doubt it either. So what we're going to do is we're going to continue our listening with the documentary provided by Sentinels. This will premiere tonight on YouTube, so hang out on the stream. If you're watching on YouTube, at the end of the day, there will be a documentary premiering on YouTube. You will get redirected there. But nevertheless, we're going to get this next lobby up and going. I can already see that a good chunk of the players are here. So we're going to go ahead and just kick it to this doc. You guys enjoy. We'll be right back here momentarily.
I mean, I don't know, I kind of like, this might be a hot take, but I like how it's like so different from the normal stages that we're usually on. It feels like a lot more intimate.
I've sat on every iteration of like the basic red side, blue side, you know, the same LED lights. I like kind of being down in the pit with everybody.
I just got done with our first LAN victory of the season, finally. We beat Quadrant Game 5. The team was playing really good. TJ had like some amazing comms that series. Ethan and Mike were playing really good, so yeah, it felt good to get a win finally on LAN this season, and we finished pool play tomorrow versus an open bracket team. We don't know who we play yet, but yeah, so we're sitting at 1-1 in pool play going into Saturday.
Why aren't you with him?
I didn't know you was doing this, actually.
Yeah. I'm not breathing hard. That was easy. Where were you, bro?
Huh?
You want to race me?
Bro. That's too far.
We're going to the main stage to play. Alright, let me say that over. We are starting lap 2 of this race. We're going to play Space Station on main stage for our winners bracket round 1 match. And yeah.
I think the toughest opponent at this event would probably be SSG. They're extremely fast-paced and aggressive, and
they've been the toughest opponent. Obviously, they won last LAN, but like even like before the LAN, like right when Legend like moved from France to wherever the hell in Ohio Bound lives, because that's where he moved.
Just from practicing them versus everyone else, I'd say they're definitely just the most consistent, and you have to bring your A++ game if you want to like beat them.
Try to right off the rip, fucking like focus on death cams, because I mean I know I was kind of ass at it like in the beginning of last series. Like we had to get like once we got into it, like we were doing way better. But
100%. I agree. Now if you're the eyeball guy too on this map, and like say they all score spawn and like no one has been killed for like 10 seconds, you could drop it and like push over your teammate. Yeah. You can drop it like where you are, push over your teammate to just get in the fight and like win that fight and then go back to the wall.
Him on 10. Yeah, gonna be pushing B.
Still to dead, not just fine.
Him on 5. Him on 5 now. Yeah, B steps on me, bound. I'm if you want.
I shot at you, Mike.
Nice shots, TJ. Camo's up now. He's benches.
Yeah, ATM, watch out, Legend. Dead.
Yo, up cafe. Back A. And
ATM. Shotty window 1.
Yo, good round.
Yo, keep that shit up.
What are we doing here?
Let's go fuck it up.
You guys are gonna be real together.
Yeah, Ethan, you and I. Push it up, B. Yeah, they're gonna spawn close.
They're gonna spawn C. They're gonna spawn C.
Just spawn.
Yo, guys on balls on bad spot.
Shot B steps.
There was another guy driveway or something.
Yo, bottom, dead spot.
Shot B steps.
Dead spot, one shot.
Sitting in the corner, B steps. Still B steps.
I'm getting a ball.
Get it.
Let's go! Let's go!
Let's fucking go.
Let's go!
Weak elbow.
It's probably already white wall.
Yep. Kill elbow.
Nice.
Yes. Top mid, 2 of them.
Oh, I'm hitting cuts.
Cuts. Yep, 2 there.
One more on me. Cuts.
Yeah, 2 shot cuts bound. Low cuts. Yeah, 2 cuts. Yeah, they're both there. Stellar's 1 shot. Key door.
I'm so stellar.
I got bound.
Stellar. I'm pushing around.
You can't feed that.
That's fine.
Small.
I'm 1 shot, guys. Fuck.
I'm looking top, Mike.
Be right.
I'm looking A-plat. A-plat now, 1 shot. Let's go!
Let's go. Let's fucking go, Jesse.
Fuck off me!
Bound just peeking though. Look, Lethal can't find any targets that are really easy kills at the moment. Bound with the thrust, Bound with the heat wave, but oh, Lethal with the double kill. I love the timing, just like you said, the pace. Scoring momentarily, going back over to SSG, but if you're looking at kills at the moment,
milliseconds away from finishing that overshield pump. Instead, it's a trip cap at 235. Overshield still in hand. This one is all but over.
Look at them, they're trapped. They're absolutely trapped at the moment. The overshield is still here. As you can see that the takeover is complete from SSG.
We're going to get it now into game number 4, SSG versus Sentinels. Sentinels leading 2-1. They want to end it.
Lethal has to make the most out of this camo. Gets the beat down, manages to not get traded out or take damage himself, and now he's looking for the second, and Lethal with the camo. Sentinels to keep that spawn over blue.
Stellar also gets taken down. That's a really big kill to keep them on back spawns, and another big kill that comes in from Sentinels now.
They flush him out perfectly. Boomer gets that double, and they also, and Sentinels answer back after the half pick of that second kill. Eco's going to be no shields on the back right battery. Legend is going to pose.
Wow.
Goal! Lethal's going to clean it up.
They need to make sure they don't also lose too many numbers here, but they're about to lose both. If you ask me, the hill goes.
SSG looking to send us to a game 5 here. It has been a comeback of epic proportions as they send us the distance here in London. It's going to be a game 5 as SSG will win King of the Hill.
Yeah, 2 weak. Eco's weak P1. 2 there.
Go dead.
Nice. OS is yellow P. Yep. Nice damn. I spun yellow P. I can nade him. I need your glass. Nice, Mike.
Yeah, thrust this up. Yep.
I'm blue gen.
Go. Yellow. Yellow Peter weak.
Top
20 yellow flag out.
Yeah, we have thrust, guys. We have thrust.
Are they in jet?
Yellow flag
Yeah, I
out.
need gen. Watch out.
Red gen.
They're gonna go like C-side. They'll strip 2. I'm on it.
Yeah, and the strip test, Mike. Go up front if you need to, Mike. Go up front.
Yeah, 2 on me.
Burbage.
Weak yellow window.
Shrimp stairs weak.
Yellow window weak.
I wanna go.
Yellow window. There was 2. And yellow window on the pillar.
You know, P glass on you. P glass on shot, Mike.
2 1 shots.
I've done
2 shrimps, 1 shot. Window.
Yeah, I shot P window.
Watch out. That's
Yeah, 2 more.
You score one.
They need 4. Shot man.
He has the overshield, but he explodes in a cloud of blue. And what a play that might have won Space Station this series. Kills to go. Damage already been done. It's 2 dead. It's 3 dead. It's the series and the reverse sweep going to the side of Sentinels. And Eco lets them know.
So it's just spawning like.
I saw you like spawn. Well, you had one weird spawn, bro. Like Bound was carbine, and I just got spawn killed, so I'm just literally doing nothing. And I saw like Jesse spawn like connector or like back cat or something. Bound is carbine, and then I see you spawn like open field right next to him, like close, and I'm like, okay.
Oh yeah, just instant.
Like the whole like engine side of the map is doing nothing. Are we playing here? Okay. You know who? Hey, camera. Do you know who we play? You're not.
All right, those of you watching the documentary, that's a tough reverse sweep to swallow, but hey, how about a chance at redemption? We got another best of 7 lined up for you, and a reminder that this time this is an elimination game, so Sentinels with their back to the wall in their own tournament facing SSG, starting off with Oddball and ending on the streets. It's a bookend, and we can check out the tournament as a whole. We got Faze and Optic Gaming waiting in the winter finals. That will be after this best of 7, so you're not going to miss anything, and things are going to continue to ramp up. And as I say that, it is time to kick it to our casters because we are loading in to game number 1. We got Active and Tools on the mic this time. Active, take it away.
The SENCITY Throwdown Invitational, winner takes all, $5,000, and we've seen some great series thus far. I am joined, of course, with Tools. Tools, welcome to the broadcast. Great to have you, man.
This is gonna be a fantastic match, and honestly, the redemption series, right, for Sentinels, losing that tough game 5 in a reverse sweep on land, now get their chance at redemption. This time 7 games on the docket, starting with Streets Oddball, and then we'll bookend it if we go to 7 on Streets once again.
Yeah, we saw in a little bit of a documentary that we watched that Boo Boo throwing up his hands, the Darth Boo Boo comes out trying to give the enemy that dark choke, but of course, at the very end, it was a reverse sweep, and it's great to see that happen at lands, right? Especially in London, it was a very close environment, both teams facing each other. You get moments like that, and it just makes things a lot of fun to watch. But now we end up online, and like you said, maybe a revenge arc here for Sentinels. They've got something to prove. And again, that last series was phenomenal versus Optic. If one of those, like LVT had said in the back in the green room, if one of those games had gone differently, one of those Slayer games had gone differently, that would have been a much different series. 2 Slayer games that they wish they could take back, I'm sure. But we're going to start off here, Oddball on the Streets for game number 1.
It's going to be a perfect map for Space Station to get caught up on, right? Sentinels coming off a red-hot series against Optic with some very close games, well warmed up into this series. Space Station going to need every bit of time necessary in this game 1 to get caught up, and while you're seeing the results, 4 down right away for Space Station. Sentinels continuing on that train. They'll get control not only the red gun and ball, but also have perfect position for this camouflage coming up.
Yeah, this is beautiful, right? It's going to be Stalker in the hands of Lethal. We'll see what he's able to do with it. Has to stop the push from the B side. Ends up going down there. And now Falcated with that Bulldog and Camel combination also goes down as well. That is devastating for the side of Sentinels. They'll get a trade there at the end of the day, but Space Station coming out on top of that one.
Space Station's well coordinated. They're able to push at the same time, isolate the Camel player out, get the kill, work the ball carrier. You couldn't ask for a better break, minimizing the harm damage, that harm that Sentinels could have caused by only allowing 17 seconds off that 4 down.
Well, they hold ball on the back of A. We'll see if Sentinels can push on through and get control for themselves. It's Space Station Gaming who have Bound inside that PD spawn. Stellar comes through to save Bound. A beautiful kill right there. Bound stays alive.
And now it's all going to come down to Boo Boo and what value he can get while the pressure's mounting on the other side. Look at Space Station. It's a 3-on-3 battle towards the purple stairs. And, well, SSG, they seem to dominate the kill feed in the moment.
2 down for the side of Sentinels. Like you said, SSG taking over that kill feed. Lethal's going to fall as well, and SSG will slay through the rotation. They'll take full control of Tram and have ball as well.
I like the rotation from Space Station. They push into the players of Sentinels after they get that first pick, understanding that they have the numbers advantage, and now it's just dominating the choke points as Eco works kill after kill. The double for him, all starting by smart and cool plays in the back. Sends Sentinels 3 down, and Space Station getting a plethora of time early on.
Yeah, that was a smart play, absolutely. We saw Eco throwing that nade, putting damage in, making sure that nade cleans up, and now, like you said, they'll have ball in the back of Tram. They'll have all 4 down for Sentinels, and Space Station will hold this ball on the Tram side for at least 10 to 15 seconds.
It's important to hunt the snake in the grass. Stellar can be patient here and let the players pass him. It's vital that they don't let him get this value with camo. Fortunately for Stellar, it runs out at the worst possible time. Lethal gets the kill. Eco's still scoring at the moment, but Sentinels have lots of work ahead of them.
It is beautiful to see Lethal winning those pivs. Time and time again, the man is playing on fire today. And we saw him talk about it in the chat earlier. Had to bring up the slay potential because Precision being in Hawaii, and he's definitely doing just that, but it's really not enough. Space Station will get 72 points of oddball time. Eco will continue to slay, now on a killing spree, 7-2 to start this game with 65 points of ball time.
We saw Sentinels make a big comeback in that game against Optic in the oddball. Never count them out of this game until you get to that 100-point threshold. SSG's done brilliant work early on to give them this lead, but it's nowhere near safe yet. Vital that they find this kill on Falcade and minimize what he's able to do in this backseat.
I love that he's staying alive so well and just aware of everyone who's pushing him as well. You see, he's able to get that kill, get a bit more ball time. Sentinels are on that B side. So much damage going out here for Falcated. And once again, we see him doing that damage and not being realized. His location not being realized. And he always gets that first shot, which allows him to do all of that damage. But the damage is not enough. Sentinels will find themselves 3 down. Lethal trying to even up the odds just a bit, but Sentinels still not in control.
A lot of work early on from Falcade just to keep that ball out of SSG's hands. The problem is the team was never quite able to get set up in that same position as him. So it was just a lone soldier holding off the horde of Space Station Gaming. Eventually they get control once again, and this will be an easy finish for them in round 1. And dominant looks early in this series.
Yeah, we saw that last series with Sentinels and Optic go to a game 6, and you even said it yourself, Tools. Space Station coming out here maybe a little cold, as they obviously didn't play the series before, but they're coming out strong. They're coming out looking like they're nice and warmed up as they win that round number 2. And as we go into, win that round number 1, as we go into round number 2, we'll see how that starting strat turns out for them. You see Ego trying to get control of that mid side before that camo comes up.
Early ball time once again for Space Station Gaming. It's important for Sentinels to come out here and just value the game as a slayer rather than an oddball. It's okay for this to be a low scoring effort. You need to start controlling the pace of the game throughout the slays. That starts with perfect shots from Lethal. With 3 down, this camouflage should be Sentinels for the taking. I say that, but this could get dangerous in the middle of the map.
Yeah, that tram spawn is deadly, and you can see that camo does end up on that same play ball spot, and you see Bound is aware of where that camo is. He's going to be pinging it a few times, but a little bit of slaying has to be done first. I believe Precision and Lethal on the side of Sentinels are going to pick up that camo potentially, I would imagine, and that ball as well as they rotate it towards that A side.
Yeah, Precision's got the camo. I think he's hiding over at the purple stairs, but Bound spots him like it's nothing. And now this is an opportunity for Space Station to fly forward.
I want to know how they're able to spot these camos so easily. It's actually insane. Bound with that camo kill, and another one on top of that will get himself a killing spree and also some ball time as well. Bound having a phenomenal start to this game, 14-7. A little bit of ball time as well. And he'll continue to hold that ball as Sentinels are 2 dead, and they have a safe hold on this PD side.
Space Station's always so effective with their rotations with that oddball. What you're often going to notice is that players always just rounding out the perimeters and moving that ball to the furthest point possible from the spawns of Sentinels, meaning that even if they do get here, they do find these slays, it's going to be a lot of time wasted off the clock, and Space Station will have an opportunity to fight off of their own spawn.
Really like that play by Boo Boo, trying to find that opening, gets a little bit of damage, but also stays alive with this Bulldog as his secondary. It's going to be 2 down for each side. You see Stellar does get that bottom tram spawn, pushing on the B side of the map. Boo Boo spots the camo once again. Another kill on the camo player. Sentinels might not be getting these camos, but at least they're shutting them down at the end of the day. 32. Make that 33 points and counting here for Space Station Gaming.
I mean, great camo eye and elbow from Boo Boo Doo Boo, but the nose on that Bulldog not quite strong enough. Wasn't able to find that initial damage, and the value that that camo player gets by getting a trade rather than a death can't be understated. Now Space Station's going to be able to hold that B control because of Boo Boo Doo Boo's death, allowing them to get time and forcing Sentinels to have to play to break. So often we've seen Space Station in the position to control the ball and control where the fights happen, whereas Sentinels have to try to break into these strong fortified setups.
Yeah, then that was a beautiful break right there by Falcade. You saw he keeps Bound no shield by getting that shot as Bound jumps in the red room. Now he's got the stalker rifle, hits a beautiful reversal, perfect, and now pushing the spawns very aggressively here. Once again, Space Station find themselves 3 down, and the rotation of the ball back towards Trey.
Well, that's a quick rotation from Sentinels to try to keep this ball away. The Slays start to feed into the red kill feed of Sentinels. And I'm sure these boys are getting hyped. Let's get in and listen to these comms. A little bit of an uncensored moment from Sentinels.
He's stairs hurt, Eco.
Killed one on ball.
And ball hurt again. Ball hurt again.
Killing us from cafe.
Ball beat Eco never died.
Shotty on
Came
me.
on 10. Came on 10.
Yeah, P1 legend. Shot up Ivy.
Watch out Ivy still.
Yeah, one
Shot
shot Ivy.
Ivy. And there's one weird.
Yep.
One's B on me.
What's up, Manda?
Yo, caution PD weak. PD weak.
The weakness.
Dude, one shot in B. One shot B.
Gonna be back Ivy.
Okay.
Gotta live with that.
Tires.
Shot is up, shot is up. I'll let you get it. 2 shotty window.
Yeah. They're going back towards like B. Yo, PD spawn legend.
Hero.
I could help you
I hit him once, yeah, I'm trying to live.
Enemy halfway to
He's one shot at PD. One shot at PD, legend.
And maybe tires. Yeah, I'm pushing him. Yeah, legend, one shot. And bottom is shooting front A.
Hey, bone.
Charlie.
I got you, one shot.
Nice. There's 20 C. There's 20 C. Spawn C. Just spawn C.
Okay.
They could go up draw it fast.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Drive at Eco.
C-Belk weak.
One shot C-Belk bound. One shot nest.
One shot C-Belk. B-steps 2.
Yeah, B-steps. One shot
B-steps, one shot.
Oh, you got
That's just one shot. That's just one hit.
You know purple
One shot
fast.
me and B.
He's 18 weak. 18 jumping out weak.
Dude, one shot music. I died with smoke. He's gonna be B.
And Heaven weak. Heaven weak. Legend. You know tires granny.
Yeah, I got one then. Tires in like.
Yeah, we're all dead.
Ball.
All guys weak. All guys one shot.
I spawned
Gotta be real.
Yeah, be real.
B-steps. Legend.
Come on, don't die. Should die, dead.
Nice.
Shot Heaven, Eco.
They made up Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, PD and tire gen.
Right now.
Just launching one shot tires. One shot.
PD on me, one hit.
I love you tires.
Oh, PD.
There's that shot.
Yeah, looking plants. He's in tire still, legend stellar.
On him, XV.
Back A behind you. He's like side step. Just want to see you guys. Just wanting
Back
B.
at me. I kept him weak.
Just wanting B to plant.
Watch out, back A.
I'm going your tires.
Came on 15.
Plants needing you. Plants, standing plants.
Yeah.
Standing plants and tires.
See, dude. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, bottom mid shooting me. Fuck, tires killed me. I hit him once.
Dude, tires have shield eco. The ball reset.
One guy was
Came on
coming
right now. Good. It's
Came
over.
Came.
Get you.
Be real, let's
be real.
kill.
Yeah, he's on me. He's nest.
I'm trying to look. He's bottom.
Yeah.
There's one,
Yeah, B.
You're red, yeah.
Get plant.
Yeah, it's PD, cross.
One's yo, be real.
Two B real.
This guy, I'll kill this guy.
Yeah, much easier.
Yo, front seat, eco. And bottom mid.
Bottom mid, ATM, Mike,
Perfect. Watch PD
Yo,
spawn.
kill me, bottom C.
Two spawn.
Yeah, back C, bottom C.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 there, 2 bottom C.
Legends, 2 shot front.
I understand this.
One shot benches.
Alright, yeah, left
We
one.
could be benching.
Cross the PD if you want.
I spawned caution. Yeah, crossing cap. We cut side steps.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
and
dead, I can't cross.
on me.
PD, one shot cellar.
Watch out, PD.
And
Watch out bottom A too.
yeah, bottom A. Nice.
Front.
It's the PD, right?
PD,
Yeah.
And spawner's gonna be mid.
Nice.
Nice job.
Yeah, P1 to bottom end.
Already back A. I have to cross though. He's just needing.
Good round.
What an incredible listening we got there. Sentinels tying it up now. We're going to round 3. We got to talk about this play right here from Falcated. Gets the first kill, goes in, beats down Eco. That gets cleaned up. And then the Ninja for the triple kill, Sneak King. But the best part about it, Tools, not a word. The guy doesn't even say anything.
I don't even think that he probably realized what happened, or I don't even think Space Station realized what happened. It all just worked out perfectly, and well, that was the moment in which the game completely changed in the favor of Sentinels. It can come down to big moments like that can be the difference between winning and losing early in a series.
Yeah, you can see, again, Shig was talking about it, right? Precision coming from Hawaii, or playing from Hawaii, obviously his ping is very high, having a little bit of a rough game, but all it takes is one play, like you just said, to turn everything around. And now you see Sentinels in their flow state, so to speak. They've got ball, they've got control, and Boo Boo's got the shotty and the camo to work with.
It's just has been the one pain point for Space Station thus far. I feel like they keep letting Boo Boo Doo get away with this camo so often in this game, trying to minimize the impact that he can do with it thus far. But with the shotgun in hand, Boo Boo Doo is just such a powerful player on the map.
Oh, only able to get one though, as Bound ends up falling, but he's gonna get traded out. And now it'll be SSG on the prowl. They take care of Legend, who is the forward player. Legend's job is to do as much damage as possible on the C side, and taking out Legend makes it a bit easier for Sentinels to hold this, and it'll be 2 down now for SSG. Boo Boo still has the ball.
Boo Boo Doo knows that the call is coming from inside the house, is trying to get some sort of help, but Bound is just too much to handle, and that puts Boo Boo Doo in a precarious spot. He has to think about, hey, playing this ball early, even though the numbers are there for them, because of Bound's ability to stay alive. And look at what Legend does right away. Not only does he just give up on that fight, he tries to rotate it out. Luckily, Sentinels has a player there to cut that off, but very interesting rotations early on.
Yeah, that rotation doesn't pan out, but it was a good thought process. Again, it was Bound a bit aggressive on that 2v1 as well, which made things a bit difficult for him to stay alive. And it's 3 down for the side of Sentinels now. A ball now for SSG as they rotate it cleanly inside of C. Take a bit of damage, but Stellar don't mind. He's going to stay alive and gather up some points here for the side of SSG in round number 3.
A risky play by Stellar to just commit to rotating that ball back into C, but because he was able to get around while staying alive, it keeps their numbers strong. It gives them early ball time. You can see them quickly cutting into this deficit. This is an important hold for Space Station.
Well, it gets broken here. It looks like Stellar is stuck on the bottom of Tram. Legend is at the bottom center, trying to cross shot for Stellar here, but Stellar's gonna get taken out pretty cleanly. And now it'll be Sentinels with a bit of a hold, and they take out that first player inbound. Legend gets a trade though, Eco gets his kill, so SSG with the numbers advantage, gonna try and push in, but they've gotta get through lethal first.
Well, notice how both these teams keep attacking into these setups of these rosters. It's always a tri-pronged attack where they go into each lane, right? One through driveway, one through the middle, one through purple, and they eventually collapse in on those players. Been successful for both sides thus far. It's just going to be a matter of who can execute the best, who has the best timing, and not getting too caught up on playing early there. I think Boo Boo Doo playing a bit fast in his position. Going down early makes it much easier for Space Station on the backside to get ball time.
Well, Eco's the first to fall for Space Station here. Boo Boo finds a kill on to Bound as he rotates back and forth. Look how much damage is being done to Legend. He still gets the kill on a killing spree as well. A little bit of damage on to Precision too, but Legend doing all he can to hold off those pushes that you're talking about. Unfortunately, it won't be successful.
Okay, Precision might be the best jiggle beaker in the game. You're seeing why. That is a deadly play that he makes at the bottom position of the map. Makes it look much easier than it is as well. Not every player can pull off the jiggle peak like that, and he takes any ego chow when he's able to make plays like that one. Now, Lethal having this camouflage and shotgun, this could be a game-winning position for Sentinels. The Space Station go 3 down once again, and Lethal still has the freedom that this camouflage affords him.
Yeah, and he isolates this player on the purple side. That's Legend, the damage dealer for SSG. Takes him out first. Now Bound takes a lot of damage as well. Challenges him. This is the Lethal we love to see. The double, the killing spree as well. And Sentinels look to win this game with 5 more points.
Feels like we're back in 2011. I miss the old Lethal, the slay out the whole squad Lethal, the let me top frag for the team Lethal. Are we back in reach or what? Fantastic plays from him, and he's been really picking up that slaying position for his team. Big note, right? Precision in Hawaii, not playing with that god internet in Dallas. Looks like Lethal realized his responsibility is to turn into the damage dealer. He's in there 10.5k, and this is fantastic work from Lethal. I feel like he's coming into his own.
I want to be honest, every time, I do a lot of VOD review, obviously, of my casting, and every time I go back and watch, when I mention Lethal being #2 top 25 players of all time, everyone memes on it. It's like, okay, yeah, but you got to be a top player like that. You've got to adapt to situations like this where you have to pick up the slay power, where you have to win every individual piv. What a time for Lethal to pick it up, and just in time for Atlanta. You know Precision to be that damage dealing player, but Lethal with 10.5k on his squad, and my gosh, it's just insane. And I think the big turning point was that play by Falcated, right? That turned everything around for the side of Sentinels, and they're able to use that momentum here to win game number 1.
Absolutely, the catalyst that changed everything, right? It was that triple kill, and it seemed to give the team the uplift needed. Now, Sentinels finally controlling in the series. In the Optic, they were always trying to battle back. It's important for them to close out the Slayer. Big pain points in that Optic series, 250-49s that didn't go in their way, and it was 2 massive comeback attempts from Sentinels to try to make those theirs. This game, I think it's imperative for them to come out and lead for some sort of portion of this game. Don't let it be the situation where you have to make those double-digit comebacks. We know that they've been able to do that in the past, but it's definitely not a recipe where you're going to have a lot of success.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me, I 100% agree with you, is going to be that Slayers. Those Slayers for Sentinels. I think if they win this Slayer, they can move on that momentum. SSG find themselves a bit slower today, and you don't really necessarily ever put SSG in this position, but sometimes you have like bad days. You know, sometimes you have rough starts. I still don't count SSG out whatsoever. I think they're one of those teams that we constantly talk about that maybe start a bit slow, but then that switch is flipped and things just change. So I wouldn't doubt it if we see that here, but I will say Lethal, Falcated, all of Sentinels in general playing phenomenal today in this tournament, and you know, being able to bounce back from those 250-49 losses. I think again, this Slayer, this game number 2 is a big defining moment for Sentinels in this tournament, as this is the elimination bracket.
I mean, the conversation all year has been about the big 3, right? And we've seen that conversation open up to try to include more, and Sentinels needs to be in that frontline conversation. And that's going to come down by having big results, winning in tournaments like these where you're going up against the top teams and showing that, yeah, we can consistently beat these guys is going to be important. This is the preamble that's needed for them to have success in Atlanta. Come out here, play strong, win a couple series, and then execute on land. The roadmap's been laid out. The key to success, I think this team desperately wants to win that land. A taste that has been long forgotten by some of these players. When I talked to Boo Boo Doo, he said he honestly doesn't remember what it's like to win a land. You know, he did it back early in his Halo 5 career, but that was a long time ago. He wants to have that sense of accomplishment again with this team, and he thinks that they can get it done. But it's going to come down to just some big execution and big plays like this that can help propel that team forward.
100%. You see that he's getting informed too. We talk about you know, the whatever 13 miles of running or whatever 18 miles of running he did today as well. I just think it's so important. Mind and body as one. As we move into game number 2, Sentinels, they need this Slayer win. With those 2 50-49 Slayers where they were down by 10 plus kills, they need this win right here to shake that monster off their back.
Space Station, that goes even with them and Sentinels, but Legend will be the one that gets the tiebreaker. Camouflage in his possession, and you want to see him be fast and aggressive towards his shock rifle. 3 players of Sentinels await him.
Oh, Legend goes down here. This is huge. A big nade. I don't know where that nade came from, but a beautiful nade to take him out. He's no longer a factor. And you see Falcated trying to fight for this shock rifle. The reclamber. We used to call that the Cali clamber, right? In Halo 5 tools.
That looked Halo 5S. The way that he backed down right into a Cali clamber, back up, and a deadly combination from his Halo 5 days coming in clutch. It's important to have that deep bag of individual talent and skill when you're in these games, when you're able to pull out any sort of shifty maneuver to give yourself an advantage in a gunfight.
Well, Boo Boo's got the advantage in this gunfight right here versus Down. It's going to send Stellar to him, but Boo Boo takes him out as well with an assist from Precision. Beautiful teamwork here out of the side of Sentinels, but SSG still find themselves on top 10-7.
Might as well gotten shot by a sniper across the map with how fast he died. Shredded shields from Boo Boo and the damage to the head from across the map. Couldn't ask for a better combination. And well, Space Stations start to find them scattered on the map. Sentinels ties this up, and well, Boo Boo on the front lines ready to keep the pressure on.
I absolutely love that he's aware of these two spawners. You see him turn his attention. The spawns force on the pipes. Both players are taken out, Bound and Eco. Now the other two spawners on the other side of the map here on Tower and Seaside. I mean, this is just beautiful by the side of Sentinels, controlling the spawns fully for SSG.
It's important for SSG to change their pace, get all 4 players up at the same time and win a slay. Able to do that, now they'll have a little bit more freedom to move on the map and prevent Sentinels from taking too much control.
Well, there's the tie that we're looking for. SSG now take the 1 kill lead. A couple down for the side of Sentinels, and of course Eco with that camo. He gets taken out pretty quickly there though. That won't be any more of an advantage here for SSG, but they still take that 1 kill lead and continue to hold it. Precision looking for this shock rifle. He'll pick that up.
Well, what we've seen is players are much more cautious with getting the shock rifle than they were before. Sentinels was set up early on to grab that shock rifle, but they wait till they clear out the area. You don't want to pick up that shock rifle and die quickly and just give it up to the other hands. Precision now has much more room to work with the shock rifle, try to find creative angles. It's just more important that not necessarily that you hit the shots, but you limit access to the other team. You want to find a plus value on this shock rifle. Well, you can see Precision's going to find that in spades already with 1 kill in his possession. Damage in on the next. This is a great moment for Sentinels to take control once again.
I love this though. You see they're playing off the information. Bound dies 2 times to the shock rifle of Precision. That's got to be tilting. Comes off a spawn. Tries to take out Precision once again. Is Space Station Gaming. Finally, they do take him out alongside 2 other players. It'll be 3 down for Sentinels now, and Space Station with a little bit of a lead.
Precision giving a shock to Boo Boo Doo Boo's system. Unfortunately, that's going to result in Space Station getting this premier control on the top half of the map. You see how they have it cut in half. One player watching the cross from A, the other one's at glass. The problem for Space Station, though, was they weren't able to get the shock out of Sentinel's hands.
Well, it's still in the hands of Boo Boo, and like you said, SSG not really able to do much about it. Boo Boo's gonna get another kill there with the bandit this time. Still has that shock rifle to use, and you'll see he's waiting with 2 more shots to use for the opportunity to defend this camo. Eco's gonna be the first one to poke his head. Boo Boo's gonna hit him down to no shields, but really no assistance. Boo Boo doesn't have anybody here to try and stop this camo player. You see SSG do get it on the C stairs.
Boo Boo Doo Boo's aware that this. Look how all the players of Sentinels are flying out, trying to check those C stairs. He saw him for just a second. And I believe Precision did pick up the camo player of Legend, so no value out of that camouflage. The collapse comes in from Sentinels. They're able to get this within 3. The problem has been they haven't been able to get the lead in this game. They need to finish this collapse.
Well, there's the collapse on A that you're talking about. Boo Boo is the first one to go in. Lots of damage done to Bound. Bound will fall, but a lot of damage done to Precision on that push. So Legend's going to be able to take him out, and it'll be a trade in the favor of SSG. Legend's still alive, gets another trade, and still SSG continue to hold on to this lead. They have a 3-kill lead now.
Now Sentinels, they don't have that team presence that's necessary. Precision's left by his lonesome. The players in pipes with no quick access to help. And you can see Lethal with that rogue spawn in the back of this, the back half of the map. It's gonna make him a prime target for Space Station to take out while they know that the other players are back in pipes. It's just been tough for Sentinels to cut down with this deficit with how Space Station aren't letting players get away. Whenever they find an isolated player, they do a fantastic job of cleaning it up. Bound getting that 2-kill combination might just be enough to cement this lead for Space Station.
You see Bound with the grapple there, trying to influence the spawns of the side of Sentinels, but it's not going to be successful as he does fall, and Camo coming up in 9 seconds. Falcon is going to be the one to take space with the spawns from SSG coming onto that A side. It's really up to Falcon here to do as much damage as possible, but all of SSG is prepared to take him out. Who will get this next camo as Boo Boo gets a kill on the feet with a shock rifle? Make that a second. 40 to 42. SSG lead, but Sentinels have the camo.
And the problem is that Space Station had a double dilemma that turns into a pain in their side. An even game. As camo was coming up, Boo Boo Doo Boo was causing mayhem with that shock rifle, allowing Lethal to get the key to victory. A strong camo play here from Lethal can do it all for Sentinels.
It's gonna run out. It's gonna run out, but we'll see if it runs out in time. He ends up getting that kill. Now it runs out. That is some great timing by Lethal. Two double kills for Lethal with this camo. Sentinels find themselves tied up. But Lethal, what a performance out of this man today. I am absolutely impressed by this gameplay out of Lethal, stepping up when Sentinels need it the most.
Can't cheat experience. He's been making the best possible play in these moments for his team. The 1v2, can Lethal stay alive? No. But the cleanups are here. Triples in the feed. Precision puts them to game point. Next kill wins.
Sentinels find themselves in another 49-49 situation. The question is, can they finally win one? This would be massive to break that monster off their back, to break that curse, but they can't do it. SSG 50-49 tie up the series in one.
Falcon past that point of no return. He got past that triple stack. Once he did, he needed help to be there immediately. Was trusting that Space Station didn't see him, and I don't think they did. I think they just had a hunch that he was sitting at the bottom of the stairs. They find him. Legend, knowing that he had a chance to guarantee it with the help from the backside, gets the kill. But look how this play unfolds, right? All four players of Space Station spawning towards that long haul. Once Falcon gets here, he doesn't see anyone at C. Thinks that this is a safe play to make. We see him get down bound, although he did get spotted. If we go back just frames, this is the difference between Sentinels winning and Sentinels losing, right? Look at this player. It's a Legend. He jumps up right there. He spots the player at the bottom of C stairs, gives the call out to bound, nades out that position. Now Legend knows that he can guarantee a one-on-one gunfight because of bound's position at the top of Sneaky, showing you this, the difference between winning and losing at 50-49 can just be a couple centimeters of space with that elevation, jumping past that C door to see that player at C stairs.
I don't care how strong your brain is. I don't care how focused you are. 3 50-49s not going your way has to be devastating. It really does. It has to hit hard. It has to frustrate you. I mean, these players have been through situations time and time again. That's why they're the best players in the game. But to go through it 3 different times where it's 49-49 and you just can't close it out. I mean, if Sentinels win this series, I will be so impressed if they can come back from something like this. It is just so tough. But we'll see if they can do it here. It's still a tie series, still a lot of potential. I mean, yes, they're losing the Slayers, but they are winning those objective games. And honestly, looking really good with Precision being in Hawaii, looking strong here in preparation for Atlanta.
Oh, the Slayers have been the Achilles heel of Sentinels thus far. It becomes more and more clear that if they're going to win a series, it's going to have to be off their objective play. Move into game 3 onto live fire, and well, for the first time in this series, we're going to see that S7 sniper rifle play an impact, and we know what SSG has in their back pocket. It's a godly sniper of Stellar that can make all the difference. Top priority for Sentinels, prevent him from winning this game.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Sentinels, we've seen them recover before. We'll see if they can do it again here against SSG, who looks strong. 2 cap advantage here for SSG at the start. It's camo coming up in about 4 seconds. Legend will go for that triple cap. Boo Boo kind of by himself. He'll get staggered, and now Lethal on the mud by himself.
Well, the sleigh is just so heavily in favor of Space Station. They haven't been having any problems controlling the map because of it, and this early trip cap could just put Sentinels in a hole that's too deep to dig out of.
Yeah, this trip cap is deadly. We talk about it so often, and Sentinels is staggered. Eco, I believe it was Eco, gets that kill, though, on the top center of the map, and that'll allow Lethal freely inside a B. But again, look at the pressure from SSG. It's Lethal. Another 1v1 win. Gets the second as well. 3 down for SSG momentarily as they come off a spawn.
Well, the value in the 1v2 is exactly what Sentinels needed to at least stabilize for the time being. They're going to be able to work their way to that back B, start working on that hill capture. Now, having that 2 cap is where Boo Boo Doo Boo is going to come into play. You want to see him find unique angles with the sniper rifle, find the opening pick, and this is all to try to set up a play for the trip cap. You want to be able to apply pressure to A, get that trip cap, and get yourself back in this game.
I need those slays. Eco's the first to fall. That's Boo Boo now pushing up with that kill. Does he know Legend's here? He does now. They're going to take him out pretty cleanly here, and you see the rotation coming down towards A. Boo Boo gonna whiff a shot. He's got Lethal to help him out. Bound takes a nice angle. Precision will clean up that kill, and Boo Boo will try to go for A here, but all the while, it's SSG scoring.
Oh, Boo Boo's played this masterfully. Stellar has to come back to find him. An unorthodox route lets Boo Boo Doo Boo get the advantage on Stellar, and while the damage isn't done at A, you still have one more to deal with. It's gonna come down to a sniper shot.
Oh, he misses it too. Legend with a massive fight right there. Falcon is gonna take out Legend though, and there's 3 people here on A. That QT will save that one player who will go back B. That's gonna be Eco. But again, Sentinels stop the bleeding, profusely bleeding here with 2 caps, not allowing SSG to get 3. 108 though, and counting here for SSG as they continue to score.
Somehow, some way, there's one constant in every match that you'll see Sentinels play. It's Boo Boo Doo Boo getting the camouflage. At some point, this man's gonna have the ability to change a game, and ever since this man came into Elite 2016, him staying alive at the bottom of Plaza with this camo made his name, and now he can cement it into HGS's history as the best camo player in the game. Notice the value that he constantly gets with this equipment on his body. Completely changed the game for Sentinels. Now, had a controlling position. Space Station gonna have to rely on the sniper shots at Eco to push their way out of this 2 cap hole.
Yeah, Sentinels are clawing their way back here, but like you said, Eco is the one to change things up a bit, and that first kill will go through for Bound. Bound does get traded out, but you can see that first kill moves up SSG to take control. Now they know where the spawns are happening here on the tower side of the map, and you see the pressure comes through on the tower side once again. Eco taking a great position, trying to allow Stellar to come through, but Stellar will fall. Sentinels with a nice defensive hold.
That's so smart from Precision. He's stuck at top tower. He knows that sniper's looking at him from the position that they were in on the map. What does he do? He waits for a player to take an engagement so that a sniper's not looking at him. The second they do, and I mean the second that they get in that engagement, that's when he peeks around the corner and is able to team shot safely with his team. High-level micro plays like that are the difference between winning and losing games. Just a dominant switch on the map, and Bound's going to take a prolonged period to get off the map. You know, hey, it's a pretty way to fall off the map. We'll see him in 10 seconds.
2 caps here for Sentinels. Make that a triple cap as they reset C, and you see the pressure comes in. Great positioning by Lethal here, trying to take that isolated fight with that spawner coming on the Brutes, but he ends up staying alive, which is the most important as Sentinels have this AB hold. We'll see if he can continue to live as the pressure comes through from the scoreboard. It's Legend in a 1v1. He'll take him out.
It's important here from Sentinels, and they've done a fantastic job of it, is knowing when to wave the white flag on the trip cap. Lethal left early. It could have been devastating if he died early there. Instead, yes, Space Station gets the 2 cap, but Sentinels has this counterattack ready to push into B. All it's going to come down to is big bandit fights. If they can win them, they'll get control of this map once again.
Yeah, 2 big fights happen. One on the cut side of the map, one on the back B side of the map, and both of them are won by the side of Sentinels. That one is traded there on back green for Sentinels, and it'll keep them in the game, and it'll prevent that triple cap from happening. Now Lethal with that camo, again, getting information, making sure that his team knows where these staggered players are. And he'll continue to push through. Legend has to die here. It's a big kill out of Lethal, and he gets it.
Enemy team scoring.
I'd like to see Lethal out-rotate. I wouldn't worry about going back to B here necessarily unless you know you can guarantee this kill. So you see Bound's ready there to help. Lethal's doing his best to get this value in the 1v2, but he gets cut down, and well, B switches hands to Space Station once again. Sentinel's gonna have to delay their push because of that early death, and you can see Space Station are finding the value now that they have these numbers advantages. This is just such a brilliant play from them. They've been cutting down Sentinels a player at a time.
Yeah, you would think, you know, Lethal pushing up there, getting space onto B. The spawn's coming on the Brutes. He knows his teammates are going to clean up and get that C control, but yeah, going down early there, devastating. He does get the snipe off of spawn, though. We'll see what he's able to do with it. The QT comes out from Legend. He gets the kill. Beautiful quantum translocator by Legend here. That'll get him control of this back green side.
Oh, he got him.
Oh, he got him with the stick. Big kill, but 3 down for Sentinels.
I like the idea of teleporting closer to your teammates, right? Yeah, that QT. Let me just drop the sniper off next to my teammates so we can get control of that once again. The problem for Sentinels, though, is it's trades, right? These impressive kills that we're seeing, it's just a trade out to try to stabilize. We haven't seen them put Space Station 3-4 down since their last scoring stint.
Yeah, they haven't had a triple cap either, so obviously without those kills, no triple caps were able to happen. SSG, like you said, and I love that you pointed it out, just cutting Sentinels down any chance they get, cutting down those routes. Bound once again. Falcated has a route, trying to maybe make it through that rat tunnel. Bound cuts him down. Lethal spawns. Bound cuts him down as well. 224 and counting here for SSG.
Suddenly, Sentinels is in a do-or-die situation. This camouflage might be their only path forward to victory. They're well set up for it, but time is always an important factor. They're not only going to have to get this camouflage, but also win their way into this A stronghold. A tall task ahead of them.
Precision trying to do as much damage as possible to create an entry here for Sentinels, but SSG stops them once again, and now Lethal falls. That's 3 dead. That's the win for SSG, and that's a series lead, 2-1.
SSG taking control in this series, and it was just strong fundamental play that made the difference. I think what we saw so often in that game was Sentinels being the first player to go down. Someone on Sentinels just getting a little too far forward, losing an important fight, and that really propelled the team forward. Obviously can't understate the damage dealt from Legend in that game. Over 5k. He truly just seemed to be always in the front lines of battle, and what's even more impressive when you think about it is how low his damage taken was as well.
Absolutely love that. But on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, a SENCITY hoodie giveaway. All you got to do is type hashtag SENCITY in the chat, and you'll have a chance to win that beautiful hoodie on your screen. Look at that thing, Tools. Oh my goodness, I want one.
Yeah, am I allowed to enter? I mean, it's like...
Can I enter too, please? That is a nice looking hoodie.
Sentinels has some of the best merch in the game, and we're going to be giving away a few of these hoodies throughout the stream today, so keep yourself occupied. If you're in the YouTube stream, you got to go over to the Twitch stream. This is on the Twitch stream. Make sure you get yourself entered in hashtag SENCITY in the chat. I'll say, man, the folks, the creatives at Sentinels, they really do cook up some great merchandise.
Oh, those are my favorite colors as well. White, red, and black. Those colors together are absolutely amazing. Great. Another shout out to Sentinels for obviously putting this tournament together. For those of you guys that might not know, this is a SENCITY Throwdown Invitational where only 4 teams are invited: Sentinels, Optic, Faze, and SSG. And right now, you're watching the elimination bracket, Sentinels versus Space Station. And again, winner takes all. $5 grand on the line. The winner of this tournament will take the entire thing. Not bad for a day's of work, a day's worth of work here for these guys, the best players in the game, and honestly, some amazing games we've seen thus far. Some of the most entertaining I've seen in a while.
Do we have to do the exclamation mark? Is that what it is? Guys, put the exclamation mark in your message. So exclamation mark hashtag SENCITY.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you gotta get
there you go.
Tickets.
Yeah,
there you go.
Let's make sure everyone gets this in right. So get the exclamation mark in there to receive. We'll extend the giveaway a little bit so everyone can get. Yeah, there you go. There you go. You guys are starting to get it.
If maybe you're terrible and you have bad luck like me, which, you know, I have horrible luck, then you can just go buy yourself one. I mean, why not? $55 to support Sentinels, of course, throwing down this tournament. And, you know, of course, I think I'd be the 2XL there. So I might buy myself one of those today. But just, again, great hoodie. And like Tools, it said, exclamation mark, hashtag SENCITY, and then you'll see that it tells you you received a ticket if you're successful. So get that in, tell your friends about it as well, get them in here because there's some incredible Halo being played today.
After this game, folks, we'll draw the winner for that, so stay tuned for after this game. We'll figure out who took home that hoodie. But so far, Space Station with strong control, able to get that overshield and sniper on their side, holding down the lane. This could be devastating for Sentinels early on.
Yeah, I mean, SSG already taking control of Sentinels. Nats, this is exactly what you'd love to see, and that OS obviously being one of the big factors for allowing that to happen. Sentinels doing a great job, though, of fighting back off that pressure from SSG, and they take SSG 2 down. This is actually beautiful. They're able to push off that pressure.
Great work from Sentinels to split into two and both win their battles on the opposite sides of the map. It gives them control of the mid-map, and now looking for their opportunity to counter back. Look at that, the radar scan for Precision finds Bound in the precarious moments of his last life. Space Station now the team that's on their back foot. How quick things can change in Halo.
Yeah, we talk about Halo, you know, it's very important to have that information. Information is king. You see camo that comes up every 2 minutes used for information. So having that threat sensor, obviously very good if you can pick out 2-3 players with it. There's a lot of value in that as well. Boo Boo finds himself with the sniper again. It's 4 shots left in there, and you see the spawners of SSG and that 2-2 split that you talked about earlier, but Boo Boo's gonna take out one of those sides.
That's just easy pickings for Boo Boo. Doo finding kill and damage necessary. 4 players down from Space Station. This is all but guaranteed at the moment. Boo Boo can guarantee with a single snipe shot here. There's no way anyone's gonna find their way to this flag in time.
Just a lot of pressure as well caused by this snipe and allows him to stay on the top center of the map to get this overshield that's next. But it's Legend who comes on through, cleans up a lot of kills. The last player is Precision, not in a position whatsoever to get this OS. And because of that, Legend will pick it up for himself as Sentinel spawns in the back of their base.
Last time we saw Space Station with control, they weren't quick enough to take advantage. This time, they're gonna have to be able to find these kills and quickly play into the flag. Legend with those extra shields is making life a lot easier for him. They're gonna opt to go with the unorthodox pull towards the back base. Can Sentinel stabilize before Legend gets this thing home?
That was beautiful too. Him pushing that side also influenced the spawns and forced the other players to spawn in the back of the base. So they had to slave through that flag rotation and they'll get it in.
There could be a counterattack here from Sentinels on the back side. Stellar needs to find the kill on Lethal, but 2 going down. Eco just quick enough to stop Lethal from getting that flag away. Space Station was getting greedy, trying to go for a 2-for-1 combo. Bound was pulling flag while Eco covered for him. Lucky that they were able not to have Sentinels find a counterattack in this situation.
Oh, Bound is still alive, though. Beautiful job by him to play defense. He's going to continue to run this flag that was out for the side of SSG. That double could have just given SSG a flag cap. And Stellar with the snipe. We talk about how deadly he is. What is he going to be able to do with this? Absolutely
right
nothing.
Off the map. But the damage is done, right? It's fantastic work from Bound in that back base, working with Eco. Sentinels never took care of them. And what was a greedy play from Space Station that looked like could backfire eventually works in the end. And I'll say that's a 2-for-1 combo. Those players never left the base until that second flag got home. And yes, Boo Boo Doo Boo's back in that position that got them that first flag cap. But Space Station, even if you give this up, you're still not feeling terrible about this position. But ooh, this has been just a battle of setups from both these teams. Sentinels and Space Station working for strong positions on the map.
Yeah, like you said, Tools, it's a bit deja vu here. Boo Boo finds himself in that same position with 4 bullets to snipe, hits the shot, gets a kill, and the cap goes in. Sentinels tied up at 2.
Look how aggressive they're being on this backside. They're trying to do more with less. Unfortunately, they all go down. You thought that overshield was going to be enough to guarantee back-to-back flag casts. If I'm Lethal here, notice how he's sitting in this top position. I'll try to let these players go past me and then try to get these kills, forcing the fight at top mid. Lethal.
Oh my God.
Not quite able to get the kill on Nico.
But his shot is so solid. Like his movement, his shot, like everything looks so good today on the side of Lethal. You see, the flag comes out here for both sides, and it'll be Bound trying to win this fight, but he ends up falling. Stellar ends up falling as well. And that Sentinels flag not too far, but where is this SSG flag potentially? Is SSG having to fight off their spawn once again?
Sentinels is applying a lot of pressure to this back base as flag is finding its way. Falcated's off to the races. Can he get around this corner before anyone else can find him? Falcated's round the corner. It's only Legend that can stop it.
That's it. That's it. Sentinels win game number 4. Absolutely beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a game 5. Guys, can we talk about the monster in the closet? You know, my daughter, you know, sometimes, you know, God, Daddy, there's a monster under my bed or whatever.
I thought you were calling your daughter a monster. And I was like,
no. She is not a monster. She's beautiful.
You said the monster in the closet, my daughter. And I was like, whoa.
but yeah, she has the monster under her bed sometimes. And Sentinel's monster is winning Slayers. They have to win this Slayer right here. But I think if they do, they will be able to win this series. I think this has been a curse today. In the objectives, Sentinels, very good, very solid. But in these Slayers, they struggle. And now we find ourselves in yet another Slayer here. Tools, I mean, what do you make of this?
I think this was brilliant from Sentinels to stabilize and come back in a game. This was where I thought it was going to get scary, right? I mean, Sentinels had a chance at a counter. Their counter gets countered. And then when it all comes back to even footing, that's where Boo Boo Doo took over the game. What do we notice, right, in this game? That sniper often going into the hands of Boo Boo Doo. We saw precision as the sniper for this team normally.
Right.
But when I talked to these guys over the week about this tournament and what's coming up, one of the answers that they gave that surprised me so often was saying that we want to have less of a focus of precision grabbing that sniper rifle because we feel like he can do more with his bandit up close and in those fights with how strong he is with those jiggle peaks, with how aggressive he is into those spawns. That defaults the sniper back to Boo Boo Doo, who although is usually the objective player, has some of the best positioning in the game, and they're using positional sniper plays from Boo Boo Doo to leverage their team forward off that slaying prowess of Falcated and precision. It's a complete change to how you think you should play Halo, giving the best sniper player the sniper rifle in the match, but showing that it can be the big difference maker. They did note that this is a strategy that they use usually on those 2 sniper maps like Forbidden and Argyle, where they would rather try to put pressure on the other sniper.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's a really good breakdown. I really always assume that you are going to see precision with that sniper. We've seen Boo Boo with it time and time again. We saw it 2 times in that game, both times with 4 bullets, both times at the top of SSG's ramp, and both times he gets a kill, and they get a cap because of it. So absolutely beautiful. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, Sentinels are giving away 5 hoodies here. SENCITY hoodie giveaway. All you got to do is type !, hashtag, both of those, SENCITY in the chat, all one word, if you want to enter. And if you successfully enter, it will say blah 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 big noob 772. You have 1 ticket. Okay, so if you see that in the chat, then you know you are entered in. And if you don't see that, that means that you know you already entered or whatever. But anyway, you know, definitely get yourself one of these hoodies. If you're really unlucky like me, get yourself to the shop as well. They are selling these beautiful hoodies in the Sentinels merch shop, and you'll be seeing that linked here in the chat by our beautiful producer. So definitely get yourselves involved.
Guys, yeah, still people getting their tickets, guys. We're going to be rolling winners for this soon. So if you haven't, get yourself entered in. Shout out to Sentinels once again for not only giving away some merchandise and all that, but also just throwing on this tournament, right? This is like such a cool initiative. Best of 7s, only 4 teams, the best competition thus far. And let me tell you, the games haven't disappointed. In the last hour, we've had 3 50-49s. And well, with the next game 5 coming up, it could be a 50-49. Yeah, hopefully Sentinel. I'm going to say hopefully. You know, I don't want to be biased about which team's going to win, but I just want to see Sentinels win one 50-49.
Just one. Just fun. Yeah, I mean, Tools is right. If you're just joining us, you're new, welcome. Once again, this is the SENCITY Throwdown Invitational. Winner takes all, $5,000. 4 of the best teams in the world here competing against each other, but Sentinels have involved themselves in 3 50-49s as today has gone on. If we have another 50-49 here, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be honest with you, I will be in shock. I mean, I'm gonna go play the lottery or something. I don't know, but it would be absolutely insane. But yes, we need to see Sentinels, as they lost all of those 50-49s, finally win one, because I think that would catapult them in this tournament.
As you see, we had a restart on this game, so make sure you get yourself entered in. Once again, make sure we get everyone ready for the SENCITY hoodie giveaway. We also have a special giveaway at the end of the broadcast today, where we'll be giving away one of those championship man, what do you call them, like the zip ups? The championship zip ups are like white. They're called the jackets. That's what I was looking for. The Sentinels championship jackets. We'll be giving away one of those at the very end. And let me tell you what, there's no better looking esports merch out there than the Sentinels championship jacket. So make sure you're watching at our grand finals.
Very exciting day today. I believe we'll be picking the first winner here for these hoodies, and as we said, they're giving away 5, so they'll be giving away more as this tournament progresses and as this broadcast progresses as well. And so definitely keep your eye on the chat and make sure you're entered in with what it says at the bottom of this screen. Like we talked about, Live Fire Slayer, the next game, it is game 5. Sentinels have tied up the series.
They picked our first winner. It was Pug Mowgli. Pug Mowgli won the first hoodie.
Pug Mowgli, congratulations. You are our very first SENCITY hoodie giveaway winner. You're a very lucky man, because there's 3,000 people in the chat and you just won out of all those people. So that's kind of crazy.
And Pug Mowgli, a big supporter over here at LVT, watches all the broadcasts. You always see him in the
Karma.
chat. So, hey, I love it. Yeah, you know, maybe if you play more, you like if you type more in chat, you have a better chance to win. Just a theory. Just a theory.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, guys, this has been a beautiful day. And of course, the beautiful Halo community, we get to experience this, and these are memories that will last for a long time. Of course, I've never seen 3 50-49 Slayers by one team in my life, let alone them losing all 3. We've got to see a bit of a change here. Will Sentinels win this Slayer here against SSG that will put them up in this series? We're hopping on board with Boo Boo Doo.
Straight into the bottom of the map. Look, there's no one here to even contest. So I think it's almost catching him by surprise. He's like, what? Where is the action?
Sniper in the hands of Stellar. Many shots to work with. Boo Boo gonna let Stellar move around the map, and because of that, Stellar will find the back of his head. He'll also find the cleanup on the Lethal as well. Space Station Gaming lead 3-2 so far.
Well, the camouflage coming up. This is a deadly position for Space Station. They're able to get away with this camo. You have a feeling that this could get out of hand for Sentinels early on.
I believe it's Legend who gets away with that camo. Stellar humbly drops that sniper for him, and because of that, he'll have control of that while Stellar takes this side of the map on the nest. And a little bit of a chokehold here. The Space Station
getting fast. Look how forward Legend is on the map with that camouflage. He's getting right into the faces of these Sentinels players.
To his detriment. He ends up falling. Sniper and camo both down here. Eco, he's going to end up staying alive, and that'll be 4 down for the side of Sentinels, so that aggression pays off as he gets that damage in.
Yeah, we say to the detriment, but really, like, Legend hits 2 big shots, gets that damage down, and oftentimes damage can be enough to overwhelm a team, right? It's so often we talk about having that first pick and getting numbers advantages, aka the 4v3 when you start to collapse in. But getting 2 players down to 1 shot is just about as good as a kill. You just know your players can wrap those corners and find easy enough kills. 5 in a row for Stellar early on in this game. He started with the sniper, eventually reclaims it off the map. It's going to be imperative for Sentinels to find a kill on him.
It's funny, you drop the sniper and it ends up back in your hands once again with 2 bullets in it to work with. Has some information, I believe, on 1 player, maybe 2, as Boo Boo's legs maybe were showing there. You see 2 players stuck on the back of that green side. Stellar just trying to find that first initial pick that we keep talking about. Not able to find an opening just yet, but he's gonna drop down to help Eco, and he ends up falling, and Eco gonna share the same fate. They both fall.
Mayhem at the bottom trenches of the map, but so far Sentinels have not been able to recover that sniper rifle. And with this next camouflage coming up, you know that these next picks are important. For the third time in this game, Stellar has been able to get that sniper in his hands.
And look, he pushes really far into this camo. This is risky, but he's also got Eco here. So, okay, creating space, trying to at least bound, gonna get away with that camo. They're not gonna be able to kill him. He stays alive, but finally gets taken out. A great job by Sentinels tools to take out Bound in that situation.
The difference between these two teams, right? The Sentinels collapses have been as a team with bandits up, trying to collapse in on the players at Space Station. They're starting to find large success with that. On the other side, we've seen moments where it's been a large amount of their kills come from the sniper player getting position, getting damage, and opening up opportunities. Now that that sniper's finally landed into the hands of Sentinels, you have to feel that maybe Space Station could be finding themselves in unfamiliar territory in this game.
Oh, and look where the sniper ends up once again.
Keep count. That's like number 4.
Yeah.
This is 4 sniper that he's been able to pick up.
It's up there. He's got 5 bullets to work with this time. Not really able to connect on much, though, with this snipe. We know what he's capable of, and that's why I say that. And a couple people pushing on the top center of the map. Stellar still maintaining control of the top of tower. Still not able to really find any damage or shots that go in. 2 bullets to work with. But again, it's SSG who come out on the bottom end of this as Sentinels are leading by 1.
There's opportunity, but the push comes without Stellar being able to get there quick enough. Sentinels has done a fantastic job of not letting that sniper overwhelm them in this game thus far. They take the lead, and this is what's been missing in their Slayers in the previous series, is they were often not in control of the game, not able to dictate when and how to push. If they're able to maintain leads in this game, I think that's going to be the difference between closing this out and having to play that comeback position once again.
And you see they push. Space Station was stuck on that tower side. Sentinels push through, and SSG have a beautiful defensive hold that gives them now the lead here in this game 5. And as you can see, a couple staggered players from the SSG side. I would say staggered, but it's absolutely not. They're ready for the push of Sentinels, and they wipe Sentinels 3 down.
Oh, Falcon finds the answer back, but with Space Station able to put Sentinels down all to the respawn screen. Look at the pressure that they're trying to apply right away. Space Station gonna try to speed this game up as we approach the end game.
Honestly, it's they're like you said, speeding up, and it's starting to turn into momentum for them. It's Legend now with the camo in his hands. A nice clean up onto the side of Falcated. You see all 3 members of Sentinels that are left over now trying to hold on that top C plat area, and they'll have this lead. And Legend, he's not able to find too much value out of this camo, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because his teammates are cleaning up all the kills.
He's also just getting big information for his team. Oftentimes, it's not really important what you do with that camouflage kill-wise, but more about clearing information, having that freedom to move quickly on the map and just try to direct your team where to go. And you can see what was a 1 to 2 kill game just opens up finally to a 7 kill lead in the final moments, largely due to the camouflage that Legend was able to grab.
I would count this over, but there's no way I'm doing that after what I've seen today. 47 to 39. I think if there's one time it's over, it's maybe now with SSG and how beautiful they've been playing. But as I say that, 2 kills in the feed go in for Lethal, but the 48th here for SSG.
Never count them out. We've seen multiple times they've been down by double digits and pull the game into a one kill game.
No. 49, 44. Only 1 needed for SSG. I would freak out if this goes to a 49-49 again, but I really do think it's near impossible for the side of SSG. They get Eco down to no shields. He has to back up. Precision's down to no health. Bound's gonna nade himself. Oh no, there's no way. Tools, there's no way.
It's just 3. Sentinels has been playing close with each other. They have not left the A position. You can see Precision is lined up far.
Tools?
Oh!
Tools! There's no way! There's no way! Eco down to no shield. The spike grenade. Bao gets the beat down. Oh my word. SSG close it out, but a 50-48. What is going on? What is happening today, dude? This is absolutely nuts. What the frick?
Definitely an overheat at the end from Sentinels. I think they got a little too caught up in the moment of the game. Eco did a fantastic job of just playing top mid, right? His job is to buy time for Bound to get behind him to get that game-winning backsmack. But you could definitely feel the momentum shift, and if Eco would have done down early, it was imperative for him not to go early down in that fight. Could have seen a completely different. We could have seen a completely different game if that lines up for the collat. I mean, oof. That collateral. I think Eco jumps behind Stellar, and that's the reason it's not a collateral.
Yeah. My goodness. I'm sorry. Like, if you're just joining us, then you don't understand what is going on here, and that's okay. You know, welcome to the broadcast. But Sentinels have been a part of 3 50-49s. 2 of them, they were down 10 plus kills. One of them was 10 kills. One of them was, I think, 13 or 14 kills. And they came back and made it a 50-49 where they ended up losing 50-49. And now this one, once again, they're down. Boo Boo catches Legend, catches Stellar.
Yes,
like, dude.
Imagine if he just like, so then let's look how this happens, right? Like they find Eco, Bound's waiting, Eco gets the information. They either both need to start flying forward together, like don't stop moving forward, and that nade pushes, like prevents them from doing that. I'm curious what the player behind him saw, but I think they just got too caught up in the moment. You have 4 bullets a sniper. Get back to safety. Allow your team to win the game with that.
That's a really good point. You had sniper bullets left. Man, that's insane. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Space Station Gaming closing it out, and it's got to be high pressure for SSG as well. It's like, okay, this is getting a little bit close, but they end up closing it out. Bound comes in with a back smack, by the way, to win that game 50-48. But oh my word, what a, you know, it's just, what a great day today. What a present this is to be able to watch these beautiful games. I can't stress it enough. This has been some incredible Halo being played today, and I am so excited to be a part of it. Space Station leading 3-2 as we hop into game 6.
Big moments in this series. Big moments for Sentinels to come out on top early in this game. Let's see what it sounds like uncensored with the Sentinels roster.
Enemy team took the hill.
Can you help TJ? I'm grabbing you.
Yeah, that's not long.
In top tower playing for me.
Top A cat.
I got him.
Already pied door.
Yeah.
Weak village.
Still top A cat, guys.
Hey, one shot Stellar. One shot in B, one shot in B.
Yeah, I got top A cat. Needles again, John.
I'm looking Piper.
2A, last 2A. I shot them. Wait, I decided we were gonna nade.
I can get heal. One
You're gonna be C, yeah.
Spot.
Me A again.
Cut there.
Good milk, man.
Shot one. Yeah, I got one.
Let's kill box. Keep our numbers. Kill box, one shot.
I got him.
Looking at you, Mike.
Top there.
Top tower.
Not bound.
Top A.
Hey, we got
Top there, one shot.
I'll get him.
Top tower.
I held 2 shot the pipes. I almost 2 shot pipes.
It's Ballage half.
And Mangler. I'm looking pipes now. 2 here.
Me up on tower.
I went 2 shot. One shot. And top red. Almost. They got back up the hill.
Sucker.
Give me red. I'll try half all you feel.
That's one your C. I can look over you. I think he's going bottom A. And the other's L2.
How many needles?
Ballage and L2.
Ballage. One shot Ballage, Stellar.
Sitting like L2 under shock. He's sitting under shock.
One shot needles.
One shot.
L2, one shot hill. Absolutely, literally no shield.
One stop red one.
Yeah, 5 for camo, guys. 5 for camo.
Might go yellow door to Sax, Eco.
Yeah. Hit hill twice.
Camo weak. One shot. Bottom mid.
Dead.
Camera down.
Coming down.
And Bellage.
Bellage and L2.
The bottom A?
Yeah, I burnt camo, I burnt camo. I burnt camo.
Dead steps. Go on, grapple, one shot.
Bottom A to tower, bottom A to tower. Nice, Suda.
No one had A.
Spawn red, spawn red.
Yeah, bottom tower, Legend. Red.
Yeah,
Last.
two tower me.
Go tower.
Last up.
That's up tower, Legend.
One shot top tower still.
Yeah, no one here.
Two
here.
tower. I'm going.
Yeah, no one back side. He's on me, actually. I had him twice, Seiko. Actually, 4 times, one shot tower. He went front, door. In the pillar.
Bottom mid, Mike, weak. No corner.
Alright, don't know.
And bottom main, bottom tower.
Bottom mid still, I can needle shields.
Box, one shot.
Bottom mid. Bottom tower, Legend.
Bottom mid.
Bottom tower, Legend.
He's like bottom A.
Bottom A.
The bottom mid is two down.
Stack, stay alive.
Oh, one.
Nice turn. That's
And should be corner on me or something? Yeah. One shot, see steps. It was eco.
Yeah, there's 2.
Enemy team took the hill.
on red fast.
Red, kill red.
Yeah.
Let's go on tower. I might get ape.
Yeah, I'm needing this up.
Well, as we come back from that listen-in, it was Sentinels who still sound calm and collected, right? They're not tilting. I don't hear any tilt in their voice, and that's the signs of a very professional roster. Even, again, losing out on that Slayer, 4 Slayers they've lost out on today, still focusing on the game tools.
Well, it's been fairly even on the slays, but a couple of kills that favor Space Station that have been big moments. And what's been interesting is it's not necessarily the kills that Space Station are getting, but it's rather the lives that they stay with. They've been able to have a Legend in the first hill stay alive for so long to capture that one. Next we saw Eco staying alive at the triple stacks to prevent Sentinels from getting the kills necessary to really take those hills. Oftentimes the difference, right, between winning a big hill and losing a hill can just be one player staying alive.
Well, we see Lethal trying to play his life here. You know that elevator side of the map with this hill on the needles, very important to control. Lethal's gonna end up trying to pinch on the Legend back there, while Eco takes that top glass control area. So SSG trying to get control, but once again, it's Lethal who makes the play to stay alive, still on that elevator side and still holding control of this hill.
Definitely a frustrating moment for Legend there. Lethal was able to stay alive, and that wins the back spawns for Sentinel, something that they desperately needed, right? The neutral time going to start playing a factor in this game. 2 minutes and 48 seconds with Space Station having a 2-hill lead. They don't really have any necessary reason to step into hills. It'll be nice to go up 3-0, but to them, it's more about winning these slays and controlling the map.
Oh my gosh, Precision's still alive! There's no way! Boo Boo gets that kill. Precision took on a 2v1, was still alive, able to do more damage. And now because of all that, Sentinels maintain control of the elevator side of the map. And like you said, SSG playing for that time potentially, but Sentinels are in full control here to get some hill time.
They got this unorthodox angle from Boo Boo Doo. It allows him to catch Legend before Legend's able to see anything. His position's known. Boo Boo Doo gets the easy kill, and it's vital for Sentinels to get this hill sooner rather than later. You want to have as much time on this clock as possible to work back into this game.
You see SSG stepping in the hill. Kind of interesting, right, with how important that elevator spawn is. But it's going to be Boo Boo now who takes that hill time. 3 or 4 more ticks left, and it will be Sentinel's first hill in this game. And Boo Boo's gonna be the catalyst for that. A killing spree for him. Gets the kill as well. Now 1-2. Sentinel's trailing, but a great start with 3 down for SSG.
Problem, last player alive, Stellar's got a camouflage for his team. And we talked about how important it is for you to stay alive in this game. And Stellar's ability to live bought the team better spawns towards hills. And now Sentinels is going to have to fight through that white tower to break through. But once again, last player alive, Stellar trying to make the play. And boy, does he do it time and time again. The ability of Stellar to stay alive and find big kills cannot be understated.
Yeah, the awareness as well, right? He gets that kill on the seaside, knows they're going to be on the top of glass as well. So turns his attention there. Ends up falling. That'll be 2 down for SSG, and the spawns come out onto A. All the while, Sentinels getting more hill time. They've got to be aware of that bottom center push, though. 2 players from the side of SSG making their way, I thought bottom center, but it looks like they end up going towards the needle side. And you see the two spawners on the pipe side. So Sentinels still in control in the back of Hydro here.
Slowly but surely, Space Station is trying to find a way to get the better position. They're not necessarily needing to play too fast. I mean, Sentinel's not stepping in that hill. That's because Stellar's position over there at Needles. He's just looking at that hill. If someone steps in, they're going to get lasered immediately. He's been single-handedly keeping Sentinels out of this hill, and this is not guaranteed for Sentinels. There's only 1 minute and 22 seconds on the clock. This could very much still be a hill that Space Station wins on if they're able to deny entry to Sentinels.
That's a big kill by Lethal, though. The back smack onto Stellar going to allow Lethal to be in a great spot. That Shroud screen also going to give them a bit of time here. This is beautifully played by Sentinels. Now they just got to take care of Eco, but oh my goodness. Legends on the back as well. Eco stays alive while one shot. That is big for the side of SSG and not so good for Sentinels.
Been backbreaking time and time again how these players of Space Station have been able to stay alive. Eco, multiple times this game, has been able to just live longer than necessary. Sentinels not able to overwhelm the position because of it. Now with Camouflage in their possession, notice how Space Station's playing outside of the hill. To them, they're going to try to win off the neutral time remaining in the game.
Oh, it's Bound who turns his back to the shock rifle player. That's Lethal. Ends up jumping towards that shock rifle. 39 seconds left here. Sentinels need to make a move, but all of SSG on the back of Hydro, and they have to cross through that catwalk side. Lethal trying to make that opening happen, but not really able to do that much damage. Legend and the crew playing their angles really well. Bound gets a spot on the top of glass, makes it even more difficult for Lethal to do anything, but Sentinels still find themselves in the hills.
So smart from Lethal, right? There's no benefit to him dying there, but the team help can come. He lets his teammates win the fight. A veteran play from him makes the difference and allows them to capture this second hill. It's tied up. Next hill is going to win this game.
Wow, we could potentially go to a game 7 here, ladies and gentlemen. A great recovery from Sentinels. Once again, I've got to talk about the mental on them. Yes, they've been struggling in the Slayers, but oh my word, they have been putting up massive fights here in the objective side of the game. It's going to be SSG who get those first couple of ticks on this hill. But again, this hill very difficult as it's on the bottom center. Boo Boo with a huge kill, though, to take pipe control.
He set the trap up perfectly. The problem for Sentinels is they haven't won the spawns. Finally, with 3 players down, Bound at glass in his position well known. You hope that Sentinels is going to be able to prevent the spawns that gives Space Station the advantage to hill, but no, the last player alive finding value. Bound somehow, some way has been able to stay alive. Sentinels never find the kill. They win the backseat spawns once again, and Sentinels playing from basically zero once again. Stellar got the camouflage. You just cannot let this man get away. Lethal has to commit. Look at him jumping out of the A window, knowing how important that kill is going to be.
My goodness, and that all started from Bound being on that long haul side, influencing the spawns. I was expecting when they got 3 down for them to fly towards back C, but it was Bound that stopped everything there, and now SSG find themselves in the hill to get this last cap.
Heavy damage from Eco, but him staying alive every second that he gets in this hill so valuable for his team. They finally take him out, but not before this damage is done. Now it's just one clean wipe from Space Station, and this game will be over.
3 down though for SSG. They're gonna jump in the hill here. Obviously next hill wins.
Deja vu. Bound, last player alive. He's trying to influence all that he can.
They bait him. Look at that. The plasma grenades get the kill there. Time ticking down. Sentinels really behind in this hill, obviously. Precision has that shock rifle. We talk about him with power weapons. He ends up falling as well.
They have to fly in the hill. There's nothing they can do. No, Space Station able to just overwhelm in that hill, and it largely comes down to players that were staying alive. Eco's ability to milk in that hill is able to give Space Station just enough time to overcome Sentinels. And Sentinels gonna have some thoughts about Slayer after this tournament. Some massive games that just did not go their way. That leads to them having the early exit.
Wow, it's crazy. You would expect. I mean, gosh, again, 3 50-49s, and 150-48. Any of those Slayers go differently, it's a very different tournament here for Sentinels. I feel like they played their objective really well, even in this last game. But again, it's that spawn, you know, winning those spawns, like you kept saying, Tools. It's one of the most important parts of the game, and Down was in control that entire time for the last couple of or the last bit of hill.
Yeah, Sentinels were never quite able to get that clean wipe, and staying alive, just showing that value that each life has was enough for Space Station to overcome in this game. Sentinels did a fantastic job working their way back into it, but they were never quite able to win those spawns back, get that needed time. And I want to give a big shout out to Eco in particular, right? We saw Bound at the end of the game making his big plays. Eco's ability to milk that time in that last hill by staying alive, dodging those grenade kills was just too much value. And that value, that simple value proposition that each life has was just too much for Sentinels to battle out of.
I thought once they got this second hill, it was starting to turn things up. It was, again, when they were down here, Sentinels trying to make sure to secure this hill. They end up going 3 down, but still find a way to tie it up at 2. Absolutely beautiful. And again, this kill was big too. It gives them pipe control here, but Bound, look at him on that long haul side. The kill comes out. It's 2 down, or I'm sorry, 3 down for the side of SSG. Bound stays alive on the long haul, like you talked about, and gives them that back C spawn, the back Hydra spawn, and then it all ends up falling apart from there. My goodness, what a great showcase by SSG. That'll be Sentinels out of the tournament, but they'll still be giving away some hoodies. If you'd like to enter in to get a hoodie here, type ! #SENCITY in the chat for your chance to enter. If you didn't win the last one, this is another one, so get your tickets now.
Remember, folks, it's on Twitch chat only, so if you're watching the YouTube, make sure you get over to the Twitch, type in that ! #SENCITY. We're gonna give away one more of these hoodies. We saw Pug Mowgli win his hoodie already. Who will join him and have the drip from the Sen City?
Did you enter in, Tools? Did you?
I'd feel bad if I won, you know.
I might just buy myself one, and you can do that if you go to their merch shop, of course. Very beautiful merch here. And again, a shout out to Sentinels for throwing this tournament. And gosh, I don't know if it's exactly updated yet, but as we're doing this giveaway, or after we do this giveaway, the bracket, things have panned out just a bit. I believe we have, if I'm not mistaken, we have Optic Faze coming soon, and that's going to be an incredible match. And then, of course, the lower bracket continuing on as well. Very, 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 very excited for what's to come here. I believe we have a winner. It's gonna be True Taco. Am I correct, Tools?
True Taco, TRU_Taco, winning himself a hoodie from Sen City. Shout out to True Taco.
Congratulations, man. I would love to see that hoodie in action. But you know what? Let's get some thoughts from Louis V. Titan himself on the desk.
Woo, Sentinels, man, dropping the games that count. It's unfortunate, but nevertheless, the tournament must go on. So we take a look at the brackets. Elimination semis are now complete. Sentinels, the first team to bow out of this 4-team invitational. Remember, this is $5,000 winner take all. So the only teams that remain at this time, Space Station, and then the 2 teams in the matchup we're about to witness, both teams undefeated so far as series go. It's Faze versus Optic on the other side of this break. Ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
stronger, moving light speed, work it longer, we a different breed, living larger, chasing the dream, push it farther, better than you ever seen, pedal to the metal, we going far, foot on the gas, just getting started, let's get it started.
And just like that, we are back. I'm Louis Vitae, and you're watching the Sin City Throwdown here on LVT Halo. And it's time for our winner finals. One team of this 4-team elimination tournament has been eliminated. That is Sentinels, the host team. They go down first, but nevertheless, we sit here with the undefeated teams, Faze versus Optic Gaming. The lobby is ready to go. Players on their respective teams. So we'll kick it to our caches. We got Mikowski and Tools on this. Mikowski, what it do?
All right, it do a lot of doing as we have our favorite El Clasico. I don't know if that made sense, Tools, but you know what does? A Halo tournament with Faze and Optic playing each other in the winners or grand finals. Here we go. Faze coming off a heater 4-0 sweep. Optic with a little bit more of a contested series in the winners semis against Sentinels. Which way do you see this series going?
Well, it wasn't that Faze just 4-0'd. It was like a montage clip. It's all tournament long with them, right? It's like this has been the most dominant looking that Faze has looked all year. I like that Optic will have a little bit of time to get themselves acquainted in this series. You know, these best of sevens allow teams to get them that footing underneath them. I want to see the game 7. I hope that this is the series that we see the game 7.
Yeah, we've been getting close. We've been getting teased here in the last couple of series, it feels like, as it seemed destined to go to game 7, but it not. If we do go to game 7, it'll be a fight back on the streets. That's where we're going to be kicking things off, Garrett, and not only on streets, but in an oddball, and with two teams that are already warmed up. As you could imagine, this oddball on streets sets itself up for a great game number 1, where it's likely to go the distance, likely to be 15 to 20 minutes of straight, pure carnage in action. The winner of this game 1 takes a little bit of an edge, a little bit bigger edge because of that, going into that game 2 on recharge. What do you expect here on a streets oddball?
I think this is going to be important for Optic to come out and win these 4 downs. You know what I'm saying? Like, they need to have clean wipes against Faze. I think I see that happening for them. It might not happen right away, but I think Optic's going to find themselves having an advantage towards that back end of this game, and it'll be just up to them to clutch it out and win the first game in this series.
They come down to guys like Formal having a game, and he's been having a series and a tournament so far. As we take a look at our lobby getting set and ready to kick things off, we do expect a listen in at the very least with Optic. We've got Dead Zone, Formal, Lucid, Lunchbox, and Trippy in the Discord. Ready to hear some comms from Optic. That's been one of my favorite parts about these invitationals or these community-hosted events. When we get the teams in the Discord and you get to hear what the comms sound like. I don't know, Garrett. I love casting, but I'm almost more impartial to hearing the players.
His Optic team has been back-to-back second-place finishes on the last 2 lands. A very close loss at Arlington in particular against Space Station, looking for their revenge against Faze here today after losing to them at London. But this is the best this team has looked. Simply put, Faze were dominant at London, and now I think every team is going to fear them as they go into a home crowd situation in Atlanta. Faze hosting that event and looking at well positioned to go for a back-to-back LAN championship.
Well, that terrifies me as just an impartial, unbiased member of the Halo community. Hearing that from you, Garrett, that Faze is looking the best they've ever looked. They just won the Halo World Championship. They just won HCS London. You're telling me that they're even better than when they won those tournaments? I actually think so too. So this is a deadly roster. This is a team of 4 that when first put together, I'll never forget, the hardest Halo roster on paper, and they've all but lived up to that expectation. Actually, let me ask you that, Garrett. As to the expectations that were set when this FaZe Clan roster formed, do you think that they've reached that expectation? Are they a little under or below it? Where do you think that is?
I guess it depends on the person that you ask, right? It's
right.
Like when that roster was first rumored back in season 1, when this FaZe roster was playing underneath the Sentinels banner, and it looked like Renegade was going to transfer from Cloud9 to Sentinels and play with them, I think that that I guess what would have been Sentinels at the time, I don't think they would have lost a tournament for the rest of Infinite. It's like that would have been such a deadly combination early on. But then you get a little bit of time, all the teams get better. Optic gets that momentum, right? I think it was a big deal for Optic to win that first land, and now that Optic has that land, just winning that land, right? Having that championship experience, I feel like we're going to constantly see a battle for who's on top.
Yeah.
I think the expectations for a lot of players was for that Faze team just like never to lose. That obviously hasn't come to fruition. It's been because of these folks, right? It's like the big three. Any given week, anyone can win. I think that each team is trying to meet their expectations of their fans, and I think each team, it's like they all think that their team should be winning each tournament.
All right, the expectations are high, not only for Faze, but for both Optic and Faze, as we set our sights to Streets for an oddball game number 1, and here we go. The Stalker going to be ever important. Shotgun just to the right of this POV going to be ever important, and combining it with the camo through the middle of the map going to be especially important. And watch out for those rotations, those resets. Nowhere to throw the oddball off the map here on Streets. You're going to have to get a little cheeky with it, tossing it out to maybe the palm trees or out to that camo point in bottom mid as we get set to kick things off.
Oddball always going to be that battle of attrition. Who can last the longest? Great match for both these teams to start off on. Get an opportunity to feel each other out and to see who will come out on top. One thing to know, Optic Gaming, opting for that Eagle side. We've seen Cobra being the most popular choice. Faye is going to be playing on that Cobra side. It doesn't usually have that big of a difference maker, but Faze and Optic, I think both on the teams that they're comfortable with.
Comfortability is key. You want to try to get to a subconscious level of headspace here where you're not thinking, you're just doing. Renegade pushing his way through the middle of the map. Rocks the first camo of the match, earns the back smack fittingly so, and double for the fist. No, Lucid takes down a potential spree there for Renegade with the camo, but he goes down shortly after. Frosty regaining positioning at the tires.
Yeah, look how fast they are to spread out on this map, trying to apply that pressure over at Cafe. Ignoring the ball time early on to try to overwhelm those players at Optic and force that back spawn. A strategy that could be backfiring at the moment. As Optic won the fights at Cafe, they're going to be able to get quick ball time. We're already seeing the difference in strategy. Faye is trying to go for that knockout blow early on, while Optic being a little bit more scrappier with their ball time.
At 2 reset wins already for Optic Gaming, and they've been able to milk that into 17 seconds of time. But after 3 go down, Dead Zone doing a great job to extend his life long enough to where Frosty takes shots through the middle of the map. So Dead Zone goes down, but not before, making it a more difficult slay for Faze, and that gives Optic and the 3 other members of the team a chance to push on through. 2-2 split, 2 down the red driveway side, 2 down the Cafe side as Renegade spots that push down the Cafe side. Gotta watch his back though. Formal and Dead Zone want it. They get it. World 2 now has the back at Dead Zone. He takes him down. It's a flank on flank attack. The 3 go down for Faze and only 2 for Optic.
Yeah, you see Optic, they overloaded on the B side, trying to just overwhelm with their numbers, and eventually it's a long play that works out for them because they were able to refill their positions with the spawners at B. Faye spawn all the way across the map, having to work up the map. And although they're going to be able to get this camouflage, they certainly... Oh no, it looks like Optic's going to be the one that gets the camouflage. Well, a big change. Optic... Now with this camouflage, I think Dead Zone is going to be in a perfect position here to cause mayhem.
Just more efficient off the reset. Our Optic, whether it's the oddball itself or the camo and bottom mid. Dead Zone now with it. What can he do with it as he has the commando in his hands for a little bit of semi-auto fire to take down some weak opponents for Faze? He's doing just that, but Frosty answers back with the bandit. Headshot takes him down. Formal looking to clean up on that slay, avenge the death of Dead Zone, and he does. Takes down the opposition Frosty, and now we have an even 3v3, but spawn up occurs sooner in the feed for Optic Gaming. They're able to get right back on that oddball and get right back to the scoring, looking like the first team to reach 30, if not for Renegade. And another member of Faze, Royal 2, pushing through the Cafe side with another flank.
Well, the problem for Faze right now is there's no worry about a flank from Optic Gaming. They took down Snakebite before he could get that action working, so it's been a stalemate for them over on Cafe and back A. Eventually, Optic just overwhelms those 2 players, and they're going to be able to find the rest. A 4 down that should come in for Faze temporarily as Frosty gets awfully aggressive on the other side. This has been just fantastic work from Optic. They've been systematically working this map, getting those 4 downs, and they've been very efficient on their ball time as well. This is all signs pointing to Optic taking this first round.
Well, we talked about it in the pregame. The roster that was assembled here for FaZe Clan, one of the deadliest Slayer rosters in Halo history, and they're getting outslayed here in game number 1. It's Optic Gaming with more slays and more points, practically 10xing this FaZe Clan score of 6. Now rolling into the 60s are Optic, as Lucid has the shotgun. A little behind on that push from Renegade, but no matter, Dead Zone gets the slay. Lucid cleans up on Frosty, and Optic continue to roll.
Ball time still in their possession. You see FaZe has been struggling and having 4 players up on the map at the same time. And until they solve that problem, I don't think any solution is going to make itself present to them on how to win this round. Slaying just simply needs to go their way.
65-6 now, less than 2 minutes left in regulation. Royal 2 now with the camo to utilize, and watch out for Trippy there. Almost takes him down, but Trippy with the melee, able to allow his teammate with the grenade to take him down nonetheless. Haven't seen much from the camo here on streets just yet. Haven't seen much from FaZe until this very moment, where they're able to cut this lead into thirds. 22 in total for FaZe Clan after having 6. It's a good stretch for them, but not good enough to retain possession as it goes back in favor of Optic.
Yeah, it's so incredible how fast Optic was able to find that break. FaZe has been struggling and working their way up the map all game long. Optic, the second they're put in the same situation that FaZe has been in all game, well, they only give up about 15 seconds of oddball time. Impressive work from them.
Lucid only needed a body, and after 3 shots, he got one on Royal 2 in 3v3. But again, Optic has the efficiency. Optic has the rotation, and Renegade gets chased out, pulled out to the spiker stairs, and that was all bait for Dead Zone. Great job with the invisible hand pulling that player through. That was Renegade, and then Trippy with another great job in mid. Finds the double kill, and Optic find the win in round 1, rather convincingly.
Just a really clean round from Optic. Really want to highlight Dead Zone in particular that round. Not only does he top frag for his team, has the lowest deaths, but he also has the most oddball time. He's a do-it-all player at the moment. And it's fantastic to see that from the newest pickup of this Optic Gaming squad. Obviously, those back-to-back second-place finishes have to hurt for him. He's been a player that's so often finding that second-place finish in Infinite, but has that talent to be on a dynastic roster that they're hoping to build with underneath this Optic banner.
Totally agree, Bulls. Dead Zone was brought in to comp that objective role that APG once held on this Optic Gaming roster, but Dead Zone's really looking more like a flex player where he's able to do quite literally it all. He was looking like the MVP in London. Now it's Trippy with the 3 perfect shots. Big game Trippy starting to show up here a little bit with 11 kills, only 7 deaths, 43 seconds of ball time, second on the team for Optic as he repositions at the top side of heaven. Going to make it difficult to push through on the red side for FaZe, and because of that, maybe we're going to send most of the roster down the pink side.
With everything going right for Optic Gaming, they really haven't felt much pressure throughout this entire game. Finally, FaZe finds some sort of break, but this is where Optic has been efficient. Each time FaZe got their setup, it was almost an immediate break from Optic Gaming. The spawns come up. I'm curious whether they're able to replicate that success in round 2.
Lucid anticipating a flanker, and he's got one in Renegade. Great communication and/or game sense here from Optic. Keeps Lucid captain alive for now, and another spawner on the backside of C means Lucid can push out. Formal maybe filling that space instead. A rotation comes through, oddball, but it's Lucid coming through on the shotgun side instead. Garrett, what did you see here that led to that double from Lucid?
Lucid just having a great understanding of what FaZe was covering and what they weren't. So often the general rule of Halo is outside, outside in. Take your perimeters, then the last player moves through the middle. What does Lucid do? Well, he breaks the rules. He says, I'm going to be the first player that goes in. I'm going to go in right through the middle of the map. He's able to do that because of the information that his team's gotten. Knowing where those players are, he advances his timing so that he has perfect position to take those players down in spades. FaZe once again seeing that respawn screen. Formal guaranteeing that fight and throwing the spawn, throwing that ball towards the spawners. This has almost been perfect play from Optic.
Huge 1v1 win there from Formal as he rotates the oddball flawlessly into the C side. He'll go down, but not before Optic go up more the scoreboard because of that heads up 1v1 win from Formal. Now it's Lucid with a full stalker left to work with. Bringing some shots out across the middle of the map. Good enough for an assist. 2v2 for now, and getting to witness a little bit more of the objective efficiency from Optic. Not needing a numbers edge to score more time, but Lucid does go down. Trippy's going to have a hard fight. The back of C, now front. He goes down 2.
Faze is slowly and surely started getting more efficient in this game as time's gone on. The problem is, are they waking up too late into this game? This hold's going to be a big determining factor to me of whether they're going to be able to continue this comeback or not. It's vital for them to take the lead on this hold.
Wow. Quick look at the stat sheet. A plus 14 in the stat sheets for Optic Gaming. So again, that FaZe Clan roster that was built to slay out, having a hard time finding the slays, finding the time and space on this map, as FaZe Clan have one final chance at getting close to it, as Optic gets closer to 60 and then the 70 mark. The push on through as World 2 gets that opening break, but the remote detonation spiker grenade makes it more difficult to break through that doorway. He goes back to the respawn screen, and so too does Renegade. Dead Zone just looking to stay alive, hold the line, pull attention onto him instead of the oddball again, as Optic materialize more time off of these efficient plays from all 4 members of Optic Gaming.
They're taking up their space. They got camouflage. Let's kind of dive in. Let's see what it sounds like uncensored from Optic Gaming.
Bulldog, one shot.
As well. Let's get out of there, Jay. Live forever.
Stay alive, the camera, maybe.
Got one. That's good time, though. It's really good time.
Okay, we gotta spread out a little bit here, right?
One's purple, one's purple.
Close.
Hardy, cuts on me.
Run away.
Cuts weak. Really weak cuts. Really weak cuts, guys. 2 shots.
I think what's Strutting. One's Ivy.
Bottom sub and I got cuts.
Just live.
Bottom sub, weak, snake player.
Go.
Bottom sub, snake player.
We gotta go back to market, guys. We gotta get market.
It's ATM.
Ivy, weak, snake player.
Already pushed that green gen.
Cafe on Zane, trying to kill Cafe. You're on Tommy.
He's one shot there. Top nest. He's top nest.
Cafe, use 2 shots.
Back nest ramp.
And I got shots as well.
Full shields now, back nest. Top nest, all you, top nest.
1 shot back A.
Going cafe.
1 shot.
Shot on box, blue, row 2.
Hear that match?
One shot, row 2, 1 cuts. Fuck. You guys in sub 1.
Yeah, we gotta get a team push together.
Made cuts. Looking ATM.
He's just hiding.
There was a guy ATM. He was here.
There's Renegade. He's just hiding. He's hiding. I'm out left.
Probably arcade, probably. I'm gonna smoke up purple. We can go spikes.
Sitting cuts, Renegade, or snake bite.
Smoke spikes. Arcade, 2 guys Ivy, Renegade, row 2 Ivy. And one's Commando.
Yeah, go front side, guys.
He's on the spikes, in there with smoke, I think.
Back Ivy weak. 1 shot.
Shoddy, soccer commando.
Ivy, so.
Shoddy, soccer commando.
One shot, 1 bullet here, 1 bullet back Ivy, 1 bullet back Ivy.
Driveway and Commando, last 2. Driveway and Commando, last 2.
Get your shields. Look at the same thing. I got nothing.
Go for it,
Nothing spikes behind you guys.
1 shot on you guys. Nice.
One more. Stay alive, Dan. Stay alive now.
Go Commando fast.
So they're gonna come Ivy after that. They're gonna come Ivy.
2 Ivy right now. Row 2 sap. I've nades in there. I've nades in there.
3 MC.
We can hear.
Go one.
Good one.
One sub. On disruptor half.
2 shots.
Really weak, John.
Main ramp. He's 3 shots purple also.
Commando kill me.
ATM.
Camo's up now.
He's gonna be on camo. He's on it. Let's get behind him if you can. Not watching him. You need to kill like a spawner here.
Nice.
Shot. Camo's on to you. You're across. One shot front C with camo, absolute. He went commando.
Hold it there.
Watching him. He's front up.
Kill me. Disrupt your shots.
Nice.
I got him.
He died.
It's up top. Above you.
2 guys.
2 there.
Got 1 push.
Purple.
1 shot purple, John going ATM.
99, 97, 1 final push for Optic, but they might be a second too late and a second too soon on what they thought was the win in round number 2. Dead Zone with the flank as the last player standing for Optic Gaming. I thought maybe a little bit of an overextension, not waiting for his teammates to spawn and push through together, but he actually got the slay Garrett and got the oddball, but just 1 second short was Optic, and then Lucid thought the oddball dropped down to bottom C, but it was still up top. And now it's FaZe Clan tied.
I think we all thought that ball dropped underneath. Not the only player who was surprised was Lucid there, but one thing I'll say is that they were well coordinated throughout their setup. It just seems as if FaZe were finally able to find space on the map. And we heard Lucid say it early on, guys, we need to take space once again. We need to get further up on the map. And once FaZe was able to capture that, they very rarely relinquish it. And that's going to be a tough pill for Optic to swallow. You really felt like they were going to be able to get this done in 2 rounds, instead giving FaZe another opportunity to potentially steal this game 1.
Yeah, we heard Lucid there in the uncensored listening. Guys, we need to find space. We need to space out. And that's when Optic had their best hold. We saw a 4-corner essentially set up in all 4 corners of the map when Optic had their best hold. So maybe they need to get back to the well, get back to that strategy. That's what worked for them there in rounds 1 and 2. But round 2 ultimately goes to Faze, and we're now tied in a round 3. Game 1, Frosty with the camo pushing up on the cafe side. Has shots on the dead zone, but that shot alerts Formal to his location, and Formal finds the trade on the camo. 3 for 3 for now.
Faze able to take this ball all the way back into their setup. But Optic's very quick on this attack. If they're able to get through without losing numbers, this could be a quick counter from them.
Dead zone now, pushing up like we saw in the previous round, I should say. Doing so well in this game 1, 21-16, 64 seconds. That's most in the lobby. It's Formal now on the staircase, has 5 perfect shots into Renegade, takes him down, and Optic are looking at a good hold here. 2 down for Faze.
Formal's been a monster this game. The damage that he's been putting down on the map, second to none in this lobby. He's been unbelievable for his team. I'd like to see him just continue into that forward presence. I almost want to see the ball almost get dispersed to one player on Optic. So far, it's been very much a team effort. Player fills in whatever position needed, but I think the value that Formal provides right now, being a Slayer, is too necessary for them.
Who would you put that oddball? Let me ask Garrett. Who would you put that oddball in the hands of, if not for Formal?
I give someone with quick rotations. Give it to Trippy, right? Like, Trippy's always going to make that right given play off his information. He's quick to battle out. I want to see Lucid and Formal really lead the front lines with their bandits out.
I like that. See if Lunchbox, the coach for Optic, likes it too, as he tries to alter the strategy a little bit here. Faze throwing everything and the kitchen sink as a means to come back, but for now they go 3 down. On ball sitting precariously out in the middle of the pillars, and the B cap point, and this is going to take it back. Earn more ball time for Optic. I believe rotate it back into C. Faze Clan going to have to push on through one more time if they want to find the break.
Dead zone's right in the front line. The sticky's going to make life easy, and if he's able to get his shields back here, the value that he can provide for his team will just be too much, but the AR spray from up high will be enough to force this play out into the middle of the map. Optic going to have to win big slays, and they want to prevent Faze from getting away with this ball.
50-16, Optic have been able to regain the lead here in round number 3, in large part due to the spacing that we heard Lucid cry out for in the open listen in. But for now, it's 2 going down on each side. Frosty clearing the way for a path for Renegade to make his way back to C with that oddball, and now Faze are going to cut this lead in half, and with a couple of slays onto Optic, could very well get very close.
What? Oh, I thought that repulse was good enough to send that nade back, but just ekes its way past, gets a big kill, and now Renegade doesn't have that back support needed. He'll have to try to run to find value with his life. And the value he finds, I'll say, hey, Renegade, great improvisation from him to be able to find a kill, and this is going to prevent Optic from easily picking up this ball, and Faze still has an opportunity to win the fight for back C hold.
Only down 19 seconds now. As dead zone. That oddball's bait, but with enough slays for Optic, he might just take it. He's going to actually have to earn the first one himself. We go down for Optic, and that oddball gets reset after not being touched for 30 seconds, and dead zone set up in a good spot. Needs to move now, though, as he's been called out. Goes down now, Formal off spawn on the C side, looking to clean up on Royal 2, but Royal 2 sticks him instead. What a hit!
Oh, he got his shields back. Royal 2 stays alive. His value not quite done yet. Eventually cut down, but we're seeing a completely different Faze from what we saw in round 1 and round 2. This is a Faze that's being much more efficient with their lives. This is a Faze that's leading their slays through Frosty in particular. Notice his oddball time, not picking that ball up, but for good reason. He's been able to find massive kill after massive kill for his team, and suddenly it seems as if a red wave is mounting against this green wall. Faze is finding tons of momentum.
Garrett, I gotta ask, did Royal 2 just pull the what is that, the possum, or the play dead? Because it looked like after he stuck Formal, he ran into the wall as if he was lagging out, trying to, like, I don't know, make Formal think, like, I don't know what this kid's doing. He must have just left the lobby, but no, he was still there, and he found the sticky, and now Faze has very well found the lead, only down by 2 seconds. But with 3 going down for Optic, they're gonna find much more.
Oh, Sean loses reticle just a bit low. Royal 2 is going to be able to find that kill because of it. Dead Zone's done this a couple times where he's gotten behind enemy lines. This time, though, caught out from Faze with camouflage coming up. Dead Zone has a good angle, but Faze very much in a better position to get away with the power-up.
Now, this has been Dead Zone's spot. We've seen him more often than not locking down the spiker stairs and then pushing his way through, but with 2 going down for Optic. Oh, that camo's not for you, Dead Zone. There's no way he grabs that. He goes down after a haphazard effort. Pick it up. Faze Clan are rolling now, all 4 up. Multiple members of Optic going down and staggered out a little bit. You didn't see him go down 1, 2, 3 together. It was really 1, 2, 3, and that timing and spacing allows poor spawns, split spawns, and more time here for Faze Clan. They're now up by 25.
Royal 2's activating on the back of the map. He's gotten behind 2 players as Frosty holds off the front lines. The back shredder of Royal 2 does so much damage. There's just nothing Optic can do. There's no space for them to grab. Only 15 more seconds. Faze have looked completely different.
One final push. Snakebite might have to drop this, though, with Renegade down, Royal 2 down as well. You only have Frosty to hold the line, but Frosty's got the shotgun, and he's going to utilize it to take down Formal with that last shot, switching to the BR, but Trippy takes him down instead. 92-50. Optic Gaming earned the team wipe that they needed to stay alive in a game 1 that they probably feel like they should have already won.
Neutral time going to start playing an important factor in this game. There's less than 30 seconds of time allotted for that ball to be on the ground. Faze can use that to their advantage if they're able to find quick slays on the ball carrier. Biggest thing here, though, is you're playing Slayer. Win each fight. It's imperative for Optic to put these players on respawn screen.
Imperative to get that opening break. Imperative for Faze to try to manipulate a trade if you can. As Dead Zone now makes his way through the middle of the map. Camo up in 10 seconds, but again, that is secondary to the first thought. That is that oddball. 2 players on the B stairs combined to take down Dead Zone. Oddball still in the hands of Optic, though, as they start to materialize a rotation through. And there it is, Garrett. The man you called for is Trippy with the oddball in his hand, making a heads-up play towards the cafe side. Renegade now making his way to the initial spawn point. Finds Trippy and finds a way to take him down with Royal 2. Heads to the sky and, oh my God, Dead Zone never saw him.
Oh, hey, no one ever expects them to be 50 meters above. Renegade was able to do so much. The sneaking, he's not done. Fist for everyone, double kill. 1 second on the clock, you just cannot die. Faze, I've done it.
Oh my God. How did Faze do it? They got manhandled in round 1. Went to the brink of elimination and death in round 2 at the 99-second mark. Dead Zone looked like the hero that Optic thought they picked up, but it wasn't enough. Faze take rounds 2 and 3 and a whole hell of a lot of momentum. Garrett, before this series started, we said game 1 would feel more like a game 1.5, and that's exactly why, exactly what we just saw. And how heartbreaking is this? 283 total seconds for Optic, 214 for Faze. They're more efficient with their slays. They had less, I believe, if we looked at the total count, but they had more oddball time. That is shocking to see almost an entire minute advantage for Optic, and they lose game 1. Wow.
Well, round 2 was the heartbreaker that started it all, but really it's the delinquent duo, those 2 players on Faze, Renegade and Frosty. They combined for so much damage, right? It was Formal that was dominating in the early game with his damage, but once they were able to find their niche and be able to have their ability to go forward on the map, we saw Renegade and Frosty just controlling way too much of what happened on the map. Frosty leading with that slays, Renegade with the damage to complement. Just too much for Optic to overcome.
Now, quick math, Faze were in fact outslayed, I should say, by 6.
Yeah, but with how dominant round 1 was, you almost expect them to like outslay in that position.
Good point.
We didn't think Faze even stood a chance after this first round. And
That's
most of round 2 was like that as well. It's really the battle of the 2 halves. And it would be interesting to see what happens after this moment, right? Like, once we cut the game in half here, look at how dominant the slays are and how behind Faze was and how that changes throughout the game.
Oh, that 99 hung up like clothes on a clothesline, man. That was unbelievable. It felt like that second lasted a minute as Optic weren't able to secure it. Faze ultimately clutch up with that slay onto Dead Zone. And then moving into round 3, Garrett, Optic had more of the same, and there's that. Oh my God, Royal 2 with the shimmy shake into the wall strafe. I mean, we're seeing new strategies and new ways to strafe and outsmart your opponent. I would say outwit your opponent there. As Royal 2 earned the sticky and the win for Faze. Now on to game number 2, Recharge. Faze, the opening break win, 3-1.
Slayers have been awfully close all tournament long. We'll see if that trend continues on, but so far Faze getting everything you could possibly want in a game, and it looks a little bit odd on the observer, but Renegade overcomes the lag spike and is able to get that sniper into a powerful position.
Yeah, whether it's an observer glitch or just Renegade being Renegade, he'll make it turn your head to the side more often than not. Finds another trade sticky on the dead zone. Another trade sticky for Royal 2, so FaZe Clan and Royal 1 clearly has them running sticky trade drills and practices, because that was pretty clean, and it maintains that 3-kill lead for FaZe.
So Frosty just looking at his op, pushing forward, saying, hey, I'm going to line up with you. We're trading no matter what. Like the way that you guarantee when you have a lead, right? Biggest thing is just to make sure you guarantee your trade. And, well, you can do that quite easily with the nuke combo. You take away all that space. There's no way you can miss.
Yeah, 3 POV switches from 99 and 3 hellishly efficient trades there for FaZe Clan, and now they're earning it clean. 3 go down for Optic, all 4 up for FaZe, and the lead has doubled out of nowhere.
Trippy almost was able to 1v2 him. Heading in that straight line, I mean, hey, I think Trippy did enough work to really help stabilize Optic Gaming here. They're going to at least have a chance to have some space as Trippy gets that far spawn. Yes, FaZe wins in the Battle of Slays when we talk about what happens on the scoreboard, but him staying alive at least is going to give Optic a chance to fight out of their spawn, but FaZe has just been so dominant at the moment.
Renegade now making his way towards the White Hall. Snakebite on the opposite side. It's Frosty, though, who earns the camo and a chance to turn into that ghost in the night. Formal down to 1 shot. 402 cleans it up. Oh, man. A strong slide there from Lucid, looking to clean up on some of that damage. Trippy gets it instead. Frosty going to find some value out of this camo. Hasn't found one just yet. And Lucid, very skillfully, utilizes that grapple hook to get the hell out of dodge, maintain his life, but all the while, this lead continues to grow and build. FaZe Clan are up 13-25. Where did this come from?
Lucid could have finished the camo player. Instead, he saw that shock rifle, took a detour, and well, eventually he just throws the shock rifle off. I don't know what was the better value, right? If you go and try to finish that fight against Frosty or getting that shock rifle out, either way, we didn't see a ton of value provided by Optic with that shock rifle. The one thing they have to their benefit is they'll know when it spawns next. They gave Lunchbox the time. He'll let him know when that shock rifle's back on the map.
Have to ask, is this an indication of Optic tilting after slipping away that game 1 victory, or is this just FaZe Clan taking advantage of the moment? Either way, it's a 17-31 lead here for FaZe Clan as Formal to make his way towards the A spawns for FaZe. You got Royal 2 and Frosty there, down to low HP, and Formal 60 spots camo, but it's Frosty instead on the high side who takes him down.
It's been frustrating for Optic because they just keep going down in multiples. They haven't been able to find those trade outs early in those gunfights, and it creates such a tough spot for them to fight out of.
Very interesting. Maybe a cause correlation of the spacing that we're seeing here from Optic. More often than not, playing a little bit far separated from each other as Royal 2 takes advantage of that once again. It feels like Formal comes in to save the day, but how much can you save and claim here when you're down 23-38 as Lucid makes his way towards the low ground? You got an even line of scrimmage there for Optic, but Renegade finds the camo again. But he goes down shortly after, but still at 24-38, Optic are going to need 3 or 4 overkills from Formal and Lucid to get back in this one. I don't know if it's going to happen.
We've seen multiple comebacks in Slayers thus far where it's gotten tight at the end, no matter how big the kill differential's been. I'd never count Optic out in this situation. They just got to take it kill by kill. Find yourself into a position where you can get players down unanswered. That's the big part, right? You get the kill, stay alive if you're going to make this comeback happen.
Good point, Garrett. Optic is known to make some crazy comebacks. A lot of that has started when they slow down the pace of play and start to grip back the control of the tone of the match. But for now, it's just Faze continuing to roll on the competition. Only 6 kills away from the win here, and we saw how efficient they were trading out in the early goings. It's safe to say that they're looking for more trades here as Renegade pushes in through, has Dead Zone down to low HP, is the final member alive here for Optic Gaming, and this could be another staggered death for him. It is 48-30. Faze Clan looking for the stake.
Yeah, it's just been a little it's been a little too much for Optic to handle as the isolated player. Optic, so often in that game where we're finding themselves in these big team fights 3-on-3, but they would take too long to win, right? And what happens is that Royal 2 was across the map playing his isolated role of that island player, and he was so often being in the position in which he could just clean up the rest of the damage. You could see that reflected, right? Look at his damage taken, only 2,900 on the other side, outputting 4,200 in that game. And he is the prototype isolated player. If you ever watch this man play the Slayers, he does it better than anyone else, and it's by a large margin. He just understands what he can and cannot do and how to maximize that damage output while working around your team. It's a large reason why he I believe finishes this game with a +10 margin and just was unbelievable in this Slayer.
And you bring up a great point. Sometimes a flank can be a self-inflicted wound if the timing isn't right, if the attention isn't on the 3 other members of the squad that's making that decision to hit that flank. But with how deadly and dangerous this Faze roster is, when you got Renegade, Frosty, and Snakebite to worry about, Royal 2 can make his moves and more often than not find the back of the head and takes players down quickly and efficiently with those opportunities, as Faze Clan have taken advantage of all of their opportunities in this series. Most importantly, the game 1 that Optic was just 1 second away. The series should be 1-1, but if Faze continue to roll, it might just be a quick 3-0, and then Optic got a reverse sweep at that point, lacking any of that juice, any of that momentum. And I feel like if we were to go to a listening with them here pretty soon, I'd be really curious to hear what the comms sound like. Probably calm, cool, and collected. These are professionals after all, but you have to imagine they're a little rattled after that game 1 loss and a near spectacular in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly, I'm down. I'm very curious what the early communication from Optic. I feel like these guys need to come out strong. They have to win early in this game. I feel like Faze has so much momentum, and with the nature of strongholds, I think that that this could get out of hand early. So I'm with it. Let's listen what it sounds like to Optic Gaming and what it feels like when we listen to him uncensored.
Double kill.
Still Nest, just sitting up there.
I'm just gonna run out.
There, roll through.
Looking dummies. I'm going top tower.
I'm walking with you. I'm walking with you.
I'm going back here. Frosty weak. What's up, Pit? Frosty, one coming in right now.
Almost up.
More, anyone touch up Frosty.
Okay, still back A. Roll 2. Tell me when to. Last guy.
Running B. Running B.
Yep. Mud's open right now, okay? Mud's open.
I just hold A.
I think Mud. Watch out, Nez.
Elbow.
Yeah, jumping up. Beat down. One shot top tower. One's on screen. One shot. Snakebite somewhere. Just nading me.
That's Frosty, one shot.
Sniper down at tower.
Yeah, I don't know if you were now.
Sniper down tower.
Comes in A, Royal 2. Might be big door or something. I don't know. He was there a while ago.
Royal 2 was
there a while ago. He could be out back B already.
I'm training.
Back B's clear.
I spawned here. I'm watching
big door.
One guy applied as well. I heard big door.
I'm hiding back B.
Okay, one shot on the bench.
I'm going C.
He applied Royal 2 B. You guys back B. Just come out big door every time, guys. Don't forget.
Applied 2 shot. And then B.
I didn't need you.
Yeah, sustain.
Our side.
One shot back green, training one shot.
Training box.
Okay,
maybe keep training.
I'm gonna play towards mid here.
Back B, 2 back B, one's one shot.
Go dummies, go make cut.
Ross one shot back B, one's white wall. And one's on the west, pushing. West pushing. Hey.
Looking Nest, I'm looking B.
One more B.
I'm looking back B.
Yeah, he's hiding.
Back B. A plat, one guy, with you.
Big door for that, big door again, big door.
Bigger, we close 2. Out. And when they plat.
One shot back B.
Let's see. Actually, yeah.
Spawn him in 5.
Spawn back A. Need a big door.
Yeah, just watch for top mid, I have your big door.
They're playing for quantum probably.
Yeah, I can go pillar door, guys. I have bottom. I'm gonna go bottom mid, okay?
Top Nest, one guy, and I think back to B.
Yeah, back B.
Hiding, might be hiding.
I'm looking for
Cement, maybe cement.
Tower, tank for dead.
Back B, back B.
Yeah, back B, guys.
Next still.
That's weak. Mud, one shot mud.
One shot back B, one shot back B.
And dude, Palador killed me.
I just hit 3 dead, 3 dead.
It's gotta be right.
I
don't know.
Charge me.
I'm trying to get you.
Oh, what the hell?
Camo and 5 here.
He's mud weak with repulse. One shot mud. Going elbow, going elbow side with repulse.
Dead, he's dead.
Camo guys.
One weak.
Watch out, OS, watch out.
I shot that now.
I'm going B here, I'm going B.
One was snipe by weak, guys. They're playing A. I'm trying to get this camo.
I'm getting camo, Matt. I'm running away.
Screens.
Wait, we're not. Looking dummies. Looking dummies.
If I end one with them.
I'm good, Tommy.
Big door back green, big door back green.
Yo, back B weak, guys. I can't really help. I'm just already.
You got green.
Good.
5 guys, snipe 5.
Plot again.
Take your red out of that camo.
Yeah, I'm on screens. Snipers up.
Plot.
One shot mud, Frosty. Gonna be on snipe. Getting this. Bottom this.
Frosty.
Two there.
One shot pillars, Frosty, one's on B.
Oh, where they gone?
One bottom mid, one's big door. Big door in
Weak.
Stuck sneaky. And they plot 2 on
I mean A.
Sneaky.
Kill sneaky.
Yeah,
Sniper now, going next to C. It's cuts, one shot, roll 2, let's go sniping. Going down cuts, going dummies up to C. Let's snipe, we get AB.
We can reset on A. I'm looking.
Hiding B right now, I'm gonna be.
Don't ever like move. Looking at you.
I'm here,
Somebody try to pick up like pillars.
I can see pillar.
Yeah, we're good.
Our A plots.
Name me a small door. What rat's on me? Looking big door.
Nest playing A, I think.
Rat on me.
I'm here. Rat in. Melee.
Small door right now, weak. 2 shots on him in the pit.
One shot on me, safe by absolute.
3 shots, dice sniping. One guy coming B.
Back in, tell me.
I'll see. Yo, dice, guys. Hey, I'm spawned here.
One shot, Frosty.
Dice sniping.
Oh, one shot.
Yeah, you got me. Stop tower sniping one shot. He's gonna look OV.
They're gonna have quantum.
Enemy team scoring.
Stop tower sniping.
All right, there you have it. Those are the comms from Optic Gaming. Would have felt like a calm, cool, and collected auctioneer, right? Like you didn't hear any stress in their voice, but we're speaking very quickly. Sense of urgency was there, and the points are too. But for now, it looks like Faze is going to answer back like they did to Optic's good start, with more points and control, if not for Trippy capturing C and Optic completing B, which they do. So they retain control of B and C and the scoring first into the 100s.
Both these teams have been playing for that trip cap, right? But I think whoever is able to establish it and hold it for that long period of time is going to be the team that wins. And both these teams, they keep battling for it, right? We keep seeing multiple hills trying to be captured at the same time over and over again. Been quick rotations. Live Fire is the hardest strongholds map to hold the trip cap. But if you can build that lead early on, I think it's going to be enough to win you the game.
Renegade almost finds a pancake. It's Formal instead, and Formal gets the better Renegade there. And that's massive. All 4 go down for Faze. So Optic Gaming looking to roll here and secure another trip cap. We've seen one for each team, and now Optic has the edge in that category. The score reflects it to 116 and rolling, ticking for 2 every second. If not for Frosty securing this next A capture point, which it looks like he will.
It's surprising that Faze was able to get A as easily as they were. I mean, Optic was well set up to contain those players within A, but for early kill for Faze, and Frosty was able to at least stabilize their efforts. While Optic is still scoring, you almost feel like you would have gotten a little bit more value out of that trip cap.
145, 89, still finding value in the sense that they're scoring points. Keeping it rolling here, and it just feels like, again, you don't want to have to reverse sweep Faze Clan, win 4 in a row. That just sounds really difficult to do. So this is a must-win, you could say, for Optic Gaming. 3 to go down, though. Formal looking to get the backside of mud, but no, and some dummy spawns here. Means that Renegade is going to have a tough fight off of that kill on Formal. Good grenades going out, but even better positioning here from Renegade, dodging all of them.
I did eventually get to that sniper. Sent Trippy off, but I'm surprised that the comms didn't come through for Optic to say, hey, sniper's down here. Instead, it goes back to that tower, and still that sniper looks to be going into the hands of Frosty now.
Oh, don't let Frosty grab it. We've already seen him make a montage. Oh, Formal. I'm scared for him. No scope body takes him down. Frosty standing tall at the top of Snipe with 5 shots left, and oh, that's way too much value. That's way too many shots to give up to Frosty, and Faze Clan are taking advantage of this right now. Frosty's not even hitting in snipes yet, and they're still able to secure the trip cap. What happens if he does start hitting his shots? So he gets taken down there by Lucid, and that feels like a big takedown to mitigate any chance for Frosty to go on a spree with that snipe on Livefire.
Look at the difference of how Optic and Faze have played these trip cap situations. When Optic got their trip cap, they were very content with keeping 2. Faze is the opposite. They're playing very aggressive and loose. They're trying to maintain the trip cap when they can. Eventually, all of Optic spawns in the same spot. That's when they'll let it go, but not before they took the lead in this game. The loose, aggressive, and risky play style has given them the lead, and now it's Optic that has to make the play to get themselves back in the game.
Oh man, Royal 2 pulling Deads out on a line like a bass fish as he takes the bait. Royal 2 takes him down. 3 down for Faze though, so Optic, despite losing that opening break, they're gonna get back in the mix, but it's Faze efficiently once again regaining control of the map despite not having the numbers edge. And the numbers edge, as it relates to the scoreboard, is in their favor heavily now, nearly up an entire minute, whereas it felt like Optic had a good run there. And you're right, Tools, maybe going back to that trip cap that Optic did not hold on to for that long, that could have been the difference.
In Faze, they let Optic get the camouflage. They stayed there using it as bait. And understanding that, hey, you're going to play for camo. If we keep you contained at camo, well, you're not going to be stepping inside any hill anytime soon. The scoring continues, and now just 20 ticks needed for Faze to win this game. This has been a surprising turnaround that's been just dominant in the second half from Faze.
Look at what, I know Frosty goes down there, but it's similar to what we saw from Royal 2 and just moments ago, and then series ago in that Solitude match where Royal 2 earned the double kill backsmack. Faze are playing a little bit at a slower pace than I'd argue we've seen from them recently, but it's the decision to slow down at the right time, to speed up at the right time that's been so impressive for Faze Clan as they have controlled the pace of play throughout not only this winter finals, Garrett, but the entire tournament.
That could have just changed everything. He caught Frosty out early. That's going to put Faze down numbers as they're trying to attempt to take back B. The winds start to head towards Optic, and this is where you can be a bit nervous if you're Faze. You're starting to get constricted on the map. Optic's going to start pressuring for this trip cap. If they can win slays, it'll be the difference maker, but with Renegade having the sniper, it could be an equalizing effort from him.
7 shots too. That's difficult. It'd be one thing if he had 1 or 2, but with 7 shots, he could wipe the whole squad. Formal wants it back in his hands instead. Takes Renegade down to 1 HP, but you saw the bait and switch come through. Renegade has support on the camo side, on the A side as well. So he's got a perimeter setup around him that allows him to push on through with confidence. He takes down Dead Zone with that positioning. 4th player for Optic takes a nap as well. Trippy heads back to the respawn screen. Faze looking to put the finishing touches on this game. Lucid and 4 members of Optic off of spawn, and Renegade looking to spawn kill him, but he goes down to 1 HP and is going to have to reset.
That's not peek the corner.
Oh!
Snipe. Renegade. Perfect position with the sniper. He's been rotating all across the map. He finds another. Just don't get in this man's lane. Optic Gaming, 2 members, they just can't get where they need to be in time. A transfers hands, and that's a good games in the chat. We're going to potentially a final 4th game. Faze up 3-0 in this series.
Are we witnessing Faze turn the big 3 conversation into the big me conversation? This is looking like a team standing atop Mount Everest all by themselves. No Sherpas to help anybody else up the mountaintop as Faze are climbing further and further up the ranks. And this isn't just, oh, this is on land. Faze suck on land. No, they don't. They're probably even better on land. And we've seen some incredible gameplay here from Faze online. And my God, if they're able to crank it up and heat it up even harder than this on land, this is a Faze clan that looks destined in my eyes to go back to back. And I think the conversation starts about them running the table all the way up to Worlds.
Another game in which we see the delinquent duo capitalize on the damage on the map. Renegade and Frosty. It's this combination that's been too strong. They both had turns with the sniper rifle. They both made the big impact plays with them. The difference in this game was the capitalization of the trip cap when they had it. Faze, when they had their trip cap, it got mixy in the map. All players fighting at all areas of the map. They won the individual slays, and well, it was just too much of a lead that Optic could not overcome.
Right time, right place. And again, go back to that insight, or that moment where we noticed, wow, Royal 2. And I know chat always says, oh, he's ratting. There was a lot of times we've seen Faze crouch behind a corner, letting the game come to them. But in a game that's gotten really fast-paced, feverish pace, if you will, even. Kind of makes sense that Faze are, I feel like, rewriting the rules here in this SENCITY Throwdown Invitational, where they haven't dropped a game yet. This has been so impressive. And again, how could Faze get any better than they already have been? They've already got a world championship under their belt. They're the defending LAN champions, taking home the trophy at London. And they might just win on home turf in Atlanta as we kick things off. A do or die game number 4 for Optic Gaming, or they're heading to the lower final.
This could be relief for Optic, though. They find themselves on a map that they're very proficient at. The only thing that can scare them is the snipers of Faze. Royal 2, Frosty, and Renegade. In my opinion, you could put them all up in the top 10 all-time list if you needed to with this weapon in their hands. It's gonna be a tough. Problem for Optic to solve, but if they can minimize the impact of the sniping of Royal 2, Frosty, and Renegade, I think they have a chance.
I don't know. This is looking like handing an AP calculus test to a 5th grader at this point, as Faze have just had the answer back to more of the problems and questions that Optic have put in front of them. Faze have always had a resounding answer. But it's dead zone now with the opening break slay. 2 go down from Faze Clan. We're seeing some numbers dwindle here for Faze. Can Optic turn this into a pull and just get back on the board? Take a lead early like you did in that game 1, which you should have won. And that's exactly what they do here, scoring early. Well, they make it often, too, to get back in this series, needing 1 win to just start the motors up a little bit, it feels like.
Hyper efficient. That's what you're going to see from Optic this game. They're the best Forbidden Flag team in the game, and it's for a reason. They get to their spots, they know how to execute, and they do it so well. We're almost seeing back-to-backs here. It's going to be up to dead zone just to buy time. Let his teammates get back into a position for them to fight once again. Faze finally find the clear, but Optic will have time to set up and be ready for a defensive effort.
Well, the defensive effort better be strong here. 2 go down for Optic Gaming. Lucid moving out towards some of the damage that his teammates that have went down have initiated. But I don't know if he's going to be able to clean that up. Instead, he's going to have a clean 1v1 with Frosty, both at full shields. Frosty doesn't like his shots, throws a sticky out instead, and Lucid will take advantage of that. Switches over to the battle rifle for a little bit longer range fight there, and starting to see Optic regain their form. 3 go down for Faze Clan, and Optic have the OS. Optic have the 50-yard line. They might just have another pull.
Look how systematic it is for Optic each time. They send 1 player to the snipe hut, 1 down the flag, 1 stays on that platform looking down into the base. Eventually, you let that snipe hut player go forward when there's someone there to replace them. Lucid's going to be the one that tries to get back to replace them in time. They do put 3 players down, and Optic Gaming, it's as clean as can be. It doesn't even matter that Formal sends himself off the map. They've already bought enough time and space that this is a simple flag that goes in. Optic Gaming is playing impressive Halo at the moment.
Some sort of riot noob strategy there from Formal. Maybe if I jump off the map, they'll just watch me fall, and we can get our flag runner in for score number 2. All right, there we go, up 2-0. That's the strategy now for Optic Gaming. And there's something about Forbidden, man. We've seen more often than not that all-in-one Wile Coyote fall to the death sound in a lot of the LVT highlight videos because players keep falling off this map.
Lucid wants to try to let his team get forward. You notice how empty the map feels at the moment. Everyone's just getting into their point of attack. They're waiting for someone to slip up to make the mistake. Formal hits a snipe shot, but the answer on the other side. Faze has an opportunity to really find a attacking position here. But they have to find Formal first. Formal's just hiding in that back with that sniper rifle. If they do not take him off the map, you just know that he's going to find a big shot.
And Dead Zone's entered the Faze base as well, and with OS up in 5, there's a lot of control here for Optic. They've got members in their own base, members in the 50-yard line, members in Faze's base, and you'd imagine that gives them the edge here on this next overshield, but Trippy's got to win this fight. Frosty wins it instead. Despite Lucid having the snipe and eyes on the OS, looks like Faze are the most likely ones to get it, but it's still highly contested.
Zone found 2 big snipes in the back base. He's able to pull out this flag. He went forward. He was treating that sniper as a shotgun. He was able to get the pull. His team just wasn't there quick enough. But the overshield, it might just be enough shields to overcome these spawners of Faze. This flag could be coming home.
Optic in a series, and just Optic in general. It just feels like, I'd say for Faze as well, once they get going, they don't stop. Faze has exemplified that here in this series. Optic has shown that here in this game with a 2-0 start. Needing one to just get back on the board. Not even going to talk about a reverse sweep until Optic can win one. As Lucid pushes up through. Again, more pressure and presence in the Faze base. And despite the fact that Optic go 3 down, maybe even 4, it's not going to be enough to give FaZe Clan the next pull unless they have players a little bit further up on the map. And here you see them playing out of their base, earning just the mid-map back. But here we go. Royal 2 does have a pullout.
I like how he doesn't even wait, right? They've pulled out before Dead Zone even comes off of spawn. They're using the Slay on the back half of the map to facilitate a flag on the front end. Snakebite gets us all the way to home. There's no one to stop it. Hyper efficiency from FaZe. They didn't even slay in the base of Optic. They just took it before the spots came up.
That's incredible. How often, Garrett, do we see on Empyrean or a map like Forbidden, medium to long range, where a team earns a team wipe defensively in their own base and then turns it into offense? I mean, it's very rare. Like you said, you usually need one more team wipe on the offensive foot, but here we see FaZe Clan turning defense into offense, and at the halfway mark, it's just a 1-score game.
We're seeing each player of FaZe have their moment to shine. It was the delinquent duo in game 1 and game 3. Royal 2 dominated in game 2, and now it's the efficiency of Snakebite that's helping them in game 4. His ability to get into that base, pull that flag, that timing, you just cannot buy. It doesn't really show up on the scoreboard, right? We'll see that one flag capture for him, but that's about as a heads-up play as you can make. And now a sniper's looking down into the base of Optic. A more traditional setup could lead to their second flag.
You can't enter and exit corners at head level when Renegade's got the shot lined up. Doesn't even have to aim at that point. It's just a matter of timing that right trigger pull, and more often than not, Renegade has perfect aim. 100% of the time has perfect timing, it feels like, and now more good aim. Takes Formal down to 1 HP, but Formal now going to steal that FaZe sniper back, work his way back to the mid-map, and now has 4 shots left to work with.
So I still just can't get over how good Formal is at aiming. You see him line up the shot. That vertical adjustment's oftentimes the hardest to do in the game, right? So often players, you just line it up heads, you head level, and it's left, right, left, right. But Formal, he does a fantastic job of being able to move that reticle up and down in order to get that damage needed, but they haven't been able to find the kills, and finally that sniper ammo's out. And these players that are up on this platform, if they die, Optic Gaming is in a very precarious situation. Formal's last alive. Snakebite is able to handle the damage. They're 4 down. This flag is going to come out. They throw the nade to try to deny the sniper, but if Frosty gets around this corner, it's going to be tied up.
Frosty goes down, but he does toss that flag around the corner, and now FaZe Clan have a chance with 4:20 left to tie things up. Dead Zone moving his way along the snipe side. Sniper in the hands of Optic. He does earn an assist. Flag further and further across the map, and it looks like it might just go in, but no, Snakebite still has a little bit of work left to do. Frosty looking to provide some overwatch. Now Dead Zone pushing in for the reset. Formal has the snipe, has the headshot lined up, and now Dead Zone has a pull, so FaZe have a little bit more work left to do if they want to tie things up.
Very cautious FaZe when it comes to this flag. They're not trying to force this thing through, knowing that a counter could come right away. Lucid with that overshield does go down. It's going to be up to Formal versus Snakebite, the 1v1 to determine this flag.
Formal. Oh, thought he was going to line that up. Snakebite goes down ultimately, though. Flag still out. Some great shots here on Trippy. Renegade trying to set up like a turret. Trippy takes advantage of it, but Royal 2 finds the back of Trippy. Now Royal 2 just setting up for an angle to watch both flags as we have a little bit of a standoff here, but see a reset. It does go through. It's the Optic Gaming flag out, so FaZe aren't going to get that score.
No, I think they've done it. Royal 2 could almost even try to go for that back-to-back if he wanted to. He's right into the forward position of the other side with snipers coming up and damage being done to Optic the way that it is. You almost have to be nervous about the back-to-back, but FaZe has not put this thing through. Wow. Optic hasn't given up on stopping this flag in the first place.
Frosty must really feel like Optic have the setup, and yeah, look at Lucid. He does. Dead Zone and a good spot to snipe it. Formal setup too. So despite FaZe being so close to scoring, it's going to come down to Dead Zone here. Gets Frosty down to 1 HP. A good grenade goes out, but it's not enough. It doesn't connect. Frosty gets his shields back, gets the flag back in his hands. And does he take the risk to push through? Oh, Lucid finds the flank. Lucid finds one. Now it's Renegade who peeks. Because of it, Dead Zone finds the body shot. Makes it a little bit easier for Lucid to clean up, but Renegade cleans him up instead. Will Faze tie it up with 2:15 left.
This might be the longest flag run of all time. Like, this is... and then
no.
I don't want to be the admin. I don't want to be the admin in this situation. Oh, that is not a position in which I want to make a play call.
Ouch. That hurts. That disrupts what was a freaking awesome sequence where both flags were out, both teams vying for mid-map control. It looked like Optic had it, but every time Optic had the setup along the middle of the map, Faze just found a way to stay alive and keep that flag up. Here we go, a look at the waning moments before the reset. Formal had the snipe, some great shots. And like how he lines up the no-scope here, low on Frosty, just looking for center mass, cleans it up with the headshot. And fortunate enough for Snakebite, he gets him down here and keeps that flag alive. What an insane sequence that we have here. And you're right, Renegade. I just called you Renegade? Fools.
I'll take it.
All right. Don't get too cocky there, buddy.
Matchmaking, you know.
I was going to say, I wouldn't want to be the admin.
Reincarnate.
I was going to say, I wouldn't want to be the admin in this case, and Fools, you sure as hell aren't Renegades. So.
But this is, I will say, Faze, at some point, you just gotta go put that flag in. I don't know why
that's what I was thinking
so long, but they're giving so much respect to Optic on this flag run. Like, right, it's like here you've given them so much time to spawn up. You almost felt like that flag should have been in 20 seconds prior. They couldn't move it forward. Optic Gaming kept trying to get in. And what's funny about this is Royal 2's on this long flank into the back base, trying to get that back-to-back to work. But what it's doing is it keeps allowing Optic to spawn at the hut, right? This is like, the hut's not the normal spawn for a player on this map. If Royal 2 wasn't in that back base, you know, they probably spawn their back base as they go down, and it's a little bit harder for them to contest on this flag. No, they just keep spawning in on the sniper, keep having this angle to cut this flag. And that flag was out for a solid 2 minutes, where it wasn't even like a flag standoff for the most part. It was just Faze trying to get that last 10 meters.
Interesting to note too that not only did we have a long flag standoff, but it was a long time, at least a minute, where Faze left their home base sniper up on the perch, and Optic didn't waste a second to pick it up. You can see Dead Zone had the reticle lined up, had the scope in before Faze had even touched their snipe, and Frosty holding onto the flag. I saw that sniper indicator up, and I'm just thinking to myself, Frosty probably wishes he had that snipe in his hand as opposed to the flag. And it was that dueling juxtaposition of, do we go for the snipe? Do we try to rush for this score? Faze seemed a little indecisive. They played it safe, though. No worse for the wear, were they? Ultimately had the reset, which didn't allow us to see how that all played out. But very interesting to note, again, Garrett, a lot of conservative, capital C gameplay from Faze today, despite the fact that they've been one of the fastest teams in Halo as of late.
Well, folks, exclamation mark SEN, exclamation hashtag SENCITY. Get yourself entered in for that hoodie giveaway. I was a little bit more conservative on the gameplay towards the end of that game. Look
at how they're dominating, right? Yeah. It's kind of interesting because they're rewriting the rules that SSG and Rebellion have written in the last 60 to 90 days, where it's just go, go, go. Faze have a much different gameplay that they're putting out there in front of the Halo universe here today, and it's been quite intriguing to watch.
All right, folks, as we get ourselves into this next game, we're going to do one more hoodie giveaway. We have 5 to give away all day. We've given away 2 so far. And then remember, at the end, Grandfinals, after Grandfinals, we have the oh so nice Sentinels Championship jacket to give away as well. So get yourself entered. If you've entered, you'll be entered. I think the only time we're gonna wipe the slate is probably for that very last giveaway. So the hoodie still up for grabs. We're gonna pull one before we get into this next game. So get your entries in.
Command SENCITY in the chat. I should say command hashtag SENCITY in the chat. Make sure you follow the rules and Get yourself entered in. You can see the Streamlabs bot letting you know that you're verified. Dog92. See a couple others working their way through. This is a good-looking hoodie, Garrett. Despite the fact that it's 108 degrees in Texas today, I might wear this inside the house.
You want to battle with the temperatures? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't want to heat shake you over in the desert. What is it today? 120?
It's 112 right now. 112 right now, but it was 120 all week. It was very, very, very hot. But we have our winner, Slunty. Yo, we keep getting the LVT viewers, the day ones in here, bro. Slunty.
Yeah, I was about to say Slunty's been. I always see Slunty in the chat. I love. We're streamers ourselves, and I always love when you do a giveaway and you see you see the tier 3 get it, you see the 3-year sub get it, right? There's something to that loyalty that should be rewarded with a nice SENCITY hoodie. So congrats to Slunty for taking the RNG win. We still got a couple left to give out, so make sure you guys are still hanging around and active. Command hashtag SENCITY in the chat. We still got 2 more to give away.
That's great. Two more of those to give away. We've had so much cool. We've had so many cool games throughout today. I still think about all those Slayers that we saw with Sentinels. I'm sure that they probably want to forget them at some point with those 50-49 finishes. But
man, how insane has that been, Garrett? We've had several Slayers already today, and several of them went 50-49. A 50-48 was a wide margin, it felt like, in that other previous game, in the previous series. But man, what is it about the Slayers and how tight they've been amongst Halo's top 4?
It really shows like the difference between the big 3 and everyone that's like trying to battle in is those clutch games, right? Those moments where you have to win. That's where we've seen the big 3 like step up.
It's a great point, because it's been Sentinels who have taken the L in every single one of those 50-49s, and they've done well enough to win a couple of the OBJs. And you're right, just 1 or 2 of the several that they lost 50-49 go the other way, and that's part of why you compete here today. You're competing, sure, for the not only lion's share of that $5,000, but it's a winner take all. But there's also a benefit to finding out and identifying what it is that we need to work on with Atlanta just 2 weeks away. And I gotta imagine Chig has his homework for the week lined up, as he's gonna have to find a way to better the opening breaks, better the counters, better the just overall game, and especially the end game for Sentinels, as they're good enough to keep it close, but routinely losing 50-49. There's got to be something to that, in the sense that, like you said, Garrett, there's levels to this, and Optic, Faze, and SSG just a little bit levels above, maybe 2 or 3 levels above where Sentinels and Rebellion are, and the Slayers, big reason why.
Shout out to Faze, right? They had that flag all the way to the basically home. Obviously, it wasn't going to be for free, but they don't even try to argue the flag for themselves. They say, you guys need 1, we need 2.
Wow.
And they give up the flag. I would have maybe been like, if I was on Faze's side, I would have been like, hey, like we're about to get it. Let's do a full reset. We don't mess around with the timer. But
you're always trying to scam people, though, Tools.
We try to make
at
it even.
At the Las Vegas lands, that's how Tools rolls, guys. Okay.
Hey, bro, I don't need that. It's on land. We don't crash. 40-90s, baby.
All right, here we go. Fresh off the reset. Optic Gaming up 2-1 at the reset, so Optic needs 1 on your scoreboard. Faze will need 2.
Well, so far, Optic's just dominant in the base, and it's been because of that overshield allowing Formal to fly forward. This game could be over just as quick as it started. The flag is out. And I think he threw it off the map, and they're going to have to like restart and try to do it again. But Lucid finding every straggler possible. This is about to be an easy flag run for Optic.
Oh, what a way to come off the reset. Oh, Lucid does go down, but with 3 going down for Faze Clan, this is going to be very difficult for them. They don't see anybody lined up. Snakebite, the last player alive, and that will do it. Optic Gaming score quickly after the reset
the flag
and make
standoff.
this a series.
The flag standoff from last game was longer than that total game.
I can't make much sense of that, Tools. I don't know if you can make much sense out of how the standoff lasted 2 to 3 minutes. Felt like more. Then it took 20 to 30 seconds for Optic Gaming to score afterwards, as we finally have ourselves again a series. 3-1, sure. Faze Clan been pretty dominant in this one. You can see the Slayer actually wasn't close like all the other 50-49s we've seen here today, but just like with Faze and for Optic, all they need is 1 to get them rolling. And think back to the Streets game, where Optic won the first round. All Faze needed was 1 round. After they looked honestly little bit below what we've been seeing from the eye test here from Faze today. Probably their worst game of the tournament so far is a game they won 2-1 in that oddball. So these are two teams that once they get going, they don't stop. Can Optic carry their momentum into this next game here? Live fire coming up.
Well, remember, every reverse sweep starts the same way. Optic Gaming knows what's ahead of them. They know what needs to be done. Slayer was a pain point for them in the last and earlier in this series. Can they counteract that? Big thing, snipers on the map. They were able to play well with the snipers on Forbidden and made a big difference. They're going to have to do the same on this map. The big difference, only one sniper to work with. I'd say even when you pick this up, I think the win condition for Faze is to use that sniper to get kills. Dead zone, deadly off the start, but I would be quick to even waste ammo if needed.
Wow, dead zone. That time and space recognition. Okay, there's a third player. He hasn't died yet. He dropped off the dummy door. Might go for the repulsor jump up to vents. That's what dead zone had running through his head, as he has 3 slays running on the stat sheet, starting off hot here for Optic, and they're in the lead, 4-2.
Yeah. So far, the sniper's been playing a huge impact in this game. Give Dead Zone everything necessary to live his life. Dead Zone realized, that's a QT player. He did a full 360, and he's like, going out back there quite fast enough, but the sniper stays into the hands of Optic, and so far, this has been the difference, is the sniper. Keeping it out of the hands of Faze has given Optic Gaming a lead to hold on to.
Full sandbox control of the camo and that singular snipe here on Livefire has opened up a double-up lead for Optic Gaming, 8-4 as Formal. It's a body shot, going to give them the numbers advantage here in a 4-4 situation, 4v4 situation. Optic have a little bit more damage, but not enough to where they feel content to push out on it, as 2 go down on each side in total. Formal now with the snipe, lining up Snakebite, but there's still members of Faze Clan, multiple members of Faze Clan inside of A.
It really felt like a trap that was set up, but unfortunately for Formal, got his foot snared at the sandbags, and Faze were able to capitalize, get the numbers advantage, and finally have a little bit more space to work with. The other thing, sniper finally in their hands. We've seen what Frosty's done this tournament already with the bullets allocated. Would not be surprised if both these go for a 100% hit rate as Frosty gets ready to fight.
Well, Frosty 0-2 for now, but this is one way to get off the snide and start things off with a snipe that created montage moments for Faze previously, and now Frosty picking back up where he left off. Finds the headshot, almost a double killer on Dead Zone, but he takes the explosive frag grenade and the headshot for Renegade. That's a little salt on the wound.
Frosty was just sitting at sandbags. He keeps turning around at A. He wanted the spawn trap so bad. But with camouflage coming up, he's gonna be well positioned, right? 1 sniper bullet, but that's all you really need. 1 big pick will be enough to secure this camo.
Wonderful rotation here from Frosty on the sandbags, now on the C platform, setting up for the bait on this next camo, forcing A spawns for Optic, and plans coming to fruition. 2 go down for Optic, just 1 for Faze. It's Frosty with the snipe, so he drops that power weapon. Speaking of flanks and positioning, it's Dead Zone now on the backside. Formal goes down though. Snakebite down to low HP, so to his Renegade, Dead Zone wants to clean it up, but Snakebite looks like he's gonna get away with that camo.
Well, Sniper just came up on the map as well. Snakebite trying to make his way to that. Lucid finally able to get that kill necessary on the camo player, but the sniper needs to stay in their hands. Ooh, that is a bigger trade than people realize.
My God.
Huge shot from Formal. That's going to allow Optic to maintain that sniper in their possession.
Great point. It's a way bigger trade than it looked like, Tools, especially in the sense that Optic here at the 15 or so mark are in it. They're close. It was in the previous game where this started to run away from them a little bit. You cannot let Faze Clan get back to where they were in the previous game to Slayer, where they nearly stake-tacular'd them. Despite a close game off the start, now it's Renegade though. This is exactly what happened in that game too. Faze are starting to run away with it, now up 5, and now with a snipe in their hands.
Rare sniper for Snakebite. He doesn't normally get it for his team, but certainly proficient enough whenever he's given an opportunity to have this be his weapon.
Enemy halfway to victory.
It's almost more dangerous when you think about it, because you have 2 very aggressive players that usually hold that sniper. Now you're going to have them be able to play on those front lines, and Snakebite, just well position yourself, hit up the easy snipe shots, keep the lead for your team.
Snakebite taking his claim to the top of snipe, only has 1 shot left to work with, and that S7 though. Not sure if that hit Trippy or not. The repulsor doesn't connect strong enough to send Formal off the map. Instead, Formal going to send Snakebite back to the respawn screen, and Optic have brought it back. That's 2 instances now, Garrett, where in the previous Slayer, Faze had rolled on it. Optic in this one are keeping things close, but oh, Frosty! 5 perfect shots, long range, gets the double as well, and gives the lead, and that 3-kill lead back to FaZe Clan. Frosty with another one onto Trippy. No, Trippy gets back in the mix, and I'm kind of just waiting for Trippy to wake up a little bit.
Frosty's making this bandit look real easy. Let me just say that was one of the most insane 5 shots you'll see across the map on Formal. And that right when we thought Optic was coming back, FaZe starts to storm on once again. Snakebite's been getting this camo time and time again. Sneaky maneuvers, finds Trippy weak, and he thought he was safe. Nothing to see, just a camouflage player putting 2 to the dome, and now Optic struggling on being able to find FaZe members isolated.
Nasty 2-tap from Snakebite. Nasty angle, maybe even more so. And what do you know? He's running deja vu. Trippy, the same exact player that took 2 to the back of the head previously, gets it once again. FaZe Clan are now up 6.
And now with this camouflage coming out, you start to see Snakebite sprinting out, understanding, hey, it's better. It's time to get space. If what I was going to get out of that camo is done.
Again, you can see Snakebite letting the game come to him. FaZe really are evolving here before our very eyes, slowing the game down when need be, and they're using that to extend the lead. Snakebite once again playing patiently, crouching even once again here, obviously trying to stay alive, but it just goes to show again how patient and perfect the gameplay has been here from FaZe. World 2 going to clean up that damage onto Dead Zone. 2 more go down, but 3 do go down for FaZe. 3 more go down for Optic. It's a trade-out scenario, even in the feed, and with a 7-kill lead, that's going to be a win condition for FaZe Clan the rest of the way.
I'm curious whether Optic knew about that sniper. It dropped into the back of that tower. I haven't seen anyone from them pick it up. No, Frosty was able to get that sniper back. It seems like a player maybe delivered it to him. And it's been the sniper that's been the big difference maker all game long. One more bullet, one more player.
Double kill.
Formal. Every time you see Formal get a double, every time you see Lucid get a double or a triple, Trippy earns a slay, Dead Zone earns a slay, whatever it might be, they go down shortly after. FaZe Clan have been so good at trading out in not only the early goings, but all the way through the match, finding trades when it makes sense mathematically to do so. FaZe again, just, man, really putting together what fundamental Halo Infinite looks like here in the year 2024 as they take another 50 to in the 30s victory. Another heavy-handed, I would even say, victory in the Slayers for FaZe. That's why that roster was formed, to never lose a Slayer, and it looks like they might do just that here in this tournament.
That game 1, I don't think we can do any more justice on how much that game has influenced this series. Remember, Optic was a second away from going up 2-0 in that oddball and winning that game 1 and having that momentum. FaZe were able to battle their way through a gritty round 2 into a dominant round 3 and really change the momentum of this series. And what was really impressive to me about this FaZe roster was everyone had their moment. Snakebite in this last Slayer was popping off in this game. We saw Royal 2 in game 2 have his moment where he had 5,000 damage in a Slayer, and then Renegade and Frosty. I mean, I'll say the Delinquent duo has just been dominant when it comes down to the damage that they're dealing on the map. Game 1, game 3, what they were able to provide there was just too much for Optic to overcome.
Need more out of Trippy and those Slayers. I think in both the Slayers in this series in the 2000s of damage, and that is just not enough when FaZe Clan can consistently put up at least 4K, as we see that no scope there from Formal. It kept things close, but Garrett, but again, this was the tail of the tape in game number 2. Optic are good enough to keep it close going into the halfway mark or so, and then 25-27. Unbelievable. 26-28, and the final score was 50, I believe 38 or 39. So the runs that we saw FaZe Clan make towards the end game were honestly a little surprising.
It's power-up control, right? And it's so weird to say because Optic's one of the best teams at controlling the sandbox, if not the best team, right? They prioritize it well. They get into their positions. They're usually going to be getting away with those camouflages, those snipers. This time around, they just were not able to get their hands on them. Snakebite consistently was having that cloak of invisibility on him. The sniper was switching hands between every player on the team, and we saw all of them hit important shots when needed. Just too much for Faze. I mean, too much for Optic to overcome. And Faze, they are dominant. 4-0 in round 1, 4-1 in winners final, and they've earned themselves a ticket to wait whoever's going to challenge them next in grands.
Faze Clan 8-1 on their way to the grand finals. Optic will drop to take on SSG. That's up next. But before that, we're going to throw it back to the desk with that handsome fellow. Louis, take it away.
Thank you, Mikowski. Well, Faze looking good as they've only dropped one map the entire day. We transition to the tournament brackets, and we can see that there's only 3 teams left. SSG, Optic now both with 1 series loss in this event. It is another best of 7 going into the elimination finals. The winner of this best of 7 will have the opportunity to play against Faze for this $5,000 winner take all grand finals. So Optic have to go through Space Station, vice versa. Who will come out on top? We will find out here in just a few moments, ladies and gents. We're going to re-rack, make sure we get into this next lobby as soon as possible. We will be running some ads, ladies and gents. If you don't want to see ads, you can subscribe to the channel. I guess Twitch just changed the price. I was about to say it's $5. Maybe it's $6 now. I'm not too sure. Nevertheless, you get an entire month of ad-free viewing with that sub LVT broadcast, usually about 6 times a month, Saturdays, Sundays on the regular. So with that sub, not only will you get plenty of gameplay to watch, but you will also get to watch the open bracket coverage that LVT Halo will be providing without advertisements. So ladies and gents, just as I said, LVT Halo will be attending the Atlanta Major per usual, but this time we will be in the Passion Pits, forward facing. So you'll be able to see us doing our thing from the open bracket floor. These are exciting times. Shout out to HCS for letting us get into this and get out there. Shout out to Faze for enabling to do this as well. And I'm also happy to say SSG in the same boat at SLC Salt Lake City. LVT Halo will be doing our thing, maybe even on a bigger scale out on the open bracket floor there as well. And then Seattle should be no different for the Halo World Championship. But I digress. We'll take our ad break. We'll be back here in just a few moments.
welcome back to the SENCITY Throwdown Invitational. It's $5,000 winner takes all, and we've made our way all the way to the Elimination Finals. And for the first time today, gratefully, I'm joined by Mac. Mac, how you feeling today, man?
Active, back in the mix. Excited to cast with you again, dude. And man, what a series we've got here. Optic and SSG both taking 4-0 and 4-1 losses respectively. They got a chance to bounce back here in the lower finals before ultimately taking on that monstrous Faze clan once again in the grand finals. Who's going to get there, though? About to find out.
Yeah, a little bit of an interesting thing, right? For game number 1 here, these two teams met in London in that lower bracket semifinal, and Optic were the ones to win that series 3-1. Two of the game types that we're seeing here, they had played in that series. It was, of course, Live Fire King of the Hill like we see now, and Optic won that one 4-3. And then, of course, for game number 2, we see Solitude Slayer, and Optic won that one 50-46. So we're gonna see if maybe it's a different story here for the side of SSG, but Optic obviously coming out warm from that last series.
Yeah, and just previously playing on Live Fire might play to their benefit, but for now it's Formal going down with the snipe. Stellar picks it up instead, but goes down on the pillars. Eco gonna find some space in the hill, down to 1 bit of shield, but he's got some support. The assist goes through, Legend cleans up on it. Eco gonna clean up on Formal. 5 perfect shots, okay. Not sure I saw all 5, but hey, nonetheless, I'm not gonna question the great Eco Smith. Earns the double kill and gives SSG a chance at hill number 1.
This has just been a beautiful process by Eco this entire time. Staying alive in the back of green, beautiful shots to clean up a couple of kills. He's given SSG another chance in this hill, but he does get taken out, and so does another member of SSG.
Formal now just looking to maintain his life, and 4 go down for SSG, and because of that, Optic Gaming earned the unquestioned, uncontested rotation to next. You're going to have far out spawns for SSG spawning on the A side. Maybe luckily so, closer to the camo, as Legend has extended that line of scrimmage out. Now looking to make his way after 2 go down for Optic Gaming. Optic going to clear the hill, play defensively here to prevent this push from SSG, but there's no preventing Stellar from making his way to the top of the snipe. Formal down to 1 HP, and he goes back to the respawn screen.
Yeah, great process by SSG in that push, right? They take out Dead Zone, which is the most intimidating player on the back of green, the player that's going to prevent that push, and then they take their process through, and now they've taken control once again in this hill, and a good time to do so, as we obviously see Optic up by 1 in this game so far.
Optic up by 1. Optic earning the rotation to next, but it's Space Station who answer back and now have the lead on hill number 2. Trippy looking to clean up the remaining member of SSG. It's just Eco left. Formal finds him instead, and that's a stagger out spawn. You can see the 3 members of Space Station spawning up as Eco went down. A big win there to take down Trippy and prevent that staggered spawn from causing more damage to SSG than it needs to. Already down 1-0 and staring at an 0-2 deficit.
Yeah, I believe Optic were able to get the camo off of that too. So him pushing through the camo side, you know, making sure that SSG spawn on that green side of the map, and just giving him all this hill time, just giving them that control. Finally, there's going to be 3 down for the side of Optic Gaming. And with Dead Zone, the last player alive, and his location known, they'll clean him up as well. But Optic literally 2 ticks away from taking the 2nd hill in a row here.
I don't know how the hell Eco stayed alive with Dead Zone, watching the entire time, getting shots off, just not landing it, and then Eco with the peek and pop takes down his former teammate. Now it's Legend, the newcomer for SSG, like a rocket ship, takes off, fitting with Space Station as his new organization, as he'll head back to the respawn screen. So too will Stellar and Eco, bound the last player alive, and he's not going to wait for the squad spawns. He's going to take down Formal, work his way back to the next hill after Optic take another one, and a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, Optic are taking a lot of ones, right? They're winning in that Slays category, which is propelling them to get these 2 hills and allowing them to freely play these objectives, and they can continue to slay like this and continue to prevent SSG from getting that early rotation on the new hills. They're in a good spot to win this game, but as you can see, SSG won the rotation on this hill. They won a couple of slays as well, and now they'll be getting some hill time finally, and maybe their first hill soon.
In a really efficient game being played here from Optic, but it's SSG who earned the rotation cleanly to next. Previously, we saw Optic earn the early rotation to hill number 2 as they were able to clean up that initial point spread. Turn it into 2. Now SSG looking to make it a 1-point game. Eco in the tunnel system. Oh my God! Everybody gets wiped instantaneously. 0.00 TTK on the grenade bandit headshot combination for all of Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, a great job by Optic to cleanly wipe SSG without losing any numbers whatsoever there, and a great time to do so as SSG obviously about 60% done with their first hill. A great time for Optic to shut that down, and now they've got to play that defense once again, and with the first kill on the bound, it's looking good so far for the side of Optic.
Who wants that rematch more with Faze? For now, it's Optic gaining the early edge in this best of 7 elimination finals. I gotta enjoy saying that out loud, Active, because you don't normally get to see best of 7s. If not for the grand finals, every series has felt like a grand finals here as we hop on board with Legend. A few good shots into the back of A, but he takes on a few good shots as well. Re-shields, repositions, and re-engages with Dead Zone at lower shields than himself, and now turning it into 2 with the positioning and the help of Eco. SSG looking to get on the board.
Yeah, you love to see Legend move around like that, playing his life once again, being that damage dealer for the squad. Normally that entry player that does the damage and tries to play his life. That's why you always see a very high amount of damage, but not a lot of damage taken when he's having a good game. And that's going to allow, that damage done is going to allow SSG their first hill, but again, it's Optic with that early rotation. Sniper coming up as well. Very interesting situation here. Where are the resources going to be put for these objectives?
Woo! Man, Eco in 2 scenarios where it just looked like he was dead to rights. He takes down Dead Zone, then he takes down the Season 1 MVP Lucid, and now 3 go down for Optic Gaming as SSG have taken control of the snipe tower in this back mud hill. And they look set up well to regain the lead on this particular hill. You have Optic at 25%, SSG at 10%, but if they can hold here, could have much more than that. Stellar with the no-scope. But he goes down shortly after. 3 go down for SSG, so the no-scope, no matter for Optic Gaming, they're going to reclaim that hill.
Yeah, we're constantly seeing Optic Gaming break really easily against SSG. It's usually like a clean break where they get 3, or it's just trading 1 for 3. They're doing a great job in terms of the slay category, and you can see the side of SSG kind of lackadaisical when it comes to those slays so far.
And now Optic in what was, again, I mentioned an efficient game of King of the Hill is now looking like a slayer for them as they have really started to fry here recently. As Optic scores once again to retain that 2-point lead, and it's like deja vu all over again. More often than not, you look at the top left of your screen and 3 or 4 members of SSG are down. Because of it, Optic earns the early rotation on what could be the final hill.
Yeah, it's an early rotation that's really strong for the state of this game as well, right? Top tower, very important to hold that when you're getting this hill on the top center of the map, and you see SSG kind of breaking through here. They hold that top tower control. Now they've got that hill. They've got to be careful of this lane right here. It's Dead Zone, the first person to try and get through that lane, but he goes down and Legend gets 2. Legend starting to heat up.
Yeah, Legend and SSG are starting to get back into tournament speed where we just recently saw Optic Gaming go up against FaZe Clan. SSG hanging out, watching, and now they're starting to warm up. And if Legend can just lead the charge, this is one way that they could get right back in it.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it often, but it just comes down to Optic, playing a best of 7 series before this. SSG have to get into the swing of things, have to get into that little groove, and it looks like they're doing that in a perfect time in this game. There's still 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, plenty of time to bring this game back for the side of SSG, but all Optic need are about 65% of the way through this hill, and they'll close out this game.
Yeah, anytime, Tim, I watch the big 3 play against each other, I always give the advantage, the slight advantage, 51-49 advantage to the team that had just recently played. There's something to that, and it's on Optic to take advantage of that. And I'd argue they have so far, but like we saw in that oddball game 1 against FaZe, they gotta finish the fight.
See if they're able to do that. It is 3 down, though, for Optic, and SSG with that tower side control and A presence as well. It's going to force the spawns on to B, and when you have a plasma pistol, we used to call it the noob combo back in my day. It just does work. Oh, but Stellar goes down. A great job by Optic to make sure to take him out, and again, they have that early rotation, or they want to have their early rotation, and they end up going 2 down.
Dead Zone has a little QT left, but he's not going to be able to activate it. Oh, without a very nifty play to stay alive. That QT point was on the backside, and he made sure to look left off the proc of it, and that kept him on the map. That was very heads-up play there from Dead Zone. I thought he was for sure heading off. And oh my God, and once again, he's fooling me.
That ledge is beautiful to utilize that to try and stay alive as long as possible. I think you only get 1 jump on that ledge, 1 bounce. And unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. Optic do go 4 down. Stellar has the A side of the map. And basically his job is to try and stop any outside rotations, right? Any flank players go through Rat Tunnel, go through the outside of Camel. You can see him checking all those angles. That's the only way for Optic to break this setup because Space Station are locked in right now.
You do not want to give up this next hill to SSG because they will take all that momentum into the final hill. Stellar lines up the headshot onto Formal, but he can't hit the shot. Takes it, but misses. 2 go down for SSG. Formal and the rest of Optic Gaming have the numbers advantage, but Lucid goes down shortly after. Still 3 shots left to work with here for Stellar. He's going to rotate here to the nest bridge, but you got to watch out for Dead Zone first. Does take the no-scope, but Dead Zone's going to change the complexion of that push from Stellar and ultimately going to lead to that initial damage that takes him down.
I'm going to be honest, Stellar just had some terrible timing there, and that's not the case of him. It's just Halo Infinite. Sometimes you get that bad timing. He lets a player through to A. He's not able to hit the shots as well, and it just turns into Optic getting a lot more time in this hill. Finally, 2 go down for the side of Optic, though, and you see SSG on the gas pedal right away. That's exactly what they need to do to tie this game.
Who's going to ice up here? Space Station have the narrow edge on this hill. Optic with one final chance to break through, but not going to be the case. Dead Zone gets the perfect 5 shots, but it's Space Station scoring previously, tying things up at 3.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the slays and assists out of Space Station, it's much different than what we saw at the very beginning of this game. They're starting to pick it up, but again, we'll see if Optic can close it out. They've got that tower side control. They've got that C-plat. It's going to be about killing Formal, which is exactly what Eco does. Prioritize that big player on the tower, and now SSG are in control.
And this is where SSG gains control by pressing down on the gas. Unrelenting pace cause Optic to have a little bit of frenzy and chaos in the comms, but for now it's Optic in the lead, almost doubled up on this particular hill. The final hill is bound, looking to protect the top side of Snipe. Dead Zone tries to flank him, but he finds the fist instead. Trippy goes down as well to Bound's double kill, and now SSG are set up for a good set of time.
That's just the movement and Bound strafe, right? Allowing himself to get that kill while only taking 2 shots of damage gets him the chance to get that second kill. And again, that is just big. You minimize the damage you take, your output is large, and that's exactly what we see out of Bound here as SSG look to finish this hill. And with 1 down, make that 2. It might be a thing.
Sentinels is out of this tournament because they couldn't close out Slayers. Optic looking at a similar situation via the objectives, though, whereas they've had leads and oddballs in King of the Hills, and they've let it slip away. For now, though, having a numbers advantage, but you got to take down Stellar. He's the first priority. But they don't see him. Somehow he gets the back of Dead Zone. Dead Zone does find a trade. As 2 go down for SSG. Eco wants that sniper, but too much pressure top mid. Bound looking to clear it instead. Formal and the rest of Optic Gaming fly out to that sniper, claim it themselves, and now what can Trippy do with it?
That was the biggest kill of this game right there for Trippy. The fact that he got that win at the top center of the map is huge, but as I say, that Stellar finds a kill or finds the sniper at least to get more kills, and now it's SSG in the hill.
85% to 85%. The winner of this next fight should win game number 1. It's Stellar with the snipe in his hands. One of the best in the HCS with it. Earns the body shot. Prevent that push. Send it to the side instead. Earns the assist. And it looks like SSG are going to ice up with 3 hill captures in a row. Optic started out 2-0 and on fire. But the fans flame once again, taking down Optic Gaming's momentum and leaving them scratching their heads.
It's funny because, like I said, we saw these 2 in London, the lower bracket semifinals, and it was flipped, right? It was Optic Gaming winning 4-3, but this time SSG come out, and they come out swinging. A great comeback, icy comeback out of them. Look at the damage out of Legend. Obviously, we see that out of Dead Zone as well. 8,200 for him, but a very even damage across the board here for SSG. They started to pick it up when it mattered the most towards the end of that game.
It's just really, I'd actually argue this is more concerning than if Optic just lost 4-1 or 4-2, in the sense that they have been in control of these matches. They've controlled the pace, they've controlled the lead, and then somehow, some way, in 2 series against 2 different teams within the Big 3, their biggest threats to winning another Halo World Championship, they've let it slip away. You cannot have that. You cannot open up the door. You should have... Space Station and Faze should have to kick it down like a SWAT team and push through with perfect execution. Optic they're putting their foot in and they're sort of stopping it from closing shut, but then Space Station and Faze have had easy access to just blow the door wide open, and Optic take another game 1 loss that they should have won.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it comes down to a lot of what we talked about, what you talked about, and what I talked about when it comes to these teams getting that little break, not having played a little bit. I think a little bit has to do with that. A little bit has to do with SSG usually starting tournaments kind of slow and then flipping a switch at a random time, and that was that time. You saw things change. You saw, even though Legend might not have had a lot of slays in the very beginning of the game, it's almost like he started to really get into it. He started to really focus up, and it worked out. I mean, the damage at the end was the telltale out of him. So really excited to see how game number 2 goes here. And like I said, in London, these two faced off on this map and game type combination, and it was a 50-46 in favor of Optic Gaming. But as we saw with the previous history, it might be a little bit different today.
My eyes are on Trippy heading into a crucial game 2 of your lower finals. Trippy has just not had the slayers that we expect from a guy that has a nickname, Big Game Trippy. He needs to have that Big Game Trippy going here, and there's one way he can do just that. Perfectly timed is the shock rifle on your screen. Trippy, I'd say a sneaky top 5-10 player with the shock at the very worst.
Yeah.
And he could get back on track here with the performance with that shock in his hands. Optic again. It's early. This feels like another game that they really need. This isn't a must-win, but it's a really need to win here for Optic. And I'm putting, again, my eyes on Trippy, so too is 99.
Yeah, I mean, Mac, listen, you talk about Trippy, and I 100% agree with you. After London, after that Grand Finals, he tweeted that Grand Finals was on him, that he didn't have the best performance, that he's capable of having. And we know what Trippy's capable of. Like you said, that nickname is there for a reason. He's a phenomenal player. You just got to find his stride once again.
Well, Trippy, not only trying to find his stride, but trying to find that shock rifle we mentioned earlier. Oh, but he goes down to it. But the grenade does come through. A trade out occurs, but it's a 2 for 3 with Space Station taking the advantage on it. And they're taking the advantage in the scoreboard as well. Off to an early lead, up by a full team wipe already, 8-4.
Yeah, it's a devastating start here for the side of Space Station. I mean, devastating for Optic Gaming. It's Legend who's starting off 5-1, having a slow start in that game number 1, but picking up the pace here in game number 2. It's 10-6 now, make it 11-6. SSG are running away with this one early.
Oh, but a big evening of the tides there as Optic are able to find a couple of slays, and Dead Zone finds the double kill. Does trade out, but it's a +1 net outcome there for Dead Zone. And players sliding in left and right. All of the action ensuing after Dead Zone. Finds the double. Now it's Optic getting back in the mix. They've closed the gap, cut it in half, in fact, 13-10, and camo up soon. You can see Lucid playing for it, but almost all of SSG on the other side. Like this play here from Lucid, he would have been out of the fight had he just stuck there. And it's a few opening shots that get cleaned up on. 4 go down for SSG, and we're now tied at 14. Nice regain here from Optic Gaming, and Trippy not having a big game yet, but he's having a good game.
Yeah, we got to talk about that, right? It was Optic Gaming trapped inside a yard. Lucid takes a beautiful position on the soda ramp and is able to do damage to the players pushing from SSG. They wipe, and it's basically essentially a 3v4 situation with a couple shots from Lucid, and because of that, SSG not getting the entire lead that they want. They still do have a lead, though, which is kind of scary. With that wipe, it's still 19-14 for SSG.
5 in a row for SSG here, and they're going to make it a few more. They do take down Eco to stop that streak and to stop that run from SSG, but if Optic Gaming don't get back to it, they're going to let SSG run away with it here. Once again, building back not only a 5-kill lead, but it's now up to 6.
Yeah, they're all trapped inside of blue as well. Look at this. Again, cross shots by Legend. One of the biggest damage dealers in the game. The killing spree, the perfect shots, the double, and a 9-kill lead for Space Station Gaming.
Oh, that's as nasty of a quick scope from Legend on that 5th and final shot as Campy in Halo 3 with the sniper in his hands. That was filthy.
Look at him. He just doesn't miss. Another double. This is Bound now that is shooting just like Legend shooting. When you have 2 players shooting like that.
I thought it was him.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They look the same. It's scary.
It did.
My goodness.
Did. Oh, no. 2 players reaching flow state active. This is like either your worst nightmare or your most erotic wet dream. Is Stellar now. Pushes up on the A side of the map. Has the high ground and plenty of shots to work with in that shock rifle. Trippy takes his attention away. Stellar takes his shields down, and he gets cleaned up.
This is insane. Space Station Gaming really just showcasing what they're capable of here. Look at this, the timing on a Stellar. Bound finds himself dead. Stellar will find 2. The double with the shock. 37 Mac. I know we're old, but our eyes do not deceive us. 37 to 19 for SSG.
Wasn't it just 15 to 15?
Yes. Yes.
So we're looking at nearly 25 to 5. Oh my God. You don't see games get away from Optic Gaming like this. This is, again, online Halo, but this might be cause for concern. I've not seen Optic not able to put up a fight like this, especially after going down 0-1. The big three are at their best after they lose a game. They lean forward after they lose a game. We're not seeing that here from Optic, as Space Station have doubled up on the lead. They're looking for a little bit of steak.
I mean, there's steak, there's breadsticks. Never mind, no more breadsticks. I mean, there's lots of stuff on the menu right now, and it's nothing that Optic Gaming like at this point. This is honestly devastating for their side, but I don't take it away from them. I think obviously this is a best of 7. There's plenty of time for them to come out swinging here in the rest of the series, and I give them all the chances of the world to make that happen. But we can't take away the fact that SSG have come out swinging here in game number 2. 12-10 for Legend. Make that 13-10-6 for Legend. I mean, it's just beautiful to see that kind of stat line out of him.
Yeah, that's filthy to be in double digits in the KA portion of your stat sheet. And this is an Optic Gaming roster that does earn the team wipe here, but man, it just hurts to know that it might just be, and 99.9% assuredly is, too little, too late.
Yeah, I mean, a miracle would have to happen. If there's one team, I always say that, so I'm lying. I always say that if there's one team, it's this team or watch it. Well, in this case, I don't think anyone can do it.
Did you just give yourself a straight, Tim?
I did. I gotta be honest. That's how we grow, right? We're just honest with ourselves.
Well, like Optic did in that previous series against Faze, they're gonna go down 2-0. But you can't go down 3-0. Not after what we saw in the previous series against Faze, and not after what we're seeing right now against SSG. This is now a must-win. I said it was a need to win from Optic. Now in Game 3, it is a must-win. Doesn't look like, based on the eye test, Optic have what it takes today to take 4 off of SSG in a row. So because of that, although this isn't match point for SSG, this is a must-win for Optic, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about the big 3, but I don't know. I feel like the big 3 is starting to separate from themselves. Yes, they're still the top 3 teams in the game, but I feel like FaZe has gone from, being that team that's kind of like, okay, are they gonna win this tournament or are they gonna fall really short? That's kind of what we think about when we think about FaZe, but now they're consistent. Now they're in form. And when they're in form every single day, it's scary. Yeah. Optic, we've seen them in form many times. I mean, 2 second places in LAN is nothing to squawk at. That is beautiful out of Optic, but they're not happy with that. And sometimes it takes a tournament like this to I guess get you ready for Atlanta, to get that VOD view and what did we do wrong. This is a perfect opportunity for Optic. But I mean, the series is not over. It's just I know Optic is capable of so much more.
I agree. And it's interesting to note, right? Dead Zone, the new member of Optic Gaming, but Dead Zone's been delivering, right? This isn't an issue where the 4th isn't playing up to his game.
Yeah.
Maybe not fitting in though from a team composition standpoint, but I don't agree with that either. I think Dead Zone has done more than pick up that OBJ role for Optic Gaming. He's filled in more as like a flex, and I don't know, maybe they just need a strict OBJ player that's able to prop up. Not necessarily prop up, it sounds like kind of like a negative connotation, but lift up, right? Hold up your teammates and guys like Lucid, Trippy, and Formal. So this is very interesting. This is an interesting fork in the road of Season 3 for Optic Gaming, just 2 weeks away from HCS Atlanta, where FaZe will have home court advantage. You would assume, at least. Optic Gaming fans are crazy, and they might find a way to get even louder than FaZe fans in Atlanta, but this is the most adversity that we've seen from Optic maybe since that Halo World Championship against FaZe.
Yeah, I'm just interested to see how they bounce back. I mean, one of the biggest things is in Season 1, I think, and even in Season 2 as well, they talked about discipline. It was always Lucid just talking about the discipline in the team, not getting so tilted, just being focused up and not taking fights that they know they can't win. It's little discipline decisions like that make Optic so good.
How did Legend find the slay on Trippy? Legend made the decision to slide out before Trippy had the decision to push him out, and that grenade on the backside of Yellow maybe force Legend up and away, and man, somehow finds a kill on to Trippy. And now it's Bound down a low HP on the yellow side of the map, pushing on through. Now to the green side, or blue in this particular case, but he's got presence in the side of Optic's base. Lucid below Legend. This could be a nice little bait and switch setting up, and look at that, the grenade does.
Yeah, and like, do you see that? It's just so beautiful out of Legend. He's in utility all by himself. The enemy team's utility all by himself, and he's able to stay alive because he trusts his teammates have the angle to put those shots in when the cross happens. And now this flag is at the bottom center of the map. Now Bound is in the team in the base of Optic, and he's just putting down fire off their spawn. Like, Optic have nothing they can do here with how SSG is set up.
SSG showing that playing together doesn't mean that you're in close proximity necessarily to each other. It just means that you're looking at the same thing, eyes and focus on the same thing. And SSG are locked in right now. This is looking really bad for Optic. Still 0-0, but just based on the eye test, it feels like SSG should have one, and now they do. Yeah, that's the one that they wanted, and I love how they were not too aggressive on that flag, right? They got the slays. You know when flag's on your side of the map that the spawns are in your favor. You're going to spawn much closer to that flag than the enemy team is. Take it slow, go for the slays necessary, and get that flag in, and they did that beautifully. Attention on the car side for Optic Gaming. That's going to allow Stellar to take the overshield from P1 all the way to C1, but no more overshield left to work with. Gonna go down. Trippy gets the slay. Another flag out. Dead zone. Gonna stop the tides and shift some momentum back into Optic Gaming's favor. Give them the numbers edge. And that is what occurs here as we see 3 go down for SSG. Flag out in the courtyard, but SSG with those fridge spawns have quick access to it. 2 more go down. Formal needs the help here from Dead Zone. Gonna deliver. Takes down 1. Now repositions on Eco. Eco at low HP. Probably gonna say GG's go next. We should see a tied flag here, 1-all. Yeah, it's beautiful by Dead Zone. The fact that he was able to stay alive that long and still put pressure on the spawners in the back of base from SSG. I mean, just a beautiful job to make sure that that flag goes through and helping Formal, like you mentioned, to get those kills and feel free to walk that flag through the bottom center of the map. Now we're tied at 1-1. In Dead Zone, he's content here to allow Eco to make it out with 1 HP in 2 situations, as long as Dead Zone knows he has the shield advantage to ultimately take him down. Wonderful process being played here from Dead Zone. And once again, Dead Zone is stepping up to the plate. Optic, you could argue, tied because of it. Legend, it's a big kill out of him. This kind of gives him that P control, that P side of the map. And not only does he get 1, he gets 2. I always say on a team, you do 25% of the work. Legend doing 50% of the work on his own. Make that 75% as he pulls the flag as well. This is phenomenal out of Legend. A little bit of a delayed counter cap. Now, Optic do have positioning at pink, so this is going to be much easier said than done for Space Station to put this one through, and we might actually see a counter cap start to build here as Lucid earns the reset. Can probably step off this at the 25% mark, but no, he's going to play it all the way through, play it safe, wait a little bit longer, a second or 2 longer to get that counter cap out. That might just allow SSG to reset things, but Lucid quickly takes to the top side of pink, quickly decimates 2 players. Legend cleans it up, but that flag doesn't get much further. Oh my god. The slays are not there. They finally get 3 down. Bound is the last player alive, and he's being a nuisance right now. They're not able to kill him. Finally, he does go down. But once again, the slays continue to come out, and continually Space Station are able to come off a spawn and put damage in. Finally, it seems like a bit of a free run here for Optic. Maybe 1 more spawner on that side will make sure that that flag goes in, and without anything crazy happening, I think that flag does go in. Yes, Optic up 2-1. Optic with that P2 control, we're able to counter cap, and now Stellar the control of the flag, looking to counter himself a score here. 3 go down for Optic Gaming. Space Station have what looks like a potential tie. Oh, but Dead Zone gets what looks like a little mini ninja, and Bound goes down. 3 down though for Optic Gaming. This looks like SSG are going to tie things up at 2. Are a much more highly contested game though here. And from the eye test again, this looks like Optic's fight that they can win. However though, it's going to be tied 2-all. Yeah, it seems it's interesting. If you look at these flag caps, it just seems like Optic. Oh, wait a minute, they stopped him short. I think Eco's in a position of maybe. Okay. Yes, okay. The spawns came out just in time, but you know, when Optic pulls a flag, it just seems like they have to work so much harder to get that flag in. SSG are just, you know, a lot cleaner, I would say, in terms of their flag runs, at least as of right now. Yeah, the previous war for Optic Gaming, I remember looking at all the slays. 2 or 3 occurred, and the flag didn't move out of the courtyard. And it took Dead Zone running it through bottom mid to finally put it in as we are tied here at the halfway mark. We go down again, though, for Optic Gaming. Eco dominating control of the middle of the map, but Lucid's going to send him back off of it. Back down to bottom mid. Heatwave might be up there in the middle. I'm trying to eye, and it is. So Heatwave, a power weapon that could help split this 2-2 tie at the halfway mark. 6 minutes left.
Yeah, great job by Former right there. Wins a huge piv, gets the OS, but oh my word, is it melted quicker than grilled cheese? That is insane. No more OS now. 3 down for Optic Gaming, and SSG are pushing in.
I bet dad mode for you active. You probably make a mean grilled cheese.
I do.
Own it. As we see Stellar owning Optic's base, owning a double. And now 3 more go down for Optic Gaming. And you're right. Optic, when they get 3 down for SSG, it's much more difficult. Optic go down 3 is just boom, boom, boom. The domino just falls over for Optic, and they lose numbers advantage, lose the lead, and now it's SSG back on top.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, this is so smooth out of SSG. Optic showed a little bit of life on their 2 caps, and, you know, obviously they were a bit scrappy, but I was thinking that, you know, maybe they would bring this game a bit closer. Yes, it's 3-2, and you always talk about the eye test. I absolutely love that. The eye test for me is that SSG are in full control right now. Like, even though this game is only 1 cap, it just seems like SSG are a lot better on execution, and it's showcased in how long those flags take to go in.
Yeah, +7 in the Slay department here for SSG. They're turning it into points. Flag is out, though. Legend going to have to defensively position himself against Formal, but Formal finds the back of him instead, and now Optic have what looks like could be a tied game again. It's a best of 7, so Optic won't go home here with a loss, but they need this here. After a stretch of L's against Faze, can't allow the same thing to happen as SSG, as Trippy puts it in. We have a tied game, 4:20 left.
Yeah, much better out of Optic right there. They get the slays, they do the structured route through the utility side, no bottom mid pulls for Optic that time, and because of that, it was a clean run, and the clean run is exactly what Optic need. They end up losing 2 in terms of numbers, and at a really bad time because OS is coming up here, but Trippy's gonna sit in that corner and catch Legend. A huge play by Trippy.
Down. Dropping down to P1, but he goes down. Eco's the last player alive. He's not going to have enough damage there to prevent Optic from grabbing that next overshield. As Eco puts some good shots into dead zone, takes him down to 1 HP, but you can see Eco doesn't even have a health bar. And a centimeter of a fragmentation shell would take him down, as it does. Stellar, though, looking to clean up on the damage in the generator. Formal's down to 1 shot. Oh, but Formal gets a big win onto Stellar. Starting to see Optic Gaming wake up a little bit, it feels like.
Yeah, that was a huge win right there because it gives them that utility side control. And with 2 down still for SSG, it forces Eco to try and get his shields back. But a great job by Lucid to have the game sense. And, of course, I'm sure the communication to know that Eco is weak.
Oh, spawns occur in the back of Yellow, and Formal pushes out of the front side of the base, and that opens up the angle there for Bound as he takes advantage of it. Lucid now with the flag in his hands, and he's going to put it through for Optic Gaming. We're starting to see some life from the Season 1 world champ.
Yeah, great job with that toss-up as well, cutting the time of that flag run in half, essentially. And they're going to take the lead. Like you said, a lot of life being shown here now by Optic, but SSG are on the push. This is a big play in this game right now.
Less than 3 minutes to go. We are in the end game. 2v2 gunfight for now as Stellar breaks through. A lot of open space on the map, and Formal's attention is elsewhere. Stellar sends him back to the respawn screen. Might run this through middle as he does. With use of the thrust, it makes perfect sense to just run it straight through mid. I love this play here from Stellar, showcasing that objective efficiency once again for SSG, as we might be staring at a 4-4 tie with less than 2 to go, and that's exactly what we're staring at. This game has been good.
I want you all to understand how difficult it is to run a flag bottom center and utilize that thrust perfectly like Stellar just did. That was masterful by him. Utilizes the thrust and the juggle with perfect timing, gets that flag through, tied up at 4, and OS coming up.
You make a great point. How many times have you played in matchmaking and tried to do that, and you thrust past where the X can be held to continue the flag run? So
Yep.
Great point there, Stellar, with some Legend-esque timing. Maybe Legend's been taking him through in some custom games how to efficiently run the flag, as Legend known for being, I'd say, the best flag runner in the HCS, and Stellar showing us a thing or two there as well.
Yeah, I mean, just beautiful out of both these teams now. Like you said, Optic waking up just a bit. 1 minute and 35 seconds left, though, is all they have. And these 2 players on the car side being weak for Optic gives SSG a chance to potentially push off that advantage if they can get these kills. Look at how Bound set up. He doesn't need it, though. Eco with a perfect.
sometimes that jiggle strafe, that kind of micro strafe, doesn't really give you a strafe at all, as it looks like Lucid didn't really move much off his spot, gave a much easier slay, a 5-shot slay to Eco than would have imagined when those two went toe-to-toe, as now Eco, which is on through, has let Lucid once again, and there we go. A little bit more variety in that strafe, despite having the low ground. Lucid wins it, but Legend cleans up on the damage, ultimately a +1 net outcome for SSG, which gives them the edge in this next pull.
Yeah, that was big by Legend, though. You see that he gets that kill, which is huge, but he backs up knowing the spawns are going to happen towards the back of base. He lives for a while. They end up taking him out, but Optic still have to move forward to take advantage of that kill. And that stick might be good, but it's still a 2-on-2 situation here.
Who's going to have the efficiency in a 2v2? 3 go down for Optic. It's Legend once again making a big play. Plasma Pistol's up. Another piece of the sandbox here to grab. Haven't seen much of the Heat Wave. Haven't seen much of, if not any at all, of the Plasma Pistol. It's been mostly Bandit Evo fights here as Legend readies back up for that fight. Trippy with the high ground. Trippy and Lucid combined for the bait and switch, and that could now give Optic the next chance to pull the flag. But do you play for OS? Do you play to keep that pie chart alive? There's a lot of plates up in the air here for both of these two teams.
Yeah, it looks like SSG kind of playing a bit of defense, but Eco's down to no shields. There's 2 down. He has to stay alive here. He gets shot again. Okay, he's good. No one can fly in this game, so no one is going to be able to touch that flag. So we're good in that regard, but we go to overtime, ladies and gentlemen.
You played Halo 2 on Warlock? I've seen Elites and Spartans fly.
Yes. Those are good days.
Things off here. Yeah, those were the good days. I could laugh when I saw people cheat against me in 2008, not in 2024. As we hop on board here with Eco, pushing his way to pink, and 3 go down for SSG. Optic earn the overshield, and they've got to take advantage. Lucid has the thruster. No, it goes to his teammate actually, but Lucid still has that OS, and Optic have everything they need to win this game.
Love this process by Lucid, right? Make sure that no one takes that lane on the utility side. But again, that flag isn't moving just yet. They're trying to feel comfortable with the slays. It was Formal that went down first. Finally, they get a couple of kills there. It'll be 3, and that'll be enough for Lucid to say, okay, let's run this flag.
Valiant effort there from Bound to stop that run, but it's not going to be enough. All SSG can do is wait for the final flag to be put in, as it is. And Optic make this a series at 2-1. Such a different complexion, Tim. Think about this.
Oh, yeah.
3-0, down 3 games. In a matter of 1 game, in a matter of 1 minute, 1 flag being scored, Optic brings it back to a 1-game series. I cannot overstate or even understate how important that win was for them.
Yeah, I just feel like when it comes to, and I would even add Sentinels and maybe Shopify to this list, but when it comes to some of these teams, I would say let's just stick with the top 3, Optic, Faze, and SSG. They all, and I've said this before, but just to really reiterate the point, they all have switches that they flip when they need to. And that's why on LAN, the game is beautiful. We all know the game is beautiful on LAN. There's no online excuses, etc., etc. There's a lot on the line at LAN as well. Of course, there's a lot on the line here too, but that's why you see the absolute best of all these rosters. And again, it's Optic in just like a tiny bit of time flipping that switch in that Aquarius game, and that could have changed the entire series. Are they going to win the series now? I mean, we'll have to see, obviously, but they showed a lot of life, and they showed that they look like a different team, essentially.
Yeah, SSG was able to put up 4, so it was a highly contested, very, very close game. Probably one of the best flags that we've seen all tournament. As we set our sights to game number 4, Recharge Strongholds. That quick pace going to benefit SSG, but Optic maybe slowing things down to control the pace instead as we kick things off here with Dead Zone.
Everyone calls SSG one of the fastest teams in the game. Shopify even mimicked their playstyle out of SSG. They've said it many, many times, that fast, quick playstyle. Optic are more, I look at Optic as more of that structured team. So making those slow plays happen sometimes works, and I don't know if it'll work here though. When it comes to strongholds on Recharge, this has become and Tools talks about this all the time, this has become who gets the triple cap longest, who can lock in that triple cap. So we'll see which pace fares here in this game.
Yeah, especially so, Tim, on a map like Recharge that sets up for, well, the setup, right? This is probably the most setup-oriented map that we have here in the HCS. So if you're able to get control of all 3, more often than not, it sticks a little bit longer here on Recharge. than it does on other maps as 3 more go down for SSG. That'll stop the scoring, I would imagine, for them as Optic takes C and Dead Zone. Man, he's got a strong arm there.
A little too strong. Stellar makes it away, and that would have been a good nade because it would have prevented Stellar from getting anywhere near this B side. Now Stellar has shock. Now he's able to survive, and he gets B. I mean, this is huge for SSG.
Yeah, you kind of joke about the overthrow and the overheat ultimately is what it probably is there from Dead Zone, but it does. It's a butterfly effect. Stellar has the shock because of it. Now what can he do with it? Spots Lucid trying to make the cross. Good grenade, going to take down Stellar a little bit further, but a spawn squad, or a squad spawn there, gives him the team support he needs to stay alive and retain control of the shock. 2 shots left.
I mean, SSG don't look like they're in control right now. I know it's a triple cap out of Optic, but Eco had to run inside of B to stop that cap. Stellar didn't get any value out of his shock rifle, and now because of that, Optic hold that triple cap for a couple of seconds here. They end up with a little bit of score, but they've got this double cap locked in as well. We just got to look at Stellar right now. What is he going to be able to do with this shock rifle is my question.
Hasn't been able to get as much value as you would have liked out of it for SSG. Again, that overtoss opened up the opportunity for them to take advantage of the shock, but SSG did not because of it. Optic Gaming are going to get back that trip cat. Lucid with camo. Oh, and I like this. Lucid showed like he's going back to A. Oh, but he goes down. That's so unfortunate. I thought Lucid had a good move there, enough to keep the camo up, but no. Eco runs in through the gold side where Dead Zone occupies. Takes a couple of free shots at the back of him, and Eco, though, answers back with a grenade to take Dead Zone down to low shields, and now he's got to watch his back. His focus is on Bound, but Eco's still there. Not exactly sure where Eco is ultimately. Dead Zone again in 2 sequences back to back. He's the last Spartan standing, and I guess luckily for Optic, he maintains his life, but for how long?
Yeah, I mean, SSG are going to get the triple cap off of this. Dead Zone just trying to find an opportunity to hold the pipe side and get that cross damage in, but finally he gets a kill there. So his life is definitely valuable in that regard, but all the while, SSG have kind of run around, and they were able to have that triple cap for a little bit, but now they've got a double cap locked in on A and C, which is essentially the meta now.
Another 3 down for Optic Gaming. And 3 downs in strongholds are very effective in that they sort of stagger out the spawns. If you are able to take that 4th player down, you're not going to have those likely squad spawns like you normally do if everybody goes down together. And another example of it here, 3 go down, Trippy the last player alive, and this is looking Quadrant-esque from a space station that has the former Quadrant captain legend on it.
Yeah, look at that. They all spawn on the long haul side, and Stellar's in a big position to hit some shots. You didn't see him hit any shots with the shock rifle before, but when it matters the most, he does, and that 1 kill, once again, gives SSG that numbers advantage. Now it's up to Optic to continue to try and force this, and they're just continuing to spawn on the long haul. This is devastating for Optic Gaming.
And wasn't it just a second ago, Tim, we were talking about the 2nd trip cap for Optic Gaming, but I guess SSG only has 1, but if you hold it longer than we saw from Optic Gaming, I guess you'd rather have just 1 trip cap, as SSG have not relinquished control of it until just now. Optic able to stop that bleeding with control of C, but not before Space Station go up a rolling 185 to 59.
What I'm seeing out of Optic, and all respect to them, of course, some of the best players in the game, is that I'm not seeing everyone performing at the ability that that we're used to them playing at. Lucid just got his 2nd kill, Trippy's on 3, and slays matter, especially when you're in a triple cap situation. When you're locked in that triple cap, guess what gets you out of that situation? It's slays. You gotta get slays, and unfortunately Optic are not able to get them right now. 3 down for Optic once again. Formal, though, getting a kill there might showcase a little bit of life for the Optic side, but 215 points and counting for SSG.
And Tim, because of that, by necessity, not by choice, Dead Zone has had to be the main slayer here for Optic Gaming on a squad that, just looking at the composition of it up and down, Dead Zone's not supposed to be the main slayer. He's OBJ and or Flex, so too many games where we've seen Dead Zone top frag, and you're probably like, wait, why is that a bad thing? Because it's not his comp, it's not his role. You need guys like Lucid to have top frags, even Formal, or even a big game Trippy moment, which we haven't seen quite yet. Space Station are rolling 220, 67.
I mean, we know it. We know they have it in them. We saw it in that Aquarius game. It just seems like, once again, they find themselves in a bit of a problem here. We see a couple kills go out, though. Eco and Stellar both fall, and that will potentially be 2 caps here for the side of Optic, but you can see right away SSG answer back with that A cap. I'm sorry, wait a minute. Looks like it reset. They're not going to get B, and Optic will be in scoring position now.
Trippy with the aggressive play with that grapple hook. Resets A. He's got one grapple left. Utilizes it to grab the camo. And now is where you need a big play from Big Game Trippy. Just big play Trippy right now would give Optic some form of success and momentum to take on to the end game. If not, this game is going to end here pretty quick for SSG. Trippy lines up his shots onto Stellar. Doesn't necessarily need slays, just needs to hold them off of that B cap point, and he goes down before even getting one with that camo. Optic Gaming, another 3 down, another staggered out dead zone. This one is over.
Yeah, I mean, Trippy's position right there was questionable, but hey, it's more the fact that Stellar understands that a trade in that situation, SSG benefits from it, right? They get the kill on the camo player, and now because of that, they won the game 3-1. The series score for SSG.
That was a steamroll, too. That did not take long for SSG to score the 3rd victory here in this series, and blessed by the Sentinels admins who decided to make this a game, a best of 7. Optic have a game 5, but again, and this is so weird, Tim. I can't even get that juiced up and excited. You guys know I love to yell and scream about Halo. It's my favorite thing in the world to just go absolutely nuts. But I can't do it if the moment doesn't call for it. And here in a game 5 Slayer, Optic down 3-1. Slayer's been their worst game mode, you could argue. So I don't know what Coach Lunchbox has on his notebook to come back in this one, because this is just, again, going back to that eye test, SSG are dominating this series.
Yeah, it's definite dominance. And again, for me, I hate to point out KD because I know it's not everything, but it is a big part, right? You got to get slays, and we're used to those the big players in Optic getting those slays. Trippy, Lucid, Formal, right? But like you said, Dead Zone is the one that is led. Look at the top right of your screen. I mean, that is not what we're used to seeing.
Only one in double digits.
Right? Exactly. So it just comes down to the slays have to change here. Someone's got to pop off.
And this isn't the only game. This has been a routine theme for Optic Gaming today, is Dead Zone top fragging on a roster that includes Formal, Lucid, and Trippy. It's just not adding up. The math ain't mathin' here. As Dead Zone does look to 2x his shields. Oh my god,
no.
But bound with a nanosecond to spare. Steals the overshield instead. Good goes to even better for SSG. Bad goes to worse for Optic.
Yeah, it's just getting worse and worse for this Optic roster. I know what they're capable of, though. We all know they are the former world champions. We just got to see it, right? We haven't seen it just yet. It's an OS for SSG. Now they're pressuring on. Down's able to get a lot of damage in. That damage will get cleaned up, but it's a 5-kill lead.
Yeah, we can't. You're supposed to GG go next on hills and possessions and slayers, not the whole series. Come on, let's not write off Optic Gaming just yet. 7-2
right.
though. I can see why you feel that way, because Optic again just haven't shown that same oomph, man. That same mustered up energy that we've come to know and love from Optic Gaming. I just don't know where it's been today.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I don't want to question any of that, like any of the, you know, I'm seeing stuff in the chat about passion and stuff. I don't want to question any of that. I think all these guys still have that. It's kind of human nature to have bad games, or bad days. It's just the way it goes. And again, it's not over just yet. Thankfully, we have a best of 7 here, so 2 more games, and Optic will force that game 7. But we got to see some life being shown here. Again, I got to look at that slays category. I got to see some big players getting some big kills, and I think that's what's gonna drive this game differently. Obviously, it's a slayer, so that's the you know, that's the what do you call it? The finishing touch. That's what we need, and we'll see if they're able to do it.
Yeah, this has just been this has been really tough here. No flow state active for Optic Gaming here.
Nope.
No flow state, no sandbox. It's in the hands of Eco instead, and he's getting greedy. He wants the power weapon and the power up, but a little flank comes through. Hold the phone, and OS could be exactly what Optic Gaming needs.
Yeah, it's right there on the bottom of P1. You see, they're just so aggressive. It's
where'd the overshield go?
I think maybe, I don't know. It's gone back and forth. I think it's there somewhere. I don't know who has it, but regardless, it's Bound. Bound picks it up.
Oh my God! It didn't get activated from Optic.
Yeah,
How did they fumble that?
That's crazy, man. That's what I'm saying. That stuff can't happen.
Unbelievable. How the hell does Bound come out with that camo, and how the hell is it already 22-12? Optic Gaming just again in a back against the wall game 5. They have to come out on top, and we're just not seeing it. They do bring it back to within 9 single digits, but that's not the Optic Gaming we know.
I mean, all I can hear is Tony saying, you got to stop hanging out with Owen. 0-5. And yeah, I mean, I love Lucid to death. Tommy's a great guy, and he's been he's having a bad game, and that's what it is. I just, what I'm wondering is what they need to do in order to change this, right? SSG seem like they're full throttle, pedal down all the way, and Optic have yet to show us anything, you know?
Seriously. I mean, it's the more I look back at this series in a short retrospect, it's amazing we're not already talking about the grand finals and we're switching casters, because this series has just, again, it's been like handing a pre-cal test to a 5th grader.
Yeah.
I hate to say that. That sounds honestly even a little disrespectful. I love Optic Gaming, but
same.
I gotta call it like I see it, man. It's tough. It's hard not to be an unbiased caster, Tim.
It is. It's just like, again, I truly think that all of this concern, and by the way, as we're talking about them, the energy's going into them. They're only down by 5 now, so that, you know, things are turning around a little bit. But they're the world champs for a reason. We just want to see it. That's the end of the story. We want to see it as caster.
That's right. That's right. We want to see what we've already seen from Optic, and seeing, that's another one of my phrases. We talked about flow state, but mine, Tim, is seeing is believing. Sometimes you need that win. You need that 1v1 piv. You need that flag going in to feel like, okay, guys, we got this, right? It's more to just believe it mentally, but once you see it, it's like a confirmation of that belief you have as Sentinels, or excuse me, Space Station, confirming once again that they're the team on top. It was just brought back to about a 5-point game, but now it's ballooned back to 10, man.
Yeah. It's tough. A little bit of life was shown, and then it gets immediately deleted. And look at right there is one big thing, right? You saw that they were trapped inside a fridge. SSG form a basically a big C around them, and just continue to slay them in that fridge side. And now we're up to gosh, I'm not even doing any math anymore. It's just SSG keeps slaying. They just keep 3 down for Optic. SSG 42. I'm sorry, 8 more kills, and they'll win this series.
It's Dunzo, right? This is it. I just don't see how Optic can come back. And at the 42, now 44 kill mark, you don't want to call a game being over, but man, Tim, just like that strongholds, you're calling GGs before it's GGs, like actually GGs, and that's never ever online or offline been what we've seen from Optic Gaming. This is maybe a cause for concern for the green wall.
Yeah, I just want to see, you know, Atlanta's right around the corner, man. We're 2 weeks away. I know what they're capable of, and I want to see them bring full form to Atlanta, and then, you know, obviously Worlds as well. But SSG, we can't take anything away from these guys. Legend 16-7. We keep talking about the fact that Optic are not playing like Optic, but on the other end of things, SSG are playing phenomenal today. What a change we've seen in this team as this tournament has gone on.
And again, Tim, I said this earlier, it's not a fluke. It's not fiction. It's non-fiction. Dead Zone, top frags once again for an Optic Gaming roster that does not have Dead Zone in the composition of a top fragger. He's not the main slayer. He's not supposed to be. He's like playing the suppressed role for Shopify Rebellion. It's just, things are a little out of whack when it relates to, again, the composition, the 25%, right? It really does sometimes come down to that. And why I always say you can't just take 4 Frosties or 4 Lucids or 4 Formals on the same team. You got to complement each other. And right now, Optic Gaming weren't complimenting each other. There were multiple times in this Slayer we saw Optic getting shot from the side of the head or the back of the head. An example of it right here is perfectly timed there from Stellar. How many times did we see a player from Optic run by and go down shortly after? And here's another one. I mean, just keep running it back. It's a deja vu over and over again.
Agreed. And I don't know what it is. But I will tell you one thing.
Here's it again.
Here
it is again. What do you know, Tim? Here we go. Another instance where Optic have their heads turned to the opposition. Here we go. Finally, we see Lucid taking on Eco one-on-one, but he goes down shortly after. I mean, this is... I'm a little shocked with what I've seen.
Yeah, figure it out. That's all I can really say. You got to come in Atlanta strong, and they will. I'm sure lots of VOD review has to happen. Maybe take a break for today if you're tilted or whatever, and do some VOD review and figure out what went wrong. I think they'll come back swinging. They're a phenomenal team. I think they'll come back swinging in Atlanta. But my goodness gracious, SSG! Wow.
Optic will be okay. I would even say after today's performance, you could still earmark them safely, maybe a little less safe than before, for a Grand Finals appearance in Atlanta. I mean, this is Optic Gaming after all that we're talking about. So while they've slipped and fallen today, they're out of the SENCITY Throwdown. This is an Optic Gaming that I expect to bounce back. This is an Optic Gaming that I even make the prediction today after watching SSG take this series rather convincingly that, again, it's probably going to make it to the Grand Finals in Atlanta. So I'll just take a deep breath. Probably been stoking the flames a little bit as commentators, but again, active. I feel like we've been calling it like it is here in this one. We've had some harsh words for Optic, but yeah, they've been having some harshly poor performances. So it's tough, but Optic bow out.
I think for me, it just comes down to LAN, right? I think that LAN brings the passion, right? LAN, the environment, everything, the fans there. It all kind of reignites the passion. So again, toss this one away, do some VOD review on maybe some of the nuances that were happening that went wrong, and then show up on LAN week like we know you're going to at the end of the day, right? But again, on the other end, SSG, phenomenal series, very, very convincing, a 4-1 finish. Let's take it to the desk and bring it to Louis V. Titan and see his thoughts on that series.
Thank you, boys. Active and Mac doing a great job on that series, Garrett. And just like that, we're down to 2 teams. We got SSG and Faze left in the Grand Finals. But before we talk about that, I'm curious about your thoughts about Optic versus SSG.
I just think SSG had Optic's number that event. I mean, for that fight, I think that I don't think that this is going to be like a big indicator of like what's to happen with Optic on LAN. They've gotten second in the last 2 LANs. I see them getting to Grand Finals once again. Like they're a very good team. I just think that SSG came out stronger today. I'll say Dead Zone played extremely well. Feel bad for that he wasn't able to get his way back into a Grand Finals with how well he played, but I also don't want to understate how well Space Station played. They got to their spots. They're able to win clutch games, and even the game that they lost, that flag game, it was a massive comeback in that game that made it close. So Space Station played extremely well. Optic not quite living up to their expectations. That combination, just not enough.
All right, well, looking forward, we got FaZe Clan versus Space Station in our Grand Finals. And if you notice at the top left, FaZe and Space Station already played today. It was the first match of the day. Even when we went into the 3rd series of the day, probably 2.5 hours into the broadcast, Bound was telling Sentinels, don't tell me good morning yet because I'm still not awake. But now
right?
It appears that Space Station are right where they want to be. Maybe they're playing mind games with FaZe. I'm not sure, but they look damn good right now. Tools, what are your thoughts looking ahead at Grand Finals?
This is going to be a scary one for Space Station. FaZe look unbelievably good today. I think it's going to be very important for Space Station to come out strong, take the first game. FaZe, whenever they've gotten control in the series, they haven't let it go once. I don't imagine they'll let it go anytime soon. And you got to remember, it's 2 best-of-7s that's on the docket for Space Station to win. So try to get the first one out 4-1, 4-0, right? Get it done fast. That way you at least still have a little bit of gas in the tank for that second best-of-7.
Indeed. Well, we'll see how things play out. But in the meantime, we have one more hoodie to give away of this specific hoodie. So !hashtag SENCITY in the chat to enter if you haven't already done so. If you entered earlier, you're still good with that same entry, but you can do it anyway. But nevertheless, right, I said this is the last of this hoodie that we have ready to give away. We've got another one at the end of the broadcast that we're going to give away. And Garrett, you like this hoodie specifically, don't you?
Oh yeah, it's whenever you see like Tens or any of those Valorant guys out there running around with this hoodie, this is the Sentinels Championship jacket. This thing is incredible. I'm gonna be jealous of whoever wins this one. It's cool, it's stylish, it's loud. I like it. It's all SEN all day. Shout out to the SENCITY boys. Sentinels played really well today. They just couldn't get it done in the Slayers. It happens, but either way, we're happy that the org was able to help support a tournament. They're giving away some merch. They're out here and helping support the scene, which is all we can ask for.
They are indeed. And by the way, this picture, this jacket that you see Ten's wearing, just a tease. It's not the giveaway that we're doing right now. We're doing one last giveaway for this hoodie now on your screen. That hoodie, the red and white championship jacket, will be given away at the end of Grand finals. One quick note about that last giveaway. There's no extra smalls. So if you're an extra small, well, you're just going to have to
wear a small.
Yeah. But nevertheless, I digress. We got this hoodie given away right now. So I'll give them another couple 10, 15 seconds before we close these
Yeah,
entries.
come on, get your tickets in. I want to see at least a couple more tickets, and then we'll do it. I mean, I think we have like 500-600 people probably in this thing. It's going
There's
to be
a
a lot
total
of
of
people.
607 entries right now, 4 of which have already been eliminated from winning again. We got Pug Mowgli, True Taco, Slunty, and then I Am Mr. Mayhem, all winning this hoodie on your screen right now. And with that being said, Garrett, I haven't seen any new entries. So
Well, I will say once before we close it. If you're on the YouTube, because I see people on the YouTube, this is a Twitch only giveaway. So you gotta go over to the Twitch and enter on the Twitch chat. It's in the Twitch chat. I know we had like over 1,000 people in the YouTube watching, so make sure you get yourself entered in the Twitch chat.
Indeed. Well, we'll put the link to the Twitch chat. You guys have to enter in Twitch. So we'll give them a quick moment, right, Tools?
Yeah, just give him a moment. Let him get in. Let him get in. I'll say I like this hoodie. I like how the only red in it is like the logo. I like everything about Sentinels. I'm not gonna lie. One of my favorite orgs.
Here come the YouTube entries. A bunch of new entries finally coming
Yeah,
through.
look at all the YouTube people, bro. Woo!
Okay. Well, while we're waiting, we are, of course, trying to get into the lobby with Faze and Space Station. This will be a best of 7. This is the first grand final. If Faze win this first best of 7, tournament's over, and it's a winner take all, $5,000 winner take all. But if SSG managed to win this first best of 7, there is the possibility of a reset. So we could be in for 14 games, Garrett. How many games do you think we're hitting in this final?
You want to hear my actual thoughts or like what I want?
Ooh. I have a feeling what your actual thoughts are. And I want to know. Let's see.
I always like a 14 game series. You know what I'm saying? I love that. I think there's gonna be 4, maybe 5.
Okay.
Faze looks really good today. Let me just say that.
They do indeed, and if time and history means anything, at Faze and SSG played already. It was a 4-0. I will say though, those matches were very close. We had a 50-49 Slayer, so this is the old series layout. This is the first winter semifinal of the day that you're looking at, right? 4-1 Aquarius, yeah, that was an easy game for Faze. Same for game 3, but game 2 and game 4 were very, very close. So I have a feeling now, Bound Legend, they're back to tweaking, right? Like the aimers moving, the Spartans are grooving. So I feel like things will be different. But Garrett, you think it's gonna be another 4-0, huh?
Yeah, I think they look really, really good today. I think they match up well against Space Station in particular, like the way that Faze has been playing. I'm saying that Faze is trying to put down a statement before they go to their home series in Atlanta.
Okay. Well, I think we'll let the last few entries trickle in. We're now at 725 entries for this last hoodie.
Bam! 100 people got in, but that's crazy.
It's a lot of people on YouTube. Shout out to our YouTube viewers. And I appreciate everybody that is in either channel supporting us either way. So, shout out to everybody. So, yeah, let's close this entry. Bam, it's closed. We're going to pick the final winner of the SEN hoodie that's on your screen. Drum roll, please.
You want me to Is that what you want from me?
That was pitiful, but I'll take it. All right, we got Ribby HS. Finally, it's a viewer that I'm not too familiar with, but Ribby, if you're in the chat, sound off. You just won a hoodie.
Ribby HS. Shout out to Ribby.
Rigged. Everybody's saying rigged.
He said, yo, he's instant with it. He's here.
Let's
He's
go.
Gonna get himself the hoodie. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone's like, yeah, they're all saying redraw, bro.
Redraw. Nah,
He's
Ribby
definitely here, boys. Don't worry, folks. If you stay and watch until the end, we're gonna clean the slate. We're gonna take out all those old entries.
Yep.
New entries right after the grand finals. Where we will select winner for the championship jacket.
Okay. Well, it comes down to this Faze versus Space Station in the SENCITY Throwdown Invitational. $5,000 winner take all. When we come back from this break, we will crown a champion. It may take 14 games. It could take 4. We will find out on the other side.
Welcome back to the SENCITY Throwdown Invitational. Winner takes all, but there's now only 2 teams remaining. We're in the Grand Finals. Tools, it's great to have you on cast.
Looked dominant today. A 4-0 sweep last time these teams met, but plenty has changed since that moment. Space Station, Ben on a tear, have taken down Sentinels and Optic. Now only one team remains in their way. Faze versus Space Station starts now.
A lot of people have said the same thing. Faze really in form, really ready for Atlanta, playing phenomenal today, all day long. We'll see if they can continue that here when it matters the most in the Grand Finals versus an SSG that obviously just played their series. It'll be SSG 3 down.
And so far, just a dominant setup from Faze. You see how much distance they've been able to put away from this ball, and the players of SSG, a tough road ahead of them to try to battle in. And well, Frosty getting awfully aggressive in that long haul, shock rifle camo in hand.
This is beautiful out of Frosty, like you said. Has that shock rifle camo combination, enough damage to clean up there. Snakebite, lots of damage onto Eco, who's not aware of his position. Snakebite, lots of damage coming out. That's max damage on a Snakebite, but Legend turns around with a double. That was 3 dead for Faze.
And so far, Faze has had no problems holding on to this ball. A struggle for SSG, and Bound's going to try to make a hero play by himself, but Frosty, with the help of Snakebite, able to stay alive, and well, he's able to continue living in the middle of the map. Space Station just woefully not able to get any of these kills. Faze clan clean wipe.
That's absolutely insane. Individual piv after individual piv out of Faze, and when you think they're gonna die, there are no shields, they still find a way to make it happen. And somehow that nade doesn't kill his teammate. Renegade is able to stay alive here as well, doing as much damage as he can as he pushes through the long haul side. Great kill there onto Eco. That'll allow him to attempt to help Snake, but he ends up falling here.
Incredible work so far from Faze. I mean, it hasn't even been into question whether they're going to win this round or not. They are dominant in all facets of the game. They're able to get every camouflage. They've gotten every power weapon. They've gotten every second of ball time. There has been nothing left on the table for Space Station to get any value from.
I mean, this is crazy. Look at the 2 down once again for each side this time, but 3 down here. Legend, the last player alive on the long haul side. I would assume they are aware of his position, but they still have to make that rotation through the pipe side of the map to get this ball. You see Bound is already there and Legend on the top of glass. Finally, it looks like SSG have a bit of control.
Legend and the rest of Space Station have this high ground shooting down towards the ball, but unless they get these opening picks, they're not going to have much success getting this away. These next few kills going to be vital for the success of Space Station.
Legend has that plasma pistol to work with to get these kills. He ends up falling. No kills go down for the side of Faze, so Faze freely able to push in here. Looks like the only person in their way is going to be Eco, but he's doing tons of damage on the long haul side. That kill gets cleaned up, but it's a 2-for-1 trade. Faze coming out on top of that one. Make that 3-for-1.
Faze just as quick as they lost it, get the ball back in their possession. Only 5 seconds of time that eclipses for Space Station before Royal 2 and the rest of Faze Clan get right back to where they started. This has just been a devastating result. Space Station, you thought would be flying high off their win against Optic Gaming, but the only thing that's up is Faze.
I mean, again, look at the Faze is up, their slays are up. We got a 0-6 here for Eco. That's going to be an 0-7 now. 7 assists to work with, though, but regardless, Faze are running away with round number 1. This is phenomenal. What a way to start the Grand Finals.
There is no question, there is no doubt who are the favorites as we head into Atlanta. This has been one of the most dominant performances you will see in Oddball, though they still have plenty of game left. Remember, Oddball, a round-based system. Even if Space Station drops this first game, you still have time to stabilize yourself. Use this first round to get yourself back into a system in which you're going to have success. Get Eco activated on the map. Let him find a few more kills. Yes, this first round's probably lost, but there's still plenty of time to still win the war.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, right? Bound, he's got 12 kills to his name, had Camo right there, had to grab ball to get a little bit of ball time at least, ends up playing it. Camo ends up running out, no value taken from that. The ball is still at the bottom center of the map, but it will reset here in about 3 seconds. Unless someone picks it up, and it looks like no one will do that. Legend just fighting for his life right now. Does he have time to pick up that ball? No, it gets reset. That was a lot more than 3 seconds, but, you know, I'm old, so just leave me alone.
I thought time was supposed to speed up as you got older, not slow down. Space Station, though, speeding up their ability to get these kills. 3 down for Faze, and well set up is Space Station. Potentially grab this ball, but Frosty making a mixy by himself. And this is what the Space Station's really gonna have to figure out throughout this next round, is how to limit the value that individual players are getting on the map. What we've seen thus far is the delinquent duo of Renegade and Frosty. Every time it seems like one of them is left to their own devices, they're finding kills in spades.
Well, you talked about them getting or not allowing Faze to get value individually. They end up getting a couple kills here, but it ends up getting traded once again. They're able to get a bit of ball time, but Eco by himself on the A side, ball rotating towards that long haul side. They do have presence on that side of the map, so it's gonna be up to Faze to try and push through. The ball is played though off the sneaky, but no one's gonna really grab it. Only 7 points needed for Faze here to win round number 1, and only a minute left.
Remember, this is still very much in the realm of possibility if Space Station can get to this ball before Faze, with them going 3 down. Well, it's time to look forward rather than to the past. Space Station's gonna have to find some sort of solution. It's gonna start by slowing down Renegade and Frosty. These two are just causing too much mayhem.
That's just beautiful. I mean, Faze just coming out dominant here at the very start of the game. And like you talked about, they want to close it out in 4. And looks like they're in that attitude right now.
Now we see these replays of how dominant they were in that round. It was never really in question of what's going to happen. And chat, I know y'all were asking for it. Here we go. Faze Red versus Space Station Yellow. Let's get out of this world.
Well, here we go. It's round number 2. Faze up by 1 in a very convincing first round for Faze, of course. We'll see if they can continue that momentum here in round number 2. Space Station showed a bit of life towards the latter half of that first round, and now with that camo and a kill and a couple kills, I should say, on Faze, this is Space Station's chance to show a bit of life here.
Ball dropped.
Camouflage in Nico's hands, right? He had a very slow start to this game, 0-7 to start it, but since then has been able to find himself at an equal effort, kills and death wise. The setups in Space Station have plenty of space to cover with these crosses of Stellar and Eco looking on opposite ends of the map, but they haven't been able to find that first pick, and Faze is just building tension, right? Trying to resolve it by finding these first few kills, but Space Station, look, be able to stabilize with their efforts here. Fantastic hold from them. Completely different team than what we saw in round 1.
Oh yeah, they look so good right now. Just their ability to hold that elevator side so cleanly, not taking any deaths whatsoever, but Faze are constantly finding themselves 2 down. It's bound now at the top of Bat Ledge, understanding where Faze will be spawning. The first spawner is caught out. That's going to be Renegade, but 2 players did make it through that tower side. I'm looking to see if Eco can stop that cross, but look at Frosty, understanding the importance of killing that player watching the cross, and it will be 2 down for SSG.
Renegade gonna be that first player in, and with 3 players of Space Station going down, you see that the spawn is not favorable to them, nor is it gonna be an easy camo grab for Space Station either. Stellar's gonna make his attempt, but perfectly placed was Frosty and Snakebite, able to isolate those players, and that shroud screen more effective than most think. Bound was not able to find the player of camo because of that shroud screen left behind, leaving a camouflage for Snakebite, position on the map for Faze, and a dominant hold to come.
Oh, the spawns are known. They've got the cross fire as well. Snakebite with that camo, trying to play his life. He ends up falling. Still a lot of points here for Faze for SSG in round number 2. Faze starting to get a bit of time for themselves as they rotate the ball back towards that glass side of the map, but look who's ready for it. It's Legend pushing on to Frosty, who's really weak. Ends up killing him. Roll 2 with a little bit of a hide there. Ends up going down as well. The slays are starting to come out for SSG.
He would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for that Drasky Legend, able to get behind him and, well, gets the triple kill. Stabilizing efforts from Space Station. Faze and only gonna get 18 seconds off the camo and oddball grab. You wish there a little bit more. Snakebite with the shock rifle could be what equalizes.
Yeah, that's exactly what needs to happen. The triple! Beautifully perfect 3 shots there from Snakebite. And now they'll get some ball time as well. 3 down for SSG.
Oh, 5 in a row. Snakebite, he's just not done.
They're pushing the long haul side. Renegade's gonna clean up that kill. The shock rifle damage is still enough though. They continue to push on through, and Snakebite, the loner on the long haul, stopping this entire lane from anyone from SSG getting presence. His rotations, the movement, the prediction, beautiful on a Snakebite here, the captain of Faze.
Gonna do his best. This has been an incredible hold that all started with Snakebite getting that triple kill. With camouflage coming up, Space Station realized that this position is more dire than they thought. If they give up this camouflage, the position that Faze already has, you might as well say GG. These kills going to be vital.
This camo is vital. Very important camo here. They're not aware of Snakebite's position though, but he has the grapple to stay alive. So a lot of presence on that C-Plat side. Now he'll reroute, but where's that camo player? It's gonna be Legend trying to find a break here. They don't know he's inside of pipes. 2 kills go out. It's going to be Stellar with the double and the kill feed. And Legend's going to have to grab the ball with Camo. You don't like to see this, but they're going to try and get as much time as possible as they are down in this round number 2.
Frosty able to lay down those shots, but Space Station reaping the rewards of ball at the moment. Faze trying to break in, and well, they got through to red stairs, but they weren't able to find those picks at the early moment. Surprisingly enough, though, Faze, they stay alive and keep putting down pressure. That's a great reposition from those players at the bottom of stairs. They got through, realized, hey, we can't really hit this out with the damage that we have. Let's just go through the middle of the map. No one expected the cross. They got through, they broke in, and now it's just 10 seconds to win the game 1.
Yeah, Bound's the only one in position to get this kill. It's going to be 1 down. Make that 3 down for the side of SSG. Stellar has the shroud screen, tries to stay alive on the pipe side. It's up to him to live here, but he gets taken out immediately by Frosty. And 10 points once again, all Faze need as Frosty has the shock.
A little lackluster for Faze getting to that ball. I felt like they could have gotten there earlier, but the job going to be done nonetheless if you slay out the way that they have. Finding kill after kill, easy enough. 10 seconds for the team. Faze won a dominant series of oddball, and Space Station, they had a good run, but that's all it was. It was a run. Faze playing a clean game through and through.
They just looked to control the entire time. Little sparks of brilliance for SSG, but what a way to start the grand finals. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the SENCITY Throwdown Invitational. Only 4 teams invited. Winner takes all, $5,000 on the line. And this is the last 2 teams that remain. Faze getting that first win in this series is going to be very beneficial. Take a look at this, though. That was absolutely disgusting by Snakebite. Not only that, but he cleans up the kill on the long haul as well. Just beautifully played all around by this Faze roster.
Yeah, this is just, it was brilliant. That's really all I have to say about it. This was even better. The way that Renegade and Frosty played this position, both of them crossed through, but once Eco dies on that cross, they realize, like, hey, we don't have to do this the hard way, right? Let's just over rotate, go all the way through batteries. A route that you will never see, right? You never see someone go from big door to batteries to gold door to find someone that's in pipes, right? Such a unique route to take, but a route that's heads up in that position. Pulled that player out of pipes as Frosty pushes in from the opposite side. Renegade wins his fight at the batteries, and they eventually find that break on oddball, and well, Space Station would never touch it after that.
Well, now we go to Slayer Solitude, and we know how this map can be. Very steamroll-y type of map, very snowball-y. Lots of ease in there. But we'll see which team is able to fare here. Faze known to be one of the best Slayer teams in the HCS. We'll see if they can continue that momentum from game 1 here into game 2 on Solitude. And then we get to see Interference for game number 3. Stronghold's Interference makes an appearance.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how Interference is going to play out. That's definitely one of the swingiest game types. And, well, actually, when we look at the next 2 games up, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing for Space Station, but I can tell you one thing for certain. These game types, they can get out of hands quickly, right? Solitude Slayer, it's not unusual to see 20 to 5 runs of slays because of how easy it is to force certain spawn traps. Space Station, you know, you've lost a lot of momentum in the game, but if you're going to build it back, these are the maps to do it on. Get yourself the simple setups. Force the nest spawn trap, force the blue spawn trap, collapse in on those players, cycle and rotate and repeat. It's an easy enough game plan, but hard in execution, especially when you have 11 rings on the other side. These players have been around for quite a while, and they're not going to let you take any one-on-ones that will be guaranteed. You have to execute on an individual level and work together to be able to force the spawns on the team level. A tough task ahead for Space Station, but something that isn't a can-you, it's a must-do for this team.
Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. The shock rifle, the camo, both very big factors here in Slayer. And of course, gotta pay attention to those spawn traps. Some very heavy spawns on the blue, on the back of yard, as well as that bottom lift. So definitely pay attention to that as you see Stellar, one of the best snipers in the game, with a shock immediately starting this game.
Well, notice what he did exactly off spawn. He knew exactly what his role was. Get that sniper. Unfortunately for him, his teammates lost the fights on the perimeter. It allows a pinch to happen that makes the sniper rotate into the hands of the man that did it best in Halo 5, Frosty, with a shock rifle, a dangerous combination.
Oh, they know he's here, though. It's going to be very difficult for him to live. He'll at least get a trade off of that one, but it'll be 3 down for the side of FaZe. And, of course, Stellar finds that shock rifle in his hands once again as the spawners come up.
Stellar just has this natural sense of, hey, Sniper's here. I'm going to go here. And, you know, even if it's not necessarily the right place to be, I'm going to end up getting the shock rifle. And we'll see if he's going to be able to put this thing into good use. Only 1 bullet left in the chamber for this. And well, with FaZe having this 3-kill lead and all of Space Station trapped at Nest, it's vital for him to hit the big shot.
Yeah, some unorthodox misses out of him today, honestly. Every time we've seen him with Snipe, he hits a couple, but we are just used to seeing some insane plays out of him with any sniper that he carries in his hands. That shock rifle will no longer be in play here, but it will give SSG only a, FaZe only a 2-kill lead here as SSG has come back.
With Camouflage coming up in the next 20 seconds, it's this fight over here at the LR side that's going to be important. You'll have the leverage necessary to grab this Camouflage and get away with your life. You see Space Station putting a lot of effort into that back side, trying to win these spawns. These next slay is going to determine who gets away with Camouflage.
And then Snakebite ends up backing off those spawns as well, so that's the jump. He's still got to deal with Eco, though, who's in the back of the yard, but great timing on that lamp jump. It's going to give him camo for free.
A Space Station just can't do that. You have inside leverage on that Camouflage. You have to have at least one player looking at it, putting down damage at minimum. Instead, it's a Snakebite that gets away, slithering across the map for absolutely free. You can't let value like this go to FaZe. They've gotten championships making plays like these.
3 down for the side of SSG. Make that 4 as Stellar falls. That's going to be a bit of a staggered spawn for Stellar, though, so if they find these couple of players on the blue side, which look how fast they're pushing them, it might be even more kills for FaZe. 13-21. FaZe lead by a large margin off that camo play.
And Snakebite is just been playing MVP this series. 7-2 to start this game, getting the important grabs, and well, all those kills, right, they came in at the right time. Once Space Station was able to find Snakebite and find that kill, well, they flipped the spawns out, and now with shock rifle up, it's FaZe that was gonna have first rights to it.
It's Renegade. He hits the first shot that he takes, down to no shield, somehow finds a way to stay alive here. He's got 2 teammates near him. Legend trying to find an angle. Royal 2 says no, and Snakebite gets a kill as well. Frosty gets a kill as well. Everybody on FaZe winning every individual piv they come against.
Well, we talked about a team effort for Space Station, but this wasn't the team effort I was talking about. So often they keep going down 3 at a time. You have to be able to find some value and stay alive on the map. Each time they make their play, they're making it together, but there just has been no value to come from it.
This is just beautiful out of FaZe. New camo once again coming up in about 10 seconds here, and you see it's going to be Eco and SSG that are maybe in position for it. They do get the 2 kills on the Frosty and Renegade, but they trade out 2 deaths for that as well. I'm really curious to see who's going to get that top control to make sure to secure that camo. Snakebite's on the poster side. Does Legend know he's here, though?
He does.
There's the movement. He doesn't know. That's a perfect on a Snakebite. Perfectly waiting for Legend, getting that control of the top center of the map.
And it's not done yet. He's going to be able to watch this cross, and with Camouflage coming up, his team's going to get the favorable spawn with him leveraging that inside position at loop. Bound's going to maybe try to desperately get through to the camo, but FaZe definitely better positioned to get away with it.
How is he still alive? Finally, Eco takes him down. The thrust is really strong in that scenario. Camo's still up at the top side of the map. 45 seconds has passed, and no team has felt comfortable to go for that camo. Stellar's the first one to die. On the yard side of the map, it's going to be Royal 2 who tries to push aggressively through. That camo still top center. Understand, the next one's coming up at 6 minutes. A minute away from another camo. We might have 2 camos on the map.
Oh, smart plays by Faze, right? They have that loot position. They have access to that camo. Space Station knows that they have to get those kills in order to get away with camo. So what does Faze do? They play the perimeters. They don't even look. They're not even trying to play for the middle of the map. They understand that as long as we get trades on the outside, eventually we'll win that fight for camo. And if we don't, well, we can try to minimize the harm that it does by having better leverage on the map. But camo does eventually move into the hands of these players on Space Station. They are going to try to collapse in on these final members of Faze. This game definitely not over yet, but it's going to be a perfect game needed from Space Station for these next 20 seconds until the next camo comes up.
Great kill by Legend. Legend has done work with this camo. He's really brought this game back with his squad, and as one camo runs out, the next one going to be picked up, and it's going to be by Legend once again. Back-to-back camos potentially by the side of SSG. It'll be Eco who picks this one up, and that's huge for SSG, but they still trail by 5.
It's going to be a full minute of an active camouflage being up on the map for Space Station. If they can't make the comeback happen now, it just won't happen, period. So shock rifle down on the ground. Eco knows that his next path is going to guide him there, but he has to be careful not to get spotted in the process.
I think Renegade spotted him. Maybe. No. Camo's going to work once again. It just dissipated. Faze still have the lead by 5 with a minute straight of camos, like you said. Faze still lead this game by 5 kills, and now Eco has the shock. He's the one that can make a difference here for SSG.
So far they're finding these kills, but look how they're trapped at Nest. Faze, yeah, they're going down, but Space Station isn't really finding themselves much space on the map to work with. They need to be able to get forward and stop being so condensed over by the lift. They're finally going to have some space. Notice Bound's position. Eco and Bound are going to work together. They need to find these kills untraded.
Yep, Bound does. Renegade's the first one to fall inside of Faze. Only a 2-kill game now. Faze lead. 4 minutes and 40 seconds left here. Shock rifle still in the hands of Eco. Not able to hit the headshot. That's going to be big for the side of Faze that he was not able to clean that up. Frosty gets a kill onto Stellar. Everything opens up now as that kill goes through. You're going to see Faze push on through. They get the kill onto Legend as well. Eco's trying to help Bound here. Renegade's going to take him out, and Renegade's going to end up going down, but a trade comes back. 49-44 for Faze.
Well, Space Station made a risky gamble. They bet that the fight was going to happen in yard. Instead, Faze route their way all the way to Soda. They pushed their players out at posters. There was no shock rifle to cover them. They got the opening picks through the nades of Frosty, got the kills and the space on the map, and that'll trump the power weapon. Space Station, a minute of camouflage, a full sniper to work with, a 5-kill deficit to overcome. They lose the game by 6. Simply inexcusable. When you have that much in your hands, you have to execute the end game.
Gotta point out, Royal 2, 8 and 16. 16 assists in that Slayer. Absolutely insane out of him, and you see it in the damage here too. 4,300 damage for him. Snakebite with 4,900.
I mean, let's not act like anyone else was the MVP, but the man PJ. The way that he played in the early game gave him the lead necessary to be able to stave off SSG on their runs. But also, he just played perfectly. He was constantly in the right position. He was sneaky. He did it all. He used the power weapons. He used the power weapons and power ups throughout the game. It was truly one of the best performances I've seen from him. And on the other side, the other underrated part of the game from Faze was towards the end game was the grenades that they used to push players out of positions. Every time that we saw them break a player off, break that first player on Space Station, it was because of a well-placed nade off damage that a player got and left to call out. What does that mean? That meant that Faze was very, very cautious, or I should say mindful, of how they were using those grenades in the end game.
It's all about cleaning up that damage and taking space, and grenades are good for both of those things. And you saw a 50-44 in game number 2. Faze in the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, we are in the grand finals of the SENCITY Throwdown Invitational. 4 teams invited, 2 remain, the 2 on your screen right now. And Faze lead the grand finals so far 2-0. Now we go to Interfere in Strongholds, and yet another incredible snowbally game that we're going to be able to witness. But let's take a look at the bracket real quick. Lots of teams. Like I said, 4 teams, and this is how it's panned out. The elimination bracket on the screen as well.
It could almost be a perfect tournament from Faze, right? If it wasn't for that Optic Gaming reset, we could have seen back-to-back 4-0s. Just 2 more games needed for Faze to make this happen. Though we have seen, you know, the shoe on the other foot in these series before. When a team goes 2-0 in a best-of-7 grand finals, they've lost 8 in a row before. Faze happened to make that an 8-0 run. Space Station trying to replicate that world success. Interference, the newest map in rotation, gonna be where Space Station needs to turn it around. And when we talk about one of the most snowbally maps in the game, it's gonna be this map that comes to mind in particular. The way that you're able to spawn trap and push into trip caps on this game, it leads to game states that are unrecoverable for other teams at certain points.
Yeah, it may be a little bit difficult for the pros to play this map game type combination, but I will tell you as a viewer, it's fun to watch. It's fun to watch. Like you said, one mistake will really just change things for either team. And as we go, it is going to be game number 3 of your grand finals. And don't forget, Faze lead 2-0.
Oh, the key, set up the spawn trap. It could be either spawn trap, right? Either the bunker, the nest, or carbine. The 3 areas that you want to force the spawn trap at, but get there, force it, and then start to cycle the team. Space Station has it perfect. Look how they're controlling the inside of the map. They know carbine's going to be the next spawn. They'll give Faze a little bit of space, but that's to secure this overshield. So far, a perfect start from Space Station.
See how they're able to throw that into a lead for themselves. And don't forget, of course, Space Station are the ones coming out from that lower bracket. So not only do they have to win this best of 7, but they have to win another best of 7 after the bracket reset. A tall ask for the side of SSG, but we'll see if they're able to do it. So far, they look in form as they've got the initial lead here in this game number 3.
We'll expect to see a lot of presence towards white corner where Legend just was. You can get a lot of angles into a lot of places. C, Nest, and A all have access from that white corner area. You can use that as a pivot foot for all your attacking plays. Space Station able to get kill after kill. Legend, 5 of them early in this game from playing that white corner position.
That's a great start by Legend. A 50-point lead to 0 here by SSG. Finally, they go put their toe into the triple cap of C, but Bound understands the importance of getting these kills first. 3 down for Faze.
I like that from Bound. He went towards C, but it was all just a red herring. He wanted to put pressure back towards C from the initial spawners while he collapsed into the final players pushing at A. The attack that Faze thought was happening was all just a distraction for a well-timed flank. They have inside control once again as Overshield comes up. Space Station playing a perfect game.
And you see, Faze does take Nest, but again, 3 down for the side of Faze. And OS goes in the hands. Oh, it's off the map. A beautiful play by Snakebite, making sure that OS is not a factor for Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, Snakebite caused all sorts of mayhem by catching that overshield. It bought them just enough time to get that 2 cap in, but the question is how long can you hold? Space Station very much still in the mix here to take control of this map right away.
Yeah, Stellar going directly for Nest. You can see the pile of the SSG members all trying to control this Nest side. There's the white corner that you talk about in the white hall. Bound's gonna immediately take care of Renegade, who is trying to take advantage of those angles.
Does he know
and SSG will take back another double cap.
Bound's playing awfully aggressive here. That carbine spawn definitely wasn't blocked, and you see Renegade's gonna have a chance to take down Bound. I was thinking maybe that was going to be a little bit too aggressive, but Space Station, they know what they're doing. They're able to find 3 players down in Faze, and it's a matter of time before Renegade joins his team on the respawn screen. Space Station not letting up one bit.
Yeah, the double cap is all they'll get right now, though. Nest, though, not going to be taken by Faze here. This might be a reset by Eco, and it will be. So double cap by SSG now. 2 down for Faze. And you see all of them spawning on that yellow corner side. The push comes out. Stellar trying to prevent Renegade from getting any space on the map, but he's got to deal with so many players, it forces him to back off.
It's important that Space Station doesn't go 1 down. Oh, no. they've lost the tower side. Space Station found themselves all basically playing out of the bunker, even though that they have this 2-cap control. That means if Faze is able to get the numbers advantage as they push in, it could lead to a natural spawn trap for their team and completely change this game.
Well, Snakebite's the first one to fall for the side of Faze. Eco was the first one to fall for SSG, but Eco already spawned up. Bound playing very aggressive once again, is going to at least get a trade, but the help from Legend comes through, and because of that, it's 3 down for SSG.
Mark the score, 154-20 is when this run starts. Faze half control. I don't see them letting this up anytime soon with the position that they have on the map. Renegade has the extra shields. This is the beginning of the Faze run.
And we saw something different right there, right? Renegade aware of the carbine spawns, and he gets both with a killing spree, making a triple for Renegade. When Renegade pops off, Faze does too.
Well, Eco's gonna win that spawn over by Engine, so it's not over yet for Faze. It's important for them to win this next fight.
Big fight, but it's a loss for the side of Renegade. That does get traded out though. Roll 2 now on the Whitehall side, trying to make something happen against Stellar here. A lot of 1v1 pivs, and Faze starting to win them. It still is a double cap here for SSG though, and honestly, that score getting a bit out of hand there. Tools 171 and counting.
Faze had all the position necessary, got the 3 down, but Space Station were able to quickly stabilize, and well, it was only 12 points that Faze got off that control of the map, something that you just cannot settle with if you're Faze. You have to find more value out of your setups.
Some great shots here by Snakebite is going to allow for this 3 dead to happen. Renegade, no shields. He's got Snakebite's help if the push does come through, and you see it does by Stellar here. The jiggle peek, so very strong, and you see Renegade showcasing that. Finally, Faze lock in a double cap. They will have that entire Whitehall side to themselves, but it's Stellar who ends up playing his life and circles back around to get a kill.
This is suffocating pressure from Faze, though. They've really kept Space Station on the inside of the map. Stellar! Perfect plays! Back for him, and he's not done yet. Renegade's gonna join him.
Great double out of Stellar with that jump. It's going to be 3 down for the side of Faze. They do lock in that triple cap, so they'll at least maybe get a double cap here. But the pressure from SSG a bit too strong off that 3 dead, and they'll get 2 caps, it looks like. B and A. No, A gets reset.
Tower, stabilizing efforts from Faze. Oh, this is where it gets dangerous. Look at the spawns. Where does Space Station spawn? Over at Carbine. Look how fast Renegade identifies it. He's coming back with the help to get the kills. Bound with a massive kill to at least stemmy the pressure that Faze was providing. But this is where games can change. It's these moments, these kills that are going to be the most important.
Yeah, Faze still had that double cap, but it's going to be 2 down for Faze. Renegade down to no shields as well. Eco with that 1 shot adds 5 more seconds to that shield recharge timer, which means that Renegade's out of the play for just a little longer. And Eco, coming back for the fight, ends up getting 1, but loses the big fight against Renegade. Still, it's a 2-cap advantage here for SSG and a 100-point lead as well.
Oh, Bound was an absolute unit in his position there over at Catwalk. Last player alive for his team, single-handedly holding 2 players off and getting to nest in time. It's allowed Space Station to come off spawn. They get A, and well, Bound is still using his position to allow his team an outlet to fight from. 2 caps still in for Space Station. What have we noticed the difference between SSG's game and Faze's game throughout? It's been the capitalization off 3 downs. Space Station very fast and efficient at getting to their spots, getting to their setups, scoring in this game. Faze, on the other hand, relying on winning the follow-up slays that just have not gone their way.
The difference for me too as well is going to be Bound and Legend, both with almost 20 kills for Bound, 19 kills for Legend. I mean, phenomenal games out of both of them. And yeah, I mean, this has just been dominant by SSG. At no point in this game did we see, maybe 1 point in this game we saw control by Faze, but SSG very dominant throughout the entirety of this game number 3, and now 5 points away from closing this out. SSG, unless someone from Faze gets in this hill, it'll be all over for at least this game. But as I say that, 1 down, it's gonna be C being capped. Oh, the reset comes through, but A and B for Faze here.
Here comes the question. I mean, when we talk about perfect, we talk about perfect plays needed to make a comeback happen in this position. I just don't see it happening. A quickly transferring over. C still in contention. Faze not quite done with this yet, but we're talking about a perfect game necessary.
And if there's one map that it happens on, it is this one. This is where things get a bit interesting. See, trying to be taken by Legend. Renegade wins another piv, but not going to be in time. That'll be 2 caps for SSG. Royal 2 gets hit at 249. They don't want to let go of this one at all.
The error margin that you had was 1 second. It was 248, now 249. Royal 2 and the rest of Faze looking to mount an incredible comeback, but it's over 100 seconds of continuous time that's needed. That means getting slays. That means out-rotating. That means forcing perfect spawn traps. It might be an impossible task, but a team with so many championships underneath their belts, 11 world championships spread between these 4 players, it makes you want to believe.
The reset happens on to C. Oh my word, if this happens, it'll be incredible.
Here
Royal
comes the
2
trip
gets
cap.
a kill. 2 down for SSG. Split spawn. Stellar all by himself on the B, on the nest. Some damage comes in for Renegade. He has to win this fight versus Stellar. Very important fight. The heat wave hits him, I think. That might be it.
Snake
Potentially,
Bite still has
that's
a
it.
chance. He has
Damage
to win
goes
these
through.
fights.
A and C still by Faze. The kill comes out on the Legend. Frosty gets inside a B. They do not want to let this go. It's 2 down for SSG. Only 1 down for Faze. And Frosty getting B here, but A is being taken. They've got to act on C very quickly here.
Royal 2 has to live. They have to have these numbers by A. Bound's trying to do his best to take him down. That might have just been enough to win A back for their team. Space Station's Bound's last alive. The trip cap is in, but Space Station is going to be able to at least get to A relatively quickly. Look at the B spawns. Legend and Eco just got there. It's an imperative fight to win at A for Faze. They do it. They get the 2 kills. Legends is going to go down as well. No! Big win. Is it enough?
Renegade can't clean him up as well. Legend's still alive somehow on the B. He goes towards the bottom of B. He knows he can just play his life. Eco's gonna get another kill as well. CB taken by SSG. They only need 1 point. That might be it. Snakebite's there, but he has to take on 2 different players. It's not enough, and SSG will put 1 on the series score. It's now 2-1 in favor of Faze.
I think you can credit Bound with a clutch kill over at Engine 1 on Royal 2. Yeah, it might not have resulted in the win right away, but it eventually bought enough time for his team to get where they needed to be, eventually able to win a rotation. But what was a dominant game from Space Station was thrown up into the air by a final run from Faze, but Perfect's too hard to maintain for such a long period of time. We go into game 4, 1 game separating these 2 teams.
My goodness, the back and forth at the end of that one. Like you said, Bound with a big win at the bottom of Engine 1. Really freed things up for the side of SSG, but oh, what a fight Faze put up at the very end there. It all started with the triple kill from Renegade. That's where things, and you called it yourself, that's where things really changed for the side of Faze, but they just couldn't close it out.
No, it's just small plays from Space Station that just provided too much value, like this one from Stellar, right? It seems like this should be a clean trip cap for Faze, but because Stellar was able to find 2 just before he goes down, it slows the momentum of Faze down. Yeah, it might not be enough to let SSG win the game outright right then, right there, but it's that combination of all those small cuts that eventually led to a moment where Space Station was able to find their footing just for a second, and that's all they needed was a single second because of the work that they did early in the game.
Yeah, you said it's perfect. Halo that has some play. There's so much that goes into that. And I thought the heat wave hit him. It didn't. There's just a lot of damage that was done there. But my goodness, still a great fight by Faze, and a series on our hands now as SSG have finally put 1 on the score. This is a best of 7, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the grand finals, and Space Station Gaming, coming for them from that lower bracket, has to win 2 best of 7s if they want to take home the $5,000. Again, this is the SENCITY Throwdown Invitational. Winner takes all. So Space Station have a lot of work to do, but they showed some life there, of course, in that game 3.
The question is, who will stand atop the hill? King gonna be next in our game type, and well, we've seen some important moments in this series. I don't think any's going to be more important than the sniper rifle on this map. Who gets it? Who controls the game? You know that the best snipers that have ever graced Halo are in this lobby. It's just a matter of who gets it in their hands.
Really excited to see. But again, SSG finally waking up just a bit. Faze looked dominant. I mean, that game 2, 50-44 was a bit close. That game 1, though, incredible by the side of Faze, and maybe slowed down just a bit there in that game 3. Very excited to see how live fire plays out, though. Again, we always talk about that tower side, how important it is to control that. And like you said, a lot of incredible snipers on both sides here. Stellar, we know he's one of the best snipers in the game. We haven't seen it yet today, but if there's one time for him to step up, it is in the grand finals to again give SSG that chance to reset the bracket so that they can win that $5,000.
I don't blame them for getting up, getting themselves ready. Folks, it's time. Grand finals is here. Our drawing for post championship is up. Exclamation mark, hashtag SEN Throwdown in the chat. That is how you get yourself entered. It's for this championship jacket. One of the best looking esports merch around. You can be loud, be proud as a Sentinels fan if you get that thing in your back pocket. Look at all those tickets come in. Get your tickets in, folks. We'll be drawing that right after our grand finals.
Get your tickets here. If you don't see that you got a ticket, that means you didn't enter in. You got to make sure you type it the way it said on the screen right there. And my gosh, I wish I could enter. That is a beautiful jacket. You love to see it. Again, shout out to Sentinels for allowing us to have this invitational. And you can see, of course, the jacket being worn by Tens, of course, the Valorant champ. Looks good. I'd like to have myself one of those. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's game number 4. Faze leading 2-1.
The champion needs to be crowned. Faze, we're gonna make it one step closer to accomplishing that here today. King of the Hill gonna be the next map on, and well, live fire, we always know the importance of the sniper rifle on the map. It's vital for both these teams to value that sniper. And it looks like Stellar is gonna be the player to have it first.
Well, if Faze having the location of where Stellar is can allow them to position correctly, but Renegade positioned correctly, he's still got his head taken off.
I don't even, oh my gosh.
What did I say? What did I say? When grand finals, we have not seen him shoot like this. When grand finals hits, that's when you see Stellar in form, and my goodness, those 2 shots showcase that.
Oh, he's gotten the Predator combo.
Oop. I jinxed him, Tools.
Hey, you know, sometimes
missed that shot.
If he has to line it up, if it's more than a second, then you know it's been too long for Stellar. Him, it's all feels.
Yeah, true. Gets another one there. 3 down for the side of Faze. Last player alive is going to be Snake on the back of green. His objective is to live and create time as long as possible for his teammates, but can't live long enough. It'll be a kill there for Space Station Gaming onto Faze, and that'll allow him to take this hill and that advantage as well.
Still 2 more sniper bullets left. It feels almost like every shot is counted for Stellar thus far.
You can hit this one on the pillar side. Frosty jumps up at the perfect time again. That communication, that chemistry and timing there, knowing his teammates coming on the pillar side, jumps up on the nest at the perfect moment. Snakebite in the back of green, his home. Can he get the shot? The nade does it. But he will get traded out. That'll be 3 down once again for Faze. Renegade, the last player alive on the screens, will give Faze the spawns onto A.
Stellar really was a one-man army at the start of this game. 7 kills to his name before he has taken down. You would think that Space Station maybe would get a little bit more time off that slaying power that he presented, but still a pretty even-keeled hill. And, well, looks like Faze is taking control for now.
The spawns there on the C side. It's going to be nades from the pillars. Down ends up going down, but they trade out that 1 kill, so numbers advantage once again for SSG. Roll 2 on the back of green now, getting pressure from every angle. No one from Faze really able to help him. Look at his ability to stay alive once again. All the damage comes out, he at least gets bound. That's a big trade out of roll 2.
Camera went to Snakebite, but I don't think it's going to get them to this hill any faster. Space Station so close to going up 1-0 in this map, and oof, it's a final effort for Faze. They've gotten the camouflage where it needs to be. Just a few more seconds in this hill, and they'll be able to steal this first one away from Space Station.
Yeah, we can't ignore that big play on a Renegade. I mean, that's such a beautiful double right there. It allows Faze to come off a spawn, come towards those sandbags, and take out any players from SSG pushing in. That'll be a 1-0 lead now for Faze. But Bound has that sniper, and SSG have that early rotation and control of the new hill.
Well, Bound's turn with the weapon. So far, he's just been playing this tower side. I like how he keeps repositioning, trying to keep his angles fresh. Eventually, they're going to be able to take him out, but Space Station, I mean, so much work has been done to get them this hill, and, well, Faze still have plenty of space to cover before they're even going to be able to contest.
Yeah, Renegade really pushed up on the mud. Stellar takes care of him. It's going to be Royal 2 now and Frosty on that nest mud side of the map. There is one player on the A side, I believe, maybe top center. I'm not exactly sure, but that's going to be Snakebite, actually, in the bottom center there. Trades come out back and forth. Frosty and Legend both fall for their respective teams. Renegade, another big kill out of him. Not going to be able to stay alive, though. That's 3 down for Faze.
Royal 2 does have the spawn that you want, though, over at this tower. Even though they might have been down numbers in this fight, he's causing all sorts of mayhem by himself. Even after he goes down, you can see Faze still have a fighting chance in this hill because of that early work that Royal 2 did.
And Royal 2 ends up going down a bit early there. Frosty goes down as well, so he doesn't have the help that he thinks he has. But like you said, his presence there allows Faze to continuously try and push this hill. It'll be Stellar who ends up going down, but that was 3 down momentarily for Faze. They come off a spawn, and this should be hill for the side of SSG.
Legend's playing a dangerous game here. He's trying to let his team rotate early on. Renegade might be thinking about stealing much more. With Camouflage coming up, this is a perfect bait spot, but if they also get the kills necessary, they could still potentially win this hill. No, they're going to give it up to Legend now, but the position for Camo is going to be won by Faze if Renegade can stay alive.
My gosh, the chess match that's being played right now on your screen is just so beautiful to watch. Renegade bring around the Rosie with his old-time duo Bound. Renegade ends up living. No, not for long. Bound's going to end up taking him out, and that will be Camo for Bound. That is short-lived. It's taken out by Faze, who get that initial spawn on day and also have control of that new hill.
Well, the problem for Space Station at the moment is their spawns are well known, and Faze was thinking about getting awfully aggressive towards them. Renegade's sitting at green. He's going to have the cross of any player that tries to flank. Now it's just up to the rest of Faze to battle through the middle of the map.
Well, we talked about Stellar having an incredible start to the game. He's continued on that tear here, 16-7 out of Stellar. He's been a big factor for the side of SSG. Roll 2 with the little jiggle peek. Eco's going to get frustrated and push him, and he'll come out on top of that fight, which is really big for Eco.
Sniper's up on the map somewhere. Looks like Renegade's going to be the player that was able to find it, though he quickly went down. The battle of the map being won so far by Space Station. They have so much control, and they're getting hill time at the same moment. This is a tough position for Faze to battle out of.
Yeah, this is just beautiful, though. I mean, there's only 2 caps on the board and only a minute left in the game. Both these teams so evenly matched here. Let's see trades come out. Bound and Stellar both fall for the side of SSG. But again, trades back and forth. World 2 has a sniper, has to hit something here. If he can, it'll be huge for Faze. Not going to be able to do so. 55 seconds left.
Suddenly this hill, it's almost feeling like a must-win for Faze. They've been making it so mixy in this hill that a lot of neutral time has come off the clock. By the time this hill is captured, I wouldn't expect much more neutral time to be left for either team to play with.
I think he was trying to clamber there after that shot, but ends up falling off with the snipe in his hands. All the while, though, it's Faze who end up getting 2 dead on the side of SSG. At least a lot of information given by Renegade in that scenario. And they're about 80% done with this hill. They might be able to cap this one. Camel coming up as well.
Looking like a soldier at a Skyrim outpost right there. Shot him in the knee, got real angry about it. Pushed out, got the kill.
Now, if you're Faze right now, I wonder if you play for time in this scenario. I would assume playing safe is the way to go, but SSG trying to win the rotation. Snakebite sneaks to the bottom of tower, though. It's up to him to get this kill. Bound gets a beatdown on him. It's going to make really difficult. Bound ends up taking him out, but that beatdown will be good enough damage to allow Roll 2 to come and clean things up here. Can he do it onto Stellar? Yes. 3 down for SSG now. Faze in control.
Clean movement from Royal 2 as well. We'll get him up into that high position. Look at Space Station, how far their trek is going to be. It's a desperate push needed to tie the series up.
Royal 2 positioning himself perfectly to at least get that trade. You see all the rest of SSG, like you said, a long walk to this hill. They finally get in it. Frosty gets his kill, so that means the numbers advantage on the side of FaZe. There's 3 seconds of neutral time left. Lots of damage goes through. 0. That will be it. FaZe will lead 3-1.
One more game as we head into the Game 5 Slayer. A dominant display from FaZe, the world champions.
They look good.
They look good.
They look in form. I keep
good.
saying it. Yeah, I keep saying they look in form. Like, I don't know. I don't. This is just an assumption, but I think FaZe have different levels to them, and they decide when they want to reach those levels. You know, and I feel like it's a lot of work to be performing like this online. It's a lot of work to put 100% into every single one of these games online. Whereas on LAN, I feel like it's a little bit easier for FaZe because they got the crowd, they got the environment. I feel like they thrive in that scenario. Whereas online, it's a little bit more work for them in order to, you know, perform at this level, but they're doing it. And what a great time, because when you do this, when you are able to perform online and on LAN, you have these habits that you're kind of developing, and just playing at your best all the time just allows you to have I guess that momentum going into LAN, and building those habits is very important. We see the best out of FaZe right now. This is great to see online, and what a time to do it. $5 grand going to the winner here today.
I remember this is a winner take all. Nothing for second place in this event. Space Station, no more runway to give up. Your back is against the wall. If you want it, you have to get it now. Just like if you want to get this sweet Sentinels championship jacket, you can do so. !# send Throwdown. Get your tickets today.
Ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals. It's a tie. I'm just kidding. Imagine the whole tournament is a tie. No, I'm excited to see if SSG can bring this back. But like Tools had said, !# SEN Throwdown in the chat, and you'll enter in for this championship jacket, zip up jacket here, and you can wear it. Maybe you'll get it in time for Atlanta. Maybe not, because it's only 2 weeks away. But you could wear it there. But regardless, very excited for Atlanta, very excited for how these teams are performing, very excited for maybe if SSG can bring us to a game 7 here, because I mean they showed us that they're capable in that interference game, but on the Slayers, FaZe have been on top. We can see game number 2 in Slayer. I'm not exactly sure. I believe FaZe also won the last series against SSG in the Slayer as well, so FaZe have been very dominant in the Slayers, but regardless, they're very close for SSG in that game 2.
And confirmation from Dynashon in chat. If you don't get your jacket here in this giveaway that we're going to be doing at the end of this, at the end of Grand Finals, well, you'll have another chance if you're going out to HCS Atlanta. It sounds like Sentinels, and the team will have a booth there, and they'll be selling that championship jacket. So you know, if you don't get it now, you can certainly get it in the future. If you're going over to Atlanta, you don't get to try it out. I'll say a very, very nice jacket. And you could go rep for the SEN team out in Atlanta. I'll say, you know, Sentinels, Atlanta, you know, there might be some good odds over there. I like them. What do you think? You think they're going to get a top 4, a top 3, a championship?
If they clean up their Slayers, yes. I mean, today we saw them really solid in those objective games, time and time again. I think obviously what's obvious is the Slayer needs work, and it's just what I guess not the Slayer needs work. Making sure not to put yourself in a deficit like that every single game is what they need to do, because obviously if they weren't in that deficit, they wouldn't have to make those comebacks. 3 comebacks, I believe it was, over 10 kills. So yeah, I think they can place 4th. I think just kind of depends how Shopify performs as well. I think both these teams are kind of fighting for that 4th that 4th place spot, and kind of fighting to get into that top 3, which is gonna be tough. I mean, we've got some great teams up there.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of competition. I don't think it's been so long in Halo since we've had so many teams that could like theoretically win tournament, right? Obviously, there's the big three, and those are the three that have won in Halo Infinite thus far. But like when we're talking about a Sentinels, when we're talking about Shopify, when we're talking about a Quadrant, like those are teams that are just on the precipice that could certainly make a run as well.
Yes, sir. I 100% agree. 3 years into Halo Infinite, we're starting to see the best competition possible, and that's what I love. I love when it's a chess match. You know, these guys are playing against each other, and it's like there are moments where you really slow down the pace of the game. You try to, you know, we saw it a little bit on Recharge. Love to see those chess match plays happen for both of these rosters. Sometimes in previous LANs, we've seen Slayer games go to the time with two teams being at 36. So I mean, you love to see those types of games. We'll see how things pan out, though. I would love to see another team break into that top 3, top 2, and I think if any team could do it, it's definitely Sentinels.
Sentinels, one of the best orgs in my opinion. Shout out to Sentinels. I like
biased
everything that they do.
Biased.
I'm super biased. Everything they do, whether it's Halo, whether it's Valorant, whether it's content creation, I'm all about it. I ride or die with them. One of the better organizations in the HCS. I mean, we got 3 great organizations in Halo. I mean, I would guess all 4 if we talk about every team that's played in today's tournament. But it's great to see some of these orgs stepping up, throwing in events like that.
Oh yeah, I love that. I love the way it's working this year, where every org gets an event, and they can kind of do what they want with it. They can have fun with it. Obviously, we have Atlanta, which is Faze, and then next we have Salt Lake City, which is going to be SSG. We all know Faze is going to put on a show, but we all also know that SSG always puts on a show. They had an event previous last year, and that was a blast. Some say that was the best event they've been to. So it's just cool to see all these organizations throwing these events and doing fun stuff for the game of Halo. But I'm excited to see how Atlanta turns out. But I really want to see a Game 7 here, Tools. I know it's gonna allow us or have us be here a lot longer, but my gosh, it would be so entertaining to watch SSG bring this back and make this competitive.
Yeah, I think it's possible, right? SSG at any point in time can turn on the after jets and
I like that.
Run into the yeah, you like that?
Yeah, I always say flip the switch, but I'm gonna say turn on the afterburners.
Right,
Yeah, I like
you
that.
know,
Oh, that's the ring.
I thought
What do
you liked
think?
it because of space station, you know, going up.
Oh, the rocket
to the
ship.
moon.
Oh yeah, dude. No, today's not the day.
All right, folks, what are we thinking? Come on, walk through of this with him. What kind of rank are we looking at here?
Crosshair placement's a little bit rough. Gets a quick double. The flag juggling is terrible. No offense.
Well, yeah,
I would say platinum 5.
I didn't say roast them. I said.
Oh, sorry.
Said
Platinum 5.
Yeah, I can see a plat here. Dude, they have screen shake on. I can't get over it. It's like, how do you go? I can't even believe you get plat. I have to put gold just because they have screen shake on.
Okay. Yeah, definitely turn screen shake off, ladies and gentlemen. And when you're juggling the flag, look straight up. But yeah, juggling the flag on controller is tough, to be honest. On mouse and keyboard, it's like easy mode. On controller, it's kind of, I don't know. I couldn't do it on controller.
So this is a controller player. Like the reticle placement is definitely a bit low.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Remember
go
when the
high
reticle
gold.
used to be down there? You're kind of young, but the reticle used to be down on the bottom of the screen. It was not ever in the middle. It was on the bottom. It's kind of weird. But what do you think? I say
high gold, like gold 5, gold 6.
Okay.
Oh my God, this is what Diamond 4s are like. Dude, wow. Whoa! This is like when they ask the millionaires, like, yo, what does it cost to buy a banana? It's like I don't know, it's a banana. What could it be, like $10?
That's awesome, dude.
That's crazy.
Yo, listen, that is a really good content idea. Ask the millionaires how much cheap things cost and see who guesses right. Oh my word, that's amazing. Well, gosh, that's awesome. I love that idea a lot. Anyway, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 5. Faze have won the last, am I correct, the last 3 Slayers tools against SSG. We'll see if SSG can come out on top of this one.
Slayer's certainly been a controversial game in this tournament thus far. We started off the tournament with 450 to 49s. The first one on stream was between these two teams. Went all the way until that final kill. We've seen a 50-49 on this map already once today. Can we see it again in Royal 2 with the 2 Bs? Camouflage for Faze, everything going right for Faze Clan.
You know what I love about Royal too, man? If you watch his stream when he's shooting, he gets so mad if he misses one shot. Like if he misses one shot, the world is over, man. It is so cool to have a player like that just takes a lot of pride in not missing. It's gonna allow him to get a couple of kills here. 2-1 to start, and Faze have a slight lead, 9-6.
The music in the back of the arcade. But so far, Space Station doing a fantastic job of battling their way into a position in which they can fight for this game. Look at Faze and how condensed they are on the map, trapped at the back of A. It's up to these next few kills. If they can get them, well, you could see the trap start to come in for SSG, but the game's slowing down tremendously. Space Station not having any sort of pressure on that purple side are going to have to make do with B.
Yeah, the two-man pushing on the C side. There is a player on the top across. It's going to be Eco, who must have done a lot of damage to them as they cross, but Snakebite still gets a kill. Renegade still gets a kill, and Frosty gets a kill as well. Even though the cross damage is coming through, as they cross purple to C stairs, they're able to get the slays anyway, and now the new camo coming up in 3 seconds.
Well, Space Station fighting their way to get better positioning for camo, but as they did that, Royal 2 was able to sneak away. Shrouded by invisibility, he's going to have an opportunity to allow his team to battle back into this map. Yeah, they might be trapped at the back of A for now, but with a shotgun in hand, Royal 2 can certainly change things on a dime.
Look how, I don't know, just steady he is. It's just crazy. Just waiting for an opportunity. Hasn't really found an opening just yet. Finally going to get the first one. Stellar takes a lot of damage there, waits for his camo to come back up. Unfortunately, it dissipates at the wrong time, but not really. He's able to stay alive. A lot of value so far out of this camo, and more shots from Royal 2.
Well, Royal 2 might have just got perfect timing. Legend has no reason to suspect someone is behind them this quickly. They're going to transfer their way over to Cafe as fast as possible, but the sprinting, the marathon that these players at Space Station have gone to is just leading them to the reticles of Faze.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of traps being set. You said that in the beginning of the game, and now I'm kind of seeing that happen. So many traps being set here by both squads. Royal 2 with that beautiful Bulldog. He's going to put some damage in. The lead shrunk to 4 here, as you have Renegade on your screen. 8-6 to start this game off. Spawns come out on the C side, though, and this is SSG's chance to break through, but they've got to get through Renegade first.
Faze, surprisingly enough, giving up a lot of space on this map, letting Space Station get through the middle. No one was watching. Bound's gonna get easy, cheap damage down. That activates Legend on the left side. This is where Space Station can start taking their control of the game.
Look at this, though. There's 2 kills on the board. How? That's what I'm saying.
How do you translate 2 one-shots into 2 down for your own team?
It's really funny that we said that at the same time. It is actually insane. Faze just come out on top of the individual pips, even being down in shields. And it's a 4-kill lead still for Faze Clan.
It seems like every strategy that SSG has developed has led them astray thus far, but things can change with Legend having this camouflage. Easy backsmacks for the first. It's going to be 2, and Renegade might just be number 3. SSG quickly back into this game, now just down 2.
All right, we don't see that enough right there. Backing off the pillar to cut that angle, making sure its camo comes back up so we can still utilize it. I believe it's probably almost gone by now. It's been 30 seconds already. There it is. Legend still trying to do damage onto Faze. We're stuck inside the C side. It's Stalker Rifle for Stellar here, though. And the Faze lead, though, has shrunk to only 1 now. Make that 2 as Renegade gets another kill.
Don't expect to see this game speed up anytime soon. Both teams being very cautious about how they take their approach.
A lot of power weapons in the hands of SSG, though. Sorry, Faze. Shotgun, now the Stalker as well. Oh, no. I guess I predicted that one. This is going to be rough for SSG, but Frosty's got to hit his shots. He gets the trade. It'll be 2 down for SSG.
That was almost best case scenario for SSG there with Frosty having shotgun and red gun in high position. Trading out 1 for 1. You'll take that, but you certainly still don't have control of the map. Faze is going to be able to dictate so much of this game with camouflage coming up in just over 20 seconds. It's vital for Space Station to get to their spots.
The prediction by Royal 2 right there. Beautiful nade. Gets a kill for himself. The lead to 4 though, as 3 go down for the side of Faze. Snakebite, some great damage on the Legend, who's posted on that planter side, but overextends a little bit too fast on the purple side. Does damage that turns into an assist though. But again, Faze just keep trading out, and they're fine with that.
Oh, Renegade. Oh. Thought he was going to get the 5 shot, though. The cleanup does eventually happen in Space Station. Reminiscent of game 2. It just feels like they're always 3 to 5 kills away. And no matter what they do, they just can't overcome the chasm that lays ahead of them. Everything on the line. It's winner take all. There's nothing for second place. It's just pride. That's going to be the reward for getting second. If you want to come home with any sort of reward, you have to make the comeback happen.
I love Bound right there, doing a lot of damage to Royal 2 to back him off and then transferring vanish shots to another player. Not able to clean up any kills though just yet. Still a 4-kill lead here for Faze. Bound in a 1v1. Not gonna get the damage in. He does get the trade at the end of the day, but again, it's still a trade in favor of Faze.
8 kills until they get to label themselves as the SENCITY Throwdown champions. $5,000 to be split between these players.
Slow play again. Stalker rifle in the hands of SSG, I believe. No, that's Frosty. I'm sorry. I believe that's Frosty with that Stalker. I think Faze have the Stalker, yeah.
Faze is going to force SSG to make a play. They're simply not going to play out of their position.
Ooh. I'm completely wrong. Stellar has a Stalker. And make the play he will. This is a good weapon to have to do so, though. I think Frosty just got information on him. Not sure. Renegade, though. Bulldog gets 1, not the second. Snakebite's going to try to go up and put some damage in to maybe get that cleanup kill. But, oh, there's that Stalker rifle and Bound coming into play again. And now Bound has the Bulldog as well. 2 players in front of him. Shroud screen comes out. 1 bullet in his bandit, not reloading that. There it is. Finally gets the reload. Some damage goes into his teammate from Eco. 1 kill game. Legend with the camo.
Lead. SSG. Everything's on the line. There is no victory for second here. They have to win this game. They've taken control when it matters most. What was 3 kills down suddenly turns to a 3-kill lead. SSG controls their destiny.
Now there's 2 players that split spawn on the B side as well. SSG gets that kill. 49th kill goes in. And there it is. Eco gets the last kill. SSG winning game 5. Now 3-2 the series score.
They were down for most of the game. They find a way to battle back strong and get themselves to a game 6 Empyrean flag. And oh boy, whenever I think of this map, there's one player I think of in particular. Over on SSG's side, it's Stellar. Remember that SLC performance that he had on this map with the snipers in his hands.
Yep.
It feels like they've bought themselves 1 extra turn. Can they make the most of it?
It's a bit scary. Everything lines up for SSG to bring us to a game 7 here.
Double kill.
See if they're able to do so, though. Very strong Empyrean CTF team is SSG, but again, you have to, it begs the question, what have these teams worked on in preparation for Atlanta? We've seen time and time again, one team being weak at a game type or not as strong, and then a completely different story in the next event because they've worked on it. They've done VOD review constantly to improve that game type map combination. This will be kind of the test for both of these rosters to see who comes out on top here. SSG have given themselves a chance to do so.
So impressive the way that SSG played this end game. It was really as a unit, right? It wasn't just one player popping up, getting multi-kill after multi-kill. It was just collapsing and following through the natural progression on the map. They're running in pairs, overwhelming the spawners of Faze, and what was felt like a guaranteed game at one point for Faze suddenly turned to SSG's game type. And now, I mean, hey, back-to-back games, this is more than possible, especially on Empyrean with how good we know these players are with the sniper. This man in particular, he has the chance to take over this game single-handedly.
Oh, there's Stellar with that sniper taking over the game. He will try, but Royal 2 ready for the drop down. That's going to be an OS now for Royal 2 and a pull from the flag as well. Looking for spawners here with the snipe. Gets one shot into Bound. That's going to back him up just a bit, but he's still going to commit to this, it looks like. Trying to get this cleaned up, but Bound plays his life really well.
Royal 2 has me a little bit frustrated. Bound just did not give him an angle until the second he looked away.
Oh my gosh. Do they even know he's still here? They do. Eco's going to shoot him. That's going to allow 2 players to push in to stop that flag, to get that flag control. That was beautiful by Eco right there, putting his body on the line to make sure to de-scope Royal 2 while he allows his teammates to push into the flag. But Royal 2 still being a thorn in the side of SSG.
This flag's certainly going to get returned, but you have to deal with Royal 2 before you're going to be able to move up any further than the halfway mark.
Yeah, Royal 2 staying alive inside a sword here once again for this amount of time is very scary for the side of SSG. He's ready for Bound, who's about to push him. The ping comes out. He'll get that kill, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
I would hope so.
Oh,
okay. Jeez. I got a little worried there.
So sometimes it's like that's from experience, right? Tim? We know it as a player. So
Yes.
you go, you miss a couple shots, and they hit you. You're like, things are not going right. This is not how the script was written.
Yeah, that angle's tough, man. I'm telling you, looking down on someone, trying to hit your shots. Oh my goodness. Royal 2. 4 bullets left. Renegade coming to safety, coming to his assistance here, I should say, on the long haul side. Royal 2 is going to stay alive. Very important that he does so with this snipe. If this snipe goes in the hands of SSG, we have a problem, and he knows just that. Killing spree for Royal 2, his first death, but that's a sniper in the hands of Bound now.
4 bullets of it, too. I mean, still plenty of sniper for Bound and the rest of SSG to bounce back with.
Bound's pushed up. There is a player on the bottom of SSG's tower. Bound, though, finds the player on the banana. That's going to be Snakebite that falls. Legend finds his way through. This is what Legend does. Yeah, he does it so well on Empyrean. You always see him going to your enemy base and pulling a flag. And then all they need is 2 down for Faze, and they can pull this flag through at least halfway.
It's a blink and you'll miss it situation if Legend's able to get away with flag. One of the best flag runners in the game. I was talking to teams earlier this week about this tournament. They said, hey, we have callouts dedicated to Legend. If we want to pull a flag, we say do the Legend run. Hey, he's so awesome. Fast. He's efficient. He is the best flag runner in Halo Infinite.
Love that. Oh, great job by Stellar not to utilize that rocket. The second rocket does damage to Royal 2. He comes back, cleans it up for the double.
That's what
shuts him down, though.
That's one way to stop the stampede, right?
You have to. Frosty with his sniper, 6 bullets still to work with. Legend and Frosty are going to have to face each other at some point here. One of them is going to expose an angle, but really smart by Legend to stay back in that scenario just due to the spawns of the team. Oh, Renegade tries to find a way through the sword, and Legend no-scopes him in the face.
SSG, they've gotten to this point a couple times now. It's been a bit tough for them to get into that base and get away cleanly. Oh, Frosty. If anyone tries to take that angle, he's well prepared. Let's just say that.
Gets the first kill. Renegade's going to fall, though, a little bit forward on the map, so Frosty's going to just have to look for another pick here. You got to get that numbers advantage before you push up. Snakebite really pushed up far on the side of Sword. Royal 2 gets a trade as well, so Faze have that numbers advantage, at least for now. And this Bulldog is put to work. Great job by Snakebite to take control of Sword with that Bulldog.
Legend catches a player out on his way into the half line. Renegade's going to do his best to stay alive, but Faze's push is going to be stopped before it can really begin because Renegade gets a little too zealous on his push. Getting caught out like this, let's see how much advantage Space Age can gather from that big pick.
Yeah, it's up to Snakebite right now. They're kind of stacked on that Sword side. Snakebite gets a kill on the Bound. Frosty gets a kill on the Stellar. This could be overshield for the side of Faze due to Snakebite's kills.
That will be another trade. Rockets as well. So Snakebite and Renegade on the sword, waiting for this overshield that's coming up right now. And Royal 2 has the rockets. This is huge for FaZe.
Oh, Royal 2's first rocket, it missed Eco, but it hit Bound. It put Space Station 2 down. The overshield went into their possession, and now with Stellar being last alive, FaZe's chances of getting a flagpole back home are very, very good in this position. Space Station have to find these opening picks.
And they're just not able to. Stellar goes down. Bound taking a lot of damage as well. Frosty's gonna fall, which kind of slows things down just a bit, but Renegade's got the flag in his hands. Renegade's gonna be moving this flag forward, and that will be the first cap for FaZe Clan.
That all starts with Royal 2's shots with the rocket. He missed Eco, who was the target, but it went past Eco, hit Bound, was 2 kills, and as Overshield went to the hands of Snakebite, it was a perfect combination needed for FaZe to get their first flag at home. Royal 2, yes, it might be Legend running a flag, but he has the opponent's sniper in his eye.
Oh, man. They know he's here. They do, but it doesn't matter. He gets the second. That's 3 down for SSG. Royal 2 gonna block the shotgun spawn while pulling the flag. And he'll potentially create enough time for the return as well.
It's important for him to wrap all the way into Mauler. They could have been a spawn for those players. Legend going down. This might just be back-to-backs for FaZe.
Oh. Slays come out though, Bound falls. 3 down for SSG. Last player is gonna be Stellar, down to no shields. They take him out as well. Frosty pulls the flag. Snakebite ready for the push. He's got a sniper, so they've gotta be worried. But all he's gonna do is put his body on the line to make sure to capitalize on cap number 2 for FaZe.
Royal 2 showing how dangerous it can be when you're a snake in the grass. He got behind enemy lines and played patient. Eventually that sniper translates to 2 kills. That turns into just another capture, a 2-0 lead. FaZe just 1 away from claiming themselves champions.
This is one of SSG's better game types as well, so really impressive to see. It's gonna be 3 down. Once again for the side of SSG. Legend once again in FaZe's base, just being an absolute nuisance, but I mean, he's got to do so much back here. He's not only got to do damage, he's got to play his life, and his team is forced to fight 3v4 on their side.
Rockets and Overshield are coming up at the same time here. Legend knowing that if his team gets those rockets, it could be a free run for him. Frosty won the Overshield on the other side, so a lot of leverage from FaZe over on the sword side of the map. With flags being not run at the moment, this should be an effort for FaZe that's going to lead to at least a flag return and a fight in the mid-map for control.
Rockets were down inside of the rocket tunnel. I don't know where they went from here, but you saw Snakebite pinging them. I'm not sure where they ended up, but regardless, it's still a 2-cap lead. Stellar, dead man walking. That's the X on his screen, but still alive. And Snakebite, oh my word!
He's not alive anymore!
Oh my word! He's not alive anymore!
Are you kidding me, Snakebite?
This is just, we're just playing with our food at this point, or as you would say. But I'm not gonna stop. 2 dead for the side of SSG, but my goodness gracious. Look at this, is just insane. He's still alive. No way. No. Oh my goodness gracious.
You can tell Bound misses a shot there. It's over.
Yes. My word. FaZe are looking in form. Prepared for Atlanta. And I don't know who's gonna stop. It's not over just yet. Space Station Gaming have 2 on the series. If they can pull this out somehow, we will go to a game 7 for a chance for SSG to reset the bracket.
These snipers are gonna be the difference maker. I mean, yeah, 3. This is the last sniper rotation for Space Station. Stellar's got his. He takes down the opposing snipe.
And he lives too. Such a good play by Stellar here. Legend once again in FaZe's base, pulling that flag out. Stellar gonna fall though. Beautiful shots by Royal 2.
Legend keeps getting to this back base, but the problem is there's no route for him to get home. It's just a distraction play each time.
Well, Bound is the first to fall, so like you said, the distraction play is what's needed right now. It's gonna be very difficult with FaZe having the numbers advantage to get this flag any further. You see, once again, he just continues to pull
flags. He's just back there pulling flags.
Oh man, it's got to be annoying though when you know someone like Legend's in your base and he, like you said, one of the best flag runners in the HCS. You just get worried because literally all he needs is 7 seconds and that flag will be capped. So if he finds any sort of an opening, it gets scary, but he is finally taken out. No longer a threat, but Bound does have the rockets now.
They weren't able to get any sort of pressure with the sniper that they had. Faze, on the other hand, instantly finding themselves a flagpole and a potential capture as Renegade lasers the competition. There's nothing they can do. It's a demon that's in the sword base.
He's the best in the game, man. This is not even 100% of what he can do as well. Like, it's just insane. Look how much attention they have to put towards his sword side, and he's still alive somehow. Thinks there's another player inside a sword, but no one made it inside a sword, so he is good. But that flag does make it to that green side. On the green wall for Faze. They've got to get a couple more slays, though, if they want to safely put that flag in.
Yeah, they have to get this return, but they also have to capture 2 flags in a minute's worth of time.
Yeah. There's one man that can do it, it's Legend, but he needs, like you said before, the lanes and the openings and the kills, and those just not happening.
This is going to be a victory lap. It's just a couple more feet. Frosty going to push this in.
Ladies and gentlemen, Faze are your SENCITY Throwdown Invitational winner takes all $5,000 champions. Did not drop a beat whatsoever today. Besides the one game they lost to Optic and the 2 they lost here in the Grand Finals, they showed that they are in form and ready for Faze Atlanta coming up in 2 weeks.
A dominant series from them. The 2 games that they lost, it almost looked like they were going to have those victories as well.
Ooh,
winning against this team in an 8-2 map count in this tournament.
Look at the damage out of Snakebite and World 2. That's just absolutely beautiful. 7,200 for both of them. You gotta love to see it. They looked in control this entire time. And again, I give SSG this game type most of the time. You mentioned it too. It's what we saw at SLC. The Stellar absolutely popping off. And since then, I mean, I don't have the statistics on hand, but I would assume SSG are ahead in terms of Empyrean CTF. It just wasn't enough today against the Faze roster who didn't miss a beat whatsoever.
I mean, this was one of the most dominant performances we've seen in Season 3 yet. Today's Faze did something that we haven't seen in a long time. Well, the team just looking this dominant, with a team that looks this well-oiled. I'm honestly, I think impressed understates how I think about this Faze roster at the moment.
Work ethic, man. I don't know. It's got to be the work ethic. They put that time in. They stay passionate. They go to work when they need to, and it's being showcased here. I'm excited to see this Faze clan roster at Atlanta. I would assume the same type of dominance there as well. And I mean, like I said, for SSG, I've talked about this roster with Legend potentially winning multiple events this year. They've already won one, of course, but this is another team that's really capable of winning multiple lands this year, and I'm excited to see what they can do at Atlanta as well.
You see, this is the thing, though, in my grand scheme of how I think the tournaments are going to play out this year, Faze can't win, because I thought we were going to have a winner, a different winner each tournament. That's how close I thought the competition was. You know, I thought this was going to be Optic's tournament, maybe a Shopify or a Sentinels if they get a hot run, but I mean, with the way that Faze is playing right now, it looks like they're trying to sweep the end of the year with how they've been playing.
Yeah, I agree. They, at least online, they are playing phenomenal. Folks. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, gotta tell them, Tools.
No, yeah, this is it. Now it's championship. Now it's time to give away some sweet merchandise that we've been keeping y'all waiting. So we're gonna give you guys just a minute or two. If you haven't entered, exclamation hashtag SEN Throwdown to enter yourself in. The bot will tell you if you get an entry. If you're watching on the YouTube, you have to do in the Twitch chat. So get over to the Twitch, get your tickets in. We're going to be giving away one of these Sentinels Championship jackets. And if you don't get it in this giveaway, well, don't worry about it, because if you're going to Atlanta, like you should be, because watching LAN is the best experience possible, but you can get it from the Sentinels merch booth at HCS Atlanta as well.
I'm going to be getting myself one. I'm telling you right now. I will be there and I will get myself one of those. I'm not sure if it's going to rain in Atlanta, but if it does, I'm going to need it. But regardless, a shout out to Sentinels. You know, Tools has stressed, you know, one of the best orgs in Halo. We appreciate you as a Halo community for throwing these events and allowing us to be a part of it here at LVT. A shout out to the LVT crew, of course, as well, and a shout out to you, Tools. It's been a great time casting with you, as always.
Yeah, fantastic tournament. Thank you to everyone that's been helping around with this tournament. Dynashawn, the producer, with Louis V. Titan, our producer in-house over here, the man that runs LVT Halo, our observer Nighty Night, and the talent that joined us today, Tim. You're always great, Mikowski, Eli, and myself. It was a fun tournament today, and I like that we get to capstone it with this cool jacket to give away.
Yeah. So guys, get your entries in. It'll normally say your name and you received one ticket, and if you see that once and you do it again, you're not going to see it a second time. So just look for that one, and that'll mean you are entered in. And let's get a lot of entries here. Again, from the YouTube side, make sure you come over to Twitch so that you can enter it in the Twitch chat. It does not work in the YouTube chat. So make sure you come over to Twitch and type that into the Twitch chat, so that you can have a chance.
You can get an extra ticket if you type Tim Smells.
That's not true, guys. That's not true. But you're right. I'm definitely taking a shower after this. I am sweaty after today's games. I'm telling you right now. My goodness gracious.
We're gonna pull this. There we go.
Everyone's typing Tim Smells.
Oh, there
now.
you go.
Goodness
There you go. Oh, look at all those extra tickets that everyone's getting. All right, we're gonna close this. I think right now. I think we're gonna pull 5:30. It's 5:30. Perfect time.
Okay.
Get your extra tickets in. Get your extra tickets in real fast.
5:30, man. You get
I can smell dinner in the other room. I'm perfectly positioned. This was the perfect tournament. 4 teams, the best teams, best of 7s, done at 5:30. This was literally the best possible tournament.
All right, let's draw the winner here and find out who wins the champion's jacket from Sentinels.
Oh, the Leon 17. Let's go.
The Leon 17. Congratulations, my friend. You are the winner of the big Champions Jacket giveaway provided by Sentinels. And you know what? Since the giveaway is done, let's get some hearts in the chat for Sentinels, for LVT, and just for the Halo community in general. What a great day this has been. You can see and take a look at the bracket, the winner's bracket side and the lower bracket side here on your screen, and maybe some implications going into Atlanta on how these teams are going to perform.
Yeah, I mean, so many good teams that competed here today. Faze looking dominant as ever, but every team I felt like had their moment in the sun. Every team looked like they could potentially get it done in Atlanta. And Atlanta only a few weeks away. So if you're wanting to go, compete, watch, whatever it is, like show up. We're gonna be LVT will be there in the open bracket. We're gonna have a front of house production, meaning that you guys can walk up, see us producing the stream. We're gonna be streaming all those uncasted matches, also the open bracket, the FFA, all that fun stuff. So come hang out with us over at Atlanta.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible event we had today. And Louis V. Titan, I'm sure you enjoyed it from the back. What a great event. The teams played phenomenal today.
Yeah, I know it was a little quirky, right? Best of 7s, 4 teams. They're not exactly the top 4 seeds. Listen, it always works out, you know what I'm saying? We're here trying to put on a hype show. So if you enjoyed the show and you're in the chat, just let us know, right? Maybe tweet at HCS, tweet at Sentinels, let them know that LVT did a good job, including you guys, right? So it's been a hell of a day. Thank you for shouting everybody out there. Tools, any last words there, Tools, before we wrap up this show?
SENCITY, baby. Shout out. Love the Sentinels organization, and thank you for throwing on the tournament.
Active?
Yeah, today's my birthday, and what a great day to celebrate my birthday, right? I got to watch some amazing Halo. Thank you for having me here. This was a blast, as it usually is, and thank you for Sentinels for putting on the show, of course.
All right, everybody, hashtag happy birthday Active in the chat, not Tim Smells. It's his birthday. Come on, guys. But nevertheless, congratulations to Faze Clan. They drop a total of 3 maps after playing a total of, after winning a total of 12 maps. On top of all that, Faze getting it done, looking like they haven't lost a step after London. So congratulations to Faze. They are the winners of the $5,000 winner take all. Shout out to Sentinels for putting this on. If you haven't already done so, follow the stream, subscribe to the YouTube. We will be ending this YouTube stream here momentarily. And if you're on the YouTube channel, don't go anywhere because we're going to be live premiering the Sentinels documentary. So if you're on Twitch, you're interested in watching that, jump over to the LVT Halo stream. We're going to send you over to the Sentinels YouTube channel. Not exactly sure what the link is, but I promise you that if you're in the LVT Halo YouTube stream, it will send you to the Sentinels doc from London. It's a good one. We saw a glimpse of it a while ago, but nevertheless, congrats to Faze once again. That's it for the SENCITY Throwdown Invitational. Faze came out on top.